Am I back? Yeah. So I saw the lights flickered in my room. Hopefully, I didn't lose too much of anything, but I was pretty much aware when it happened. It was like, but we should be good now. Yeah, thunderstorm going on outside. Hits the wrong thing, takes everything out. I still have a mountain of stuff I want to say, but I'll answer first. In as much detail as possible, I describe everything that happened since I made a pact with Saber 4 days ago and met the priest. It takes about 30 minutes to finish my story. I haven't done a whole lot as a master. It shouldn't be much of interest to Kozumine. He only showed any sign of interest when I mentioned Zoken Matao.
とうに老衰したかと思っていたが、未だに現役とはな。人の血をすする妖怪というのは本当だったか。
An old man drinks blood?
そうだな。魔頭の魔術は九州でな。六代前の魔術師であった魔頭造剣は際立った無質界だったと聞く。
Mushi? He can't mean literally using insects as familiars, right? So, if there's other magecraft that controls insects... Wait, when you say he uses insects, you mean as catalysts? Like that ritual where you trap hundreds of poisonous bugs in a vase and then cast a curse using the last survivor?
いや、孤独の類ではない。もとより呪詛はマキリの専門外だ。彼らが行う魔術は必ず自らの肉体に成果が返るもの。呪いなど行っては相手と共倒れになるだろう。
Mm-hmm. That was my alert on my channel again. Then he literally uses bugs as familiars.
なあ、魔頭造剣は他人の血を吸うだけの妖怪だ。人の血を吸うことで若さを保ち、肉体を変貌させ、数百年を生き抜いたというが、さて、リンの父親の話ではすでに死にたい。白日のもとには出られないということだったが。
He can't go outside during the day. Now that you mention it, I've only met him at night so far. He drinks blood to extend his life. And he can't go outside during the day. That makes him sound completely like... Kodamine, are you saying Zoken Matao is a vampire?
あれは吸血鬼というよりは吸血虫だよ。性質も性格も陰湿なナメクジだ。
Kodamine's tone is clipped. He must really despise the old man. You said he lived for centuries, so he was a master too?
いや、魔頭造剣がマスターだったことはない。奴は魔頭家の相談役のようなものだが、何分数百年と生きた妖怪だ。何か私たちが知らない方法でマスターになるという策を凝らしたのかもしれん。
So if he's made a contract with Castor, who doesn't have a master anymore...
さあな。だが気を許していい相手ではない。奴が表舞台に出てきた以上、確かな賞賛があってのことだろう。今回の魔頭のマスターは、マキリにおける最悪の魔術王の呪語を受けているということだ。
Zoken said that Shinji hasn't given up. Shinji has Zoken's backing. He may have lost his command spells, but the old man might give him a new servant.
参考になった。マキリのご老人が動いているのならば、この異常事態もうなずける。監督役として被害の拡大に備えるとしよう。
Kodamine muses to himself, looking more relaxed now. Overseer, huh? That's rich coming from the guy who was a secret master until yesterday.
そう言うな。もとより私に望みなどない。ランサーを得たのも、より良い願望者に聖杯を与えたかっただけだ。それもここまでだがな。あとはマスター同士で決めることだ。ま、私的な意見を言わせてもらえば、お前かリン、そのどちらかに聖杯が与えられればいいと思っている。
I find myself frowning. The priest sounds sincere. He doesn't want the Holy Grail. He just said to my face that he wants me or Tasaka to get it. Why? If you were a master, that means you wanted the Grail too. Didn't you have a wish you wanted granted?
そうだな。望みはないが目的はあった。だがそれは聖杯で叶えるべきことではない。私の目的はそれほど真剣なものではないし、私本人が叶えても意味のないものだ。
It's meaningless if he makes it happen. What does that even mean? Go find someone else to play riddles with.
老婆心のつもりなのだがな。私とお前は同じだ。明確な望みがない者同士、救いなど求めてはいない。故に、少しでも早く気がつけば楽になれると思ったのだが。
Eh? I feel my heart jump in my chest. For some reason, the priest's words twist and turn in my chest like a curse. Kodamine, you. I fight against the sudden vertigo and glare at him. And then... Miss Boss sets a second plate of mabu tofu on the table, followed by a third. Kodamine dips his spoon into the plate with a clink. I knew it. This guy ordered seconds in advance. Our eyes meet. Kodamine fixes me again with his oppressive gaze and asks, I do not. With a straight face, I give him my firmest denial. I leave Taishan. Kodamine didn't look like he had anything else to say and started digging into his mapu with gusto. When I left the restaurant, I still feeling sour, he left me with one last remark.
私は戦いから降りた身だが、お前とリンは未だマスターだ。造剣は陰湿だぞ。せいぜい気をつけることだ。
You're still a master too, you goof. A warning, I suppose, even if it sounded like he had hardly cared. -1. A breeze enters the damp room. Two sets of footsteps come from the open door. One is a hurried stomping, while the other sounds like it's being pulled along. There's a thud. The noise echoes through the dark, hidden room. Shinji Matao pushes the other person he's roughly dragging into the room. Something is slithering or squirming on the floor. Shinji Matao knows what they are. They're a mysterious, vile creature that his grandfather Zoken Matao has been breeding. Shinji pushes someone into the room full of them. He speaks from atop the stairs. The chamber is full of creatures' musks. The moment that any normal person steps foot into the room, they would be overcome by terror. But this person is an exception. The things shy away from the figure who just entered. They are afraid, or just sick of its presence. The unseen monsters refuse to approach. They writhe and tremble in the perimeter around the figure.
新しい本を作ってくれよ。まだ2個残ってるはずだろ。
The presence reacts to Shinji's voice. It creaks and scratches. The darkness billows and rolls as if eager to carry out the order.
言う通りにすればすぐ帰っていいからさ。お前だってそうしたいんだろ。
There's no answer. Only the ear-grating chittering of the bugs fills the room.
いいかい？あいつとはいずれ戦うしかないんだ。これ以上わがままを言っていると。
Shinji finishes. The figure trembles. I can't do that. The old man who Shinji calls his teacher won't allow it. But the figure knows that Shinji doesn't always follow his teacher's directions. Right now, he's filled with hatred for Shiro Emiya. His mind has long since lost any patience for rejection. The old man is keeping him away from the conflict for his own safety, but to Shinji, it's an unacceptable humiliation. After a long silence, a change occurs in the room. Another figure appears in a flash of light. The creature's presence is driven from the room by her appearance. Even these vermin of low intelligence know to fear her enormous monstrous aura.
そうそう。あとは全部僕に任せればいいんだ。
Her body is slender and supple, her hair long enough to reach the floor. Clad in a single black garment, she is the servant rider.
今一度聞きましょう。シンジ、私を刺激するのは自らの身を守るためだけですね。
In the depths of the chamber, gazing up from the bottom of the pin, the dark servant inquires.
ああ、何かと物騒だからさ。頼りになる護衛が欲しかったんだ。
Shinji, a master once again, fails to contain his delight. He's so ecstatic that he blurts out an answer which can only be a lie. Rider's back. By the time I leave the Chinese restaurant, it's nearly 4 p.m. I don't have any shopping to do, so I can just go home. Still, I can't ignore what Kodamine said. Castra is still alive. Accordingly, people are still falling into comas. And on top of that, I'm surprised how well I took the news that Kodamine was a master all along. Now that I think about it, we've been at odds with each other from the moment we met. Maybe somewhere in my mind, no. On an even more primal level, I sensed that we would clash with each other. Anyway, even Kodamine lost his servant, and I know he wouldn't be careless. There are 3 masters left. The Master of Assassin, who is lurking at Ryudo Temple, Archer's Master Tasaka, and... Whoa! Berserker's Master, the little girl in front of me. Ilya, where the heck did you pop out from? You scared me. Huh? Oh. I did notice something ringing in my ears for a while. Wow. You mean all the way back since the shops?
そうだよ。シロ、難しい顔して歩いてるんだもん。邪魔しないように後ろから呼びかけたのに、無視してどんどん進んでいっちゃうんだから。
Oh, I was deep in thought. I didn't mean to ignore you.
それに、公園にだって来なかったわ。 私ずっと待ってたのに。
Ah, right. We had an unsaid agreement that we meet again at the park this afternoon. I can't believe I forgot. Even if Kotomine needed to talk to me. Sorry, I forgot. I'm really sorry, Ilya.
そう簡単に許してあげないんだから。私本当に怒ってるんだからね。
Ilya glares at me grumpily. What should I do? I missed her appointment and made her wait. Of course she'd be upset. She won't forgive me unless I show her how sincerely sorry I am, so I'll... Well, we were going to talk about my place. Do what she wants seems like a bad idea. I'll invite her over as a guest. Oh, I know. She might be feeling down because I made her wait. But I still have a chance to cheer her up. Ilya, I have a suggestion.
何を？簡単な言葉じゃ聞かないわよ。
Yeah, I'll apologize with my actions, not my words. Do you want to come over to my place? I'll make you some tea and treats.
うちって白のうち？
Where else would it be? There shouldn't be anyone there now. Oh, Saber won't attack you, don't worry. It isn't the park, but it should be nice to relax over tea sometime, don't you think?
確かにちょっといいかもしれない。けど白のうちにお邪魔していいのかな、私。
It isn't the point. You showed me your castle, remember? Now I'm returning the favor. Exactly.
そうだね。そう言った。
We're already halfway there anyway. Let's go. Ilya mutters as if she's persuading herself. Then she looks at me again.
私白のうちに行っていいのかな。私はシロとキリツグを殺しに来たのよ。その私が白のうちに上がっていいの？
She asked me in an emotionless voice. I can't possibly know the significance of her words. This Heinsberg girl came here to kill my old man. It's the reason she's been after my life, too. I've known that for a while now. Kiritsugu betrayed the Einsbergs. Then he threw everything away to live out his days in this town. Until I became a master, I had no inkling of the sacrifices he made. I doubt Ilya can forgive Kiritsugu, and she probably sincerely means to kill me. But regardless. No, especially because of that, I think I should invite this girl to Emiya House. Yeah, this has nothing to do with being masters. I want you to come over and enjoy yourself. I give Ilya a strained answer. She stops breathing for a second, looking shocked.
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
She gives me a buoyant smile and hugs my arm. Okay, hold on a second, Ilya. I'm going to talk to Saber. I roll up my sleeves and stare at the front door.
いってらっしゃい、シロ。頑張ってね。
Ilya cheers me on with a wave. Here goes nothing. With encouragement like that, I need to do whatever it takes to convince Saber to approve this visit.
お断りします。
Yeah, I knew that was coming. And she shoots me down within 1 second. I get how you feel. I know exactly what you're saying. You think that inviting Berserker's Master no less, into my home base is suicide. I know. I understand that very well, but still.
いいえ、シロは分かっていません。相手はあのイリアスフィールですよ。彼女ほどのマスターなら、この屋敷の欠点などいくらでも看破できますし、結界を壊すことさえ容易でしょう。 にもかかわらずシロを自ら招き入れる。獅子心中の虫どころの話ではない。あなたは自ら毒薬を飲もうとしているのです。
But I promised that Ilya won't do anything. Plus, she did bring Berserker with her, and she says that she won't fight before the sun's down. Right now, she's just a girl, so I don't think you need to nitpick her like that.
性別など関係ありません。大体シロは私に隠れてイリアスフィールと何をしていたのですか。あなたは彼女に殺されかかったのですよ。だというのに気にかけるなど、人がいいというよりバカですか、あなたは。
Oh, but don't you see she's a good kid if you talk to her? She still doesn't understand morality. So we just need to teach her the difference between good and evil.
甘い。アインツベルンのマスターの言葉を信じるというのですか、シローは。かの一族は聖杯を手に入れるためだけに存在するもの。約束など何事もなかったかのように破り捨てるに決まっています。
No, she won't. You're going too far, Saber. Ilya's Ilya. I don't know what the Einsburns are like, but don't chump her in with them.
確かにその通りでした。シローの発言は正しい。
Victory. Then Saber.
まあ、あんな小声で主張されても説得力はありませんでしたが。
It's because of how angry she was. Is that so wrong of me?
いいです。わかりました。今のままでは令状を使われかねませんから。シローが信じたイリアスフィールを私も信じるとしましょう。
Saber.
ですが私は会いませんからね。イリアスフィールと対峙して私が冷静でいられるとは限りませんし、イリアスフィールとて私を前にしては身構えるでしょう。
Oh, all right. Then what are you going to do?
以前使っていた客まで待機しています。万が一の時は駆けつけますから心配なさらずに。
Okay, sorry, Saber. This is,
分かっています。あなたにキリツグと聖杯戦争の関係を話したのは私だ。ならばこうなることも覚悟しておくべきだったのです。
Saber sighs and goes off to the guest room. That makes sense. Saber was Kiritsugu's servant last time. I wouldn't be surprised if she realized Ilya's relationship to Kiritsugu.
お邪魔します。ってここがシローのお家なんだ。
Ilya enters the house timidly despite her spirited greeting. I'll make tea first. Come on, the living room is this way.
はーい。あ、板張りの廊下だね。聞いてた通り、日本の建物だ。
Ilya gawks in every direction while she walks. Well, that must be a pretty unusual sight for her since she lives in a castle. Here's your tea. At first I was going to make you black tea, but I'm not good at it. Plus, it can't measure up to what you have at home anyway. So it's Japanese tea. If it's too bitter, just let me know and I can dilute it. I hold out a second cup of hot water. I use the best green tea I have, so there shouldn't be any complaints about the flavor. It's just a matter of whether she prefers bitter or sweet tea.
ありがとうシロー。いただきます。
Ilya sits down properly and takes a nervous sip of the tea. Ilya freezes. Figures. I went out of my way, but maybe I shouldn't have made her... I should have made her milk tea or something. Sorry, it must be bitter. Don't force yourself to drink it. I'll make you a new one.
そんなことないよ。結構なお手前でした。
Ilya bows and compliments me in a traditional manner. I wonder where she learned to do that. Then little by little, she starts sipping the tea. I won't stop her if that's what she wants. Along with the tea, I present a collection of well-regarded Japanese sweets. That we always have with the tea. Once tea time is over, Ilya wants to explore the house. Sure, it isn't very interesting though.
いいの、ただ見たいだけなんだから。魔術的な価値がないのは入った時に分かったし、シロは案内してくれるだけでいいよ。
Gee, thanks. And so, I take Ilya on a walking tour of my house while she gives me running commentary.
思ったより狭いんだね。回廊のくせに片っぽはガラスだし、これじゃあ襲われた時に困るよ。
For instance,
これがシロの部屋？嘘よ。こんなとこに人なんて住めないんだから。
for instance,
ここが庭？日本の魔術師は大変ね。こんな猫の額ぐらいのガーデンじゃ何も育てられないじゃない。
for instance,
知ってる。ここ道場って言うんでしょ。おじいさまが言ってたもの。連中は裸足で切り合う野蛮人だって。
for instance,
いや、物置の中なんて見たくない。そういうところは使用人に任せておけばいいんだから。
for instance. She sure has a lot to say about it all. Still, it looks like she's having fun.
ねえ、次はまだあっちの方行ってないよ。早く行こうしろ。
She hurries me along. Fine, fine. This is the back part of the house. We haven't used it in the last few years, so don't mind all the dust. Ilya runs down the hallway, shouting excitedly. Phew. Damn, though. I don't know why she's so happy to be here, but that alone makes it worth the trouble. But, in the middle of it, Ilya settles down and she just looks through the rooms. Maybe she's tired. Ilya goes to the rest of the house without saying a word. I give her the remainder of the tour, and then we're back in the living room. That's all. There's a separate guest house, but we'll have to skip it for today. Saber's sleeping in there. From behind, she looks dispirited.
そっか。これで全部なんだ。
Ilya, what's wrong? Are you tired?
うん。ちょっと疲れちゃった。だって誰もいないんだもん。
When she turns to look at me, she looks like a little girl her age. She's just Ilya, not a master.
私復讐に来たのに、その相手がもういないのって悲しいね。
She murmurs to herself, silent tears fall down her cheeks.
あれ、おかしいな。私泣いてるみたい。怖いことも悲しいこともなかったのに変だよね。
Ilya looks sincerely puzzled. There's a reason, of course. The person she resented for years isn't here in this house. She came here with only vengeance and murder in her mind and missed her chance to achieve closure. Ilyasville von Einsburn. She has her reasons for wanting to kill me and Kiritsugu, and that would be...
行こうシロ。そろそろ帰らないと日が暮れちゃう。夜になる前に別れないと戦いになっちゃうよ、私たち。
Ilya states that fact with a smile. What should I say to that? Yeah, I'll walk you to the park.
シロ、ちゃんとレディーの扱い方分かってるじゃない。
Her smile is so innocent. Ilya runs to the front door like nothing happened, her silver hair swaying. And that's the third time I said farewell to her. My footsteps feel heavy on the way home. I take my time as if walking through the familiar town and streets for the first time. I have a lot to think about. And I've been made to realize how important Ilya is to me. Pops, should Ilya and I fight each other as masters? Or should I convince Ilya to quit this war?
とりわけマキリとアインツベルンの執念は深い。奴らの祈願は500年と1000年だ。
That's what Kodamine said. Is there a way to pull Ilya away from people who have been after the Holy Grail for such a long time? No, before even that. Right now, I don't know how to set her free from her desire for vengeance. I return to the Emiya household. The sunlight bathes the town in twilight. Okay, I need to get my head back on straight. I clap my cheeks to clear my mind. I have to deal with Ilya and Shinji eventually, but the top priority now is stopping Castor from attacking any more people. I won't let the tragedy of 10 years ago repeat itself. That's why I decided to be a master and fight with Saber. Sakura's shoes are at the entrance. Given the time, she must be back from club practice. I'm home. Oh, Sakura, you're asleep. I find Sakura asleep in the living room. She must be tired from her club activities. She's slumped over the table, or rather, lying nearly supine on the tatami floor. She must be exhausted. You would be. Going to school and club practice right after getting sick and helping me here on top of that. You work yourself too hard, Sakura. I cross the living room, taking care not to wake her up. Then, I bring a blanket from the bedroom. Here, you'll catch another cold if you don't cover up. I gently drape it over her so as not to disturb her. And Sakura looks up dreamily at me, as if she isn't quite here. Something's different about her. It's like she isn't the Sakura I know, who laughs and helps me in the kitchen while wearing an apron. There's something almost erotic about her that I've never seen. Sakura, I brought you a blanket. I make excuses, failing utterly to hide how bothered I am. Suddenly, something white coils smoothly around my neck. She's close enough to me that I can feel her breathing. Her fingers caress my neck and her feminine body fills my vision, meeting no resistance. But, Sakura, hold on. I can't breathe properly, nor form a sentence. Sakura isn't fully awake. Her drowsy, almost intoxicated gaze is proof enough. So I should put a stop to this right now and pull away from her. I can't take my eyes off her body. I watch the way her hair flows down her neck. I'm drawn in by the yearning gasps escaping her lips, by her bosom straining against her shirt. She went and grew up before I knew it, and now she's right in front of me. It's a dizzying sight. Basically, horny mode activated. Woo! Yeah, I was just like, alright. The hands around my neck grow a little firmer. Her face draws close. My will to resist slips away, captivated by those charming lips. My rational mind skids to a halt. Everything I forbid myself from thinking or noticing, all that boring, useless common sense crumbles away. Sakura. My pounding heart is thunderous rhythm. The beat is so palpable, it's almost painful. I can't think anymore. I'll just run away! Run away!
シロ、帰ってきたのですか?
I leap into the air. With speed and agility unlike anything I've ever achieved before, I stick the landing on the table.
素晴らしい動きです。しかしシロ、テーブルの上に乗るのはどうかと思うのですが。
Right. I just moved on impulse. I sheepishly get down from the table. As for Sakura, The arms she had around me are splayed out on the floor, and she's fast asleep again.
シロ、顔が真っ赤ですが、何かあったのですか？視線も落ち着かないようですし、気にかかることでも。
Not really. Let's take this to the dojo. I want to let Sakura rest, so let's spar until dinner.
いい心がけです、シロ。昨日の休息で私の体調も万全ですし、今夜の戦いに備えるとしましょうか。
Saber goes off to the dojo without questioning my suspicious behavior. Anyway, I'm safe for now. Saber may not have noticed, but I'm glad that the situation didn't go any further, because I couldn't have resisted on my own. That is, if I'd laid a hand on Sakura while she was half asleep, the guilt would have driven me to kill myself right here. Seriously.
けど先輩、稽古もいいですけど、ほどほどにしないとダメです。突き指でも大変なのに、指の骨が折れかかるなんて普通じゃないと思います。
Ow, Sakura, can't you wrap the bandage a little slower?
痛いのは当たり前です。こんな怪我してるのに放っておいたら腫れるに決まってるじゃないですか。これも顛末と思って諦めてください。
Gah. Sakura tapes my middle finger tightly. She does it skillfully. She probably sees a lot of sprained fingers at the Kyudo club. Still, she could be gentler about it.
それに、セーバーさんもセーバーさんです。先輩より上手なら、もう少しやりようがあるんじゃないですか？先輩、体のところどころが腫れ上がってて、これじゃお風呂にも入れません。
さくら、言葉を返しますが、それはシローが望んだことです。私はシローの要求に応えたに過ぎない。それに今夜の怪我はシローにも責任がある。自分から手合わせを願ったというのに、集中力が全くなかったのですから。
Saber looks at me displeased. Oof. I don't have any excuse for that.
先輩、気分でも悪かったんですか？
It wasn't my fault, I swear.
その不確かな気持ちのまま道場に入るなんて先輩らしくないですよね。
全くです。一体何に気を取られていたのですか、シローは。竹刀を握っても見ているのは食うばかりで、気迫が全く感じられなかった。
Oh my. Sakura was on my mind, but I obviously can't say that. The memory alone is enough to speed up my heart.
先輩、まだ痛いところがあるんですか？
It does, but I'm not going to mention where. I'm obviously speaking as Shiro here, not myself. Worried, Sakura leans in slightly. No, I'm fine now. I just have indigestion because I ate too much. So if you could make me some tea, that would really help. I sputter and back away from Sakura.
そうですね。それじゃあ食後のお茶入れてきます。
Sakura stands up to go to the kitchen counter. It almost gave me a heart attack. The sight of her sleeping in the living room is still burned into my memory, so having her come so close makes me really self-conscious.
セイバーさん、お茶でいいですか？
はい。ぬるめでお願いします。
Sakura briskly makes us tea. I should be used to seeing her from behind, but for some reason it feels so fresh. Duh. Damn it, where is my mind going? Saber's right, I have been acting off for a while. Just seeing Sakura is enough to remind me of her sleeping form earlier and those soft lips. Damn, I'm pathetic. She's precious family to me and someone who looks up to me. Why am I seeing her this way now? Shit. I know damn well why. Sakura's pretty. I've noticed that for a long time. But even knowing that, I've tried to interact with her and her alone as her senpai. I like Sakura. Before I knew it, I started taking her presence for granted. It gave me comfort. Not in a romantic sense, mind you. I never wanted to be physically intimate with her. I know she's a girl, but I wasn't conscious of her as a member of the opposite sex. Except it isn't because I don't think she is, but rather, I was just trying not to see her that way.
先輩どうぞお茶入りました。
Oh yeah, thanks, Sakura.
どういたしまして。先輩も夕食ご苦労様でした。
Sakura smiles happily. Just that is enough to cheer me up. It seems like she really enjoyed the pork meatballs with grilled vegetables I made for dinner. Sakura sets down Saber's cup of tea and then returns to her seat at the table. Saber accepts the green tea, looking content to have tea after dinner.
いただきます。しかしタイガはどうしたのでしょうね。ここのところ彼女の姿はあまり見ませんが。
Huh? Oh, Fujine called earlier and said she won't be coming tonight. I didn't ask for details, but she said she was visiting the hospital.
そうですか。タイガはシロウのくせに詳しいですから、もう少し話が聞きたかったのですが。
Please don't.
仕方ありません。シロウの強化は次の機会にするとしましょう。
Are you saying I'm still a beginner after training for the last couple days?
当然です。今までの鍛錬は単に今のシロウができることを体で知ってもらっただけですから。シロウの特性を生かした生存方法を考慮するのはこれからです。
Well, that sounds like it's going to be tough.
厳しいというのであれば厳しいですが、そもそも今までの鍛錬は準備運動に過ぎません。
Damn. Really? I don't know whether or not I should be grateful to Fujine for not coming over tonight.
何ですか今のため息は。シロウ、これはあなたのためになることであって。さくら。
Saber looks at Sakura. Huh? I follow her gaze. Oh no. Sakura's breathing is labored. Sakura! I rush over and grab her by the shoulders.
先輩何でしょうか。
You stupid, you're pushing yourself without telling us again. Actually, she isn't. Sakura's shoulders aren't warm, and she doesn't look tired. She just stares up at me, confused. Huh? You just looked like you were feeling sick again.
いえ違いますよ。私ちょっと寝ちゃってただけです。
She chuckles sheepishly. Don't scare me like that. I thought your cold came back.
すみません。今日は一日中眠くて気を抜くとまぶたが落ちちゃうんです。
Yeah, I did see you napping earlier this evening. If you're tired, just go lie down. I'll clean up the rest.
そうですね。それじゃあお言葉に甘えて先に失礼させてもらいます。
Sakura gives a slight bow of thanks and leaves the living room. She looks steady on her feet, so maybe she really just didn't get enough sleep last night. The moon wanes. A strong wind brings clouds that cover its pale brilliance. I step outside quietly to let Sakura rest. It's 10 p.m. We're starting our patrol early to make up for yesterday. After we beat Castor, I got complacent, and that led to more innocent casualties. If she's still alive and going after more civilians, then I need to settle this for good tonight. We go down the hill and arrive at the intersection. The question is where to go from here.
シロウ、サーバントの気配です。
Are they close, Saber?
距離的には問題ありません。シローの足を考慮しても全力で追跡すれば5分ほどで追いつけます。マスター、指示を。
Saber's asking me whether we should pursue or observe the enemy. I don't even need to think about it. Let's go. Lead the way, Saber. Saber starts running. It looks like she headed east toward the big bridge connecting Miyama and Shinto. The instant I step foot on the park, I'm assailed by a nauseating aura. The air feels tainted. A rotting odor reaches my nostrils. Just being here is enough to turn my stomach. Light dizziness and a discomfort in my throat tears at my consciousness.
シロ、あれを。
Gah! I fight down the nausea and look across the park. There, I see.
ヘミヤ君？
Tasaka and Archer. Their backs to us, and...
どうやら新手が来たようじゃな。
that old man, Zoken Matao. One look is enough to understand the situation. Tasaka and Zoken are fighting. Dozens of small, indistinct things are scattered at Tasaka's feet. Several times their number surround Archer. Zoken must have used some kind of magecraft to attack them.
誰かと思えばセーバーのマスターか。いやはやこれはしたり。助っ人を用意しておくとは当社家の娘にしては頭が回る。
そんなわけないでしょ。あんたを押さえつけて白状させるのなんて私とアーチャーだけで十分よ。あそこにいるのはただの観客。私とは関係ないんだから。
Tasaka stays focused on Zoken, not paying us a second thought. Or so I expected.
あんた何やってんのよ。こんな時にやってくるなんて死にたいの。
She hisses a fresh round of complaints at me.
シロ、
I know, this isn't the time to fight Tasaka and Archer. I feel danger from the old man, just as Tasaka won't take her eyes off him. He's a monster that lives off human blood. A descendant of the Makiris trying to acquire the Holy Grail, and the person who made Shinji into a master. I can't just stand aside and let this fight play out.
隠しておきたかったが仕方あるまい。わしとてサーバントを2体敵に回しては生き残れんからの。
The cane in his hand rings out. With a thud, he plants his arcane-looking cane into the brick ground. And instantly, something that should be dead appears to defend the old man. Caster, damn it, she really is still alive.
シロ、下がって。あれはキャスターですが、キャスターではありません。外装能力はそのままですが、意志である魂を感じない。あれはキャスターの死骸を別のもので補っただけの模造品です。
Saber steps forward. Invisible sword at the ready.
ほう、さすがはセーバー。一目でわしのからくりを見抜きおったが、いやはやこれでは信じ程度のライダーがかなわんのも道理。キャスターもなすすべなくお主に敗れたように、そこのアーチャーとてお主の敵ではあるまい。
向上はそれだけか。我らを測った罪だけではない。敵同士とはいえ、キャスターとてサーバントに選ばれた英霊だ。その亡骸をもてあそぶからには相応の覚悟があるのだろうな。
さて、わしは使われなくなったものを拾っただけよ。
I mean, that's one way to view it.
それを下道というのなら構わんがな、セイバー。それではお主の行く末はその下道にも劣ってしまうぞ。何しろその身は最高のサーバント。ならばこのようなムクロよりお主を屈服させるが最上じゃ。その体を我が虫どもに食わせ、 そこなムクロと同じ命運をたどらせよ。
貴様。
何を憤る。所詮サーマントなど主の道具、どのように刺激するかなど問題ではあるまい。霊樹で縛られるも死してなお使われるも同じならば、心ない人形と化すがうぬらのためであろう。
Both servants charge. As if in unspoken agreement, Saber and Archer race forward to cut down the cackling fiend. Two-bladed gusts descend upon Castor. The result was obvious from the start. Castor can't beat Saber. Even if Zokin pulls her strings, her disadvantage is still clear. Hold on, I've got a phone call I've got to make. I will be right back. That was an interesting conversation I just had. So we're trying to make a plan to see Deadpool Wolverine over the weekend, so we'll figure that out, I guess. But anyway, if Zoken pulls the strings, her disadvantage is still clear. Unscathed by Caster's Magecraft, Saber finishes off her opponent for the second time. The dead servant's husk collapse. Saber stands over Caster's remains, observing her final moments. She makes absolutely sure that Caster is gone, back from whence she came, so that her corpse will never be misused by mortal mage. That's Tasaka's voice. I turn to see that Zoken has disappeared. He must have sacrificed Caster as a distraction to aid his escape. But Saber saw it coming and was ready for Caster. Archer was never after Caster to begin with. He was focused on her puppeteer instead. Without hesitation, he cleaves through Zoken's body. Zoken's upper body crumbles to the ground. I heard a slithering sound. The old man, missing his body from the waist down, slithers along the ground, leaking some gruesome substance.
終わりだ、魔術師。過去からの経験でな、お前のような妖物は早めに処理することにしている。
Archer's short sword cuts upward in a second arc. That'll finish Zoken. No matter how immortal he is, he'll die if you crush his head. He was already on the verge of death anyway. Without natural healing ability like those of a servant, severe wounds hasten his death by the second. Archer goes in for a killing blow to make absolutely certain the mage is dead. Huh? No, he tries to, but he freezes in his tracks. Archer isn't the only one who senses it. Everyone here does. Tasaka and Saber, Archer and I. Even the dying Zoken trembles in astonishment at its sudden appearance. The park becomes inky black. The damp air freezes over instantly. Even my pounding heart begins to slow. Something bad is nearby. I have to run. I can't be around it. My body understands this better than my brain, but it rejects my commands to flee. I know that running is futile. It rules out escape as an option because there's no getting away once you run into that thing. I tremble. My paralyzed neck begins to move. My eyes track to the park entrance. There. Stands a shadow. Space twists. I'd like to believe that I'm just hallucinating, that I'm losing my grip on reality due to extreme distress. Whatever that is, I've never seen anything like it. The shadow stands there, upright and ethereal. It seems light enough to be blown away by a breeze, but its gravity is more commanding than anything else here. It has no intellect, no reason. It isn't even a living creature. The black shadow stays where it is, piercing the night like a skyscraper. And for some reason, I find the sight nostalgic.
Alien.
I hear a hoarse, wizened voice. The only person who manages to talk is the dying old man.
Alien.
He crawls away, wailing. Zoken Matau flees from Archer's sword and leaves the park as fast as he can. It isn't because he has the stamina to spare. It's simple. His wholehearted fear of the sinister shadow was enough to whip his wasted carcass into action. Nobody can move. Tasaka and I tremble. Saber and Archer are frozen still, as if mesmerized by something. It's a monster of the deep sea. In a completely stopped, silent world, only the shadow sways. And for the first time, it shows sign of having a will. It has no eyes, no limbs, no body, and yet a shadow stretches out from its feet. It casts a long, long shade under the moonlight. Slowly it turns to point at Tasaka, like a snake that's just discovered prey. Tasaka can't move. She hasn't noticed the change in the shadow. Saber is too far. Archer starts running. To! The shadow stretches. I do not know that number, so I will not answer it. Suddenly, without warning, it covers dozens of meters. Aka, look out! I frantically shove her aside. I can't hear her voice. The instant I push Tasaka, something incomprehensible swallows me. I hear a splash and feel something crushing my body. Ah! So, my hunch wasn't wrong. A torrent of liquid, like having a dump truck emptied on me, submerges me from head to toe. I'm in the deep ocean now. But it's hot. This is way too hot for seawater. It's boiling coal tar. It sticks to my skin, shutting me off from my basic life functions. Rather than being underwater, it's like... Ugh. I feel nauseous, repulsed. I feel nauseous, repulsed, nauseous, repulsed. Ugh. At the voice, I open my eyes. My body feels hot. The nausea won't go away. My head feels woozy, and I can't even stand up on my own. I feel someone slapping my cheeks. Yeah. Only you would slap me like that at a time like this, Tasaka. I wasn't trying to be flippant. It's just how I feel.
バカ、何笑ってるのよ。言っとくけど、礼は言わないわよ。あんな真似は二度としないで。助けてもらった相手に死なれたら、借りを返すこともできなくなる。
She shoots me a glare. Even so, Tasaka has one hand supporting my back, while the other is supporting my hand as if to check my temperature. Tasaka, did something weird happen?
消えたわ。エミヤ君が影の上に立って倒れたと思ったらもういなかった。あれ自身はあっちの方からやってきたみたいだけど。
Tasaka looks to the southern sky, no, the southwest, and grinds her teeth. Oh, but I felt like I was wrapped in there forever.
本当？あなたが私を突き飛ばしてから今まで10秒も経ってないわよ。その証拠にほら。
シロ。
Saber comes running.
またあなたは無茶な真似をして。
Saber supports me on her shoulder and takes me from Tasaka.
離れなさい、アーチャーのマスター。それ以上我がマスターに近寄るのなら敵対行為とみなします。
Relax.
何？もしかして私も敵？
当然でしょう。あなたはマスターであり、アーチャーを連れている。何のつもりでシロがあなたをかばったかは知りませんが、みすみす我が主に近づかせることはできない。
They almost got it. A proc. It is a brooch, but still. Saber glares at Tasaka. Oh no, come to think of it, I never updated Saber on the situation. It's not like that, Saber. Tasaka and I have a truce right now. Until we defeat Caster, that is.
シロ、しっかり気をつけて。
I said she isn't our enemy. We have a deal.
分 わかりました。あなたがそう言うのなら彼女とは争いません。ですから。
Yeah, sorry. To be honest, I can't talk. I desperately cling to consciousness as my mind strains under chills and nausea. I can pass out once I get home. Until then, I need to keep my mind together at least.
助かったか。ま、本体に触れたわけでもなし、実体のあるものなら怒りを移された程度だろう。
Archer comes over. His expression is neutral, even though he lets Zoken escape. He's the calmest one here.
アーチャー、あなたは今の影が何者か知っているのですか？
さてな。だがこれで一つはっきりした。キャスターナキアと町の人間から魔力を吸い上げているのは今の影だろうよ。
Archer sounds indifferent. Then he directs his attention to me on the ground.
どうやら支援を優先できる状況ではなくなったようだ。そうだろ、エミヤシロ。
Huh?
あれが何であるかはお前の直感が正しい。サーバントとして召喚されたというのに、結局はあれの相手をさせられるというわけだ。
アーチャー、あなたは一体。
そうか、君はまだ守護者ではなかったな。ではあの手の類と対峙したことはなかろう。まったくいずこにいようとやることに変わりがないとはな。
The Red Knight leaves, beckoning to Sokka to go with him. But before he does...
いや、そう悲観したものではないか。まだことは起きていない。後始末にとどまるか、その前に型をつけるのか。今回は摘み取れる可能性がまだ残されているのだから。
He murmurs, gazing up at the stars. The flickering repeats. Fever permeates my body and I can't feel myself walking. Someone said something about catching a fever. It feels like mosquitoes carrying fever are spreading through my body and swarming around my fingertips. In my daze, I can't distinguish dreams from reality. It's like I'm already asleep and trying my damnedest to escape from the dream back in my bedroom.
さくら、睡眠中ではなかったのですか？
どいてください。そんな支え方じゃ先輩が辛くなる。
いえ、これは私が任されたことです。それに何らかの病だとしたらあなたにまで移ってしまう。
そんなことを言ってるんじゃありません。セイバーさん、あなたと先輩が何をしているのかは知りません。聞いても答えてもらえないことだって分かっていますから、問いただすこともしませんでした。けどあなたが来てから先輩は毎日辛そうでした。それだけならよかったのに、今夜は怪我をして帰ってきたんです。
さくら、それは。
She can't deny that.
セイバーさんの事情は知りませんけど、もう少しうまいやり方があるんじゃないですか。それができないって言うなら、せめて先輩を巻き込むのはやめてください。
I'm brought back to my room. Someone's next to me, putting me to bed, I think. I think they whispered in my ear, but I couldn't make it out. Did they say they were reckless? Did they apologize to me? Anyway, that's the last thing I heard. My consciousness starts to fade as soon as I lie down. Everything I see squirms like worms until I pass out. She sees her friend off, an odd timber in her farewell. No one else is around and the traffic circle is completely still. Did her friend take the last taxi home or are they all occupied? In any case, the park in front of the train station, usually well lit and filled with loiterers, is cold and lifeless. She walks home, tipsy. She doesn't mind that that the last train has already left, nor that there aren't any taxi nearby. Her apartment is just around the corner. She's used to going home alone after seeing off her friend who lives in the town 3 train stops away. She walks through the middle of the roundabout, abandoned even though it isn't midnight yet, and takes the path home in high spirits. And yet, when did it all stop being just another night? An empty city, a back alley the light doesn't reach, the cold creeping out from the shadows. Some formless anxiety grates away her composure. She turns around. Her follower is silent, unfriendly shadow. She quickens her walk. She begins to think it's dangerous to be here. She doesn't think she's overreacting. She doesn't feel anyone following her. To begin with, her instincts aren't good enough to sense danger even if someone was stalking her. She's just a normal, decent city dweller. I am always fascinated by people that have no sense of danger. And what I mean by that is like just risk assessment and like understanding that, hey, this may not be a good place to be. Like, that has to be like an impossible feat. To not have any awareness. And yet, she suddenly begins to tremble. The unpleasant feeling intensifies. This is just like that one time when she was a child, when she woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't move. It feels like the anxiety of having the entire world reject her. Like that one night, she even thought someone was lurking in a corner of her bedroom. She couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom and pretended to sleep until morning. Before she knows it, she's jogging. This isn't her usual route home. The path before her is dangerous. Either path is pitch black. Relying on the same intuition that told her she was in danger, she finds herself nearly stumbling as she runs towards safety. When did the jog become a headlong sprint? She knows that it's comical to be so afraid of something she can't even see, but she can't stop. She scrambles down the street like a mad dog. It's strange how her throat is parched, and yet she isn't sweating at all. The city at night. A string of unexplained accidents. She tells herself that rumors never mentioned anything about a slasher. There's no one else around. Tonight of all nights, the streets are empty. Does no one really care? It feels like she's an imitation of the city she knows so well, in a place where no one will ever find her. At last, she comes to the end of the line. Why did she come here? It's so hilarious. She belly laughs because it's funny. Her throat feels like it belongs to someone else. All she did was run. She thought that there would be no going back if she took the normal way home. So she chose a different route that would take her to a safe place, and now... Finally, she realizes that there was never any escape to begin with. Just as something can jump at you out of the grass, other things can pounce on you from the tree branches. At first, it drops on her head. Nobody hears her scream. Her body hits the pavement. There's a sharp pain in her ankles. It hurts so bad it must be a joke. Like she's lost everything from the heel down. That can't possibly be true, so she tries wiggling her fingers, only to find that she can't feel anything. Instead, something is burrowing into a part of her that's missing. With bloody but still functioning eyes, she looks to see what it is. But she can't see it anymore. All she knows is that something she doesn't understand is gathering in her body. For some reason, her eyes can't process what they see. The worms wriggle their way inside. When she was a child, she once saw a bathtub sponge infested by maggots. This looks just like that. The closer image would be inchworms squirming in an apple's holes. The realistic images don't line up, and the events unfolding before her eyes. After all, this can't be happening. Not to her. It'll be midnight soon. I need to go home, fill up the bath. Ouch. Laugh about all the stuff that happened today. It hurts. While I dry my hair, it hurts. I'll catch up on the shows I recorded. Go back to my room. Set my alarm. I want to go home. Wake up in the morning. Go home. Ow. Go to work. Eek. Need to go home. Go home. Go home.
会社に部屋に戻りたいのにどっか行け違うって言ってるでしょやめてよお願いします私を部屋に返してくださいお願いあんたたちもうやだ何勝手に私を
The tragedy ends in less than 5 minutes. It was a gruesome scene that might be described as a meal, if one were to define a meal as a simple acquisition of nutrition. The fallen thing rises. What was once a woman can only be now described as a wizened old man.
こればかりはいつになってもなれんものだな。
A hoarse voice rasps. The swarm of insects is gone. Having finished their meal, they returned to their nest inside the aged body. In other words, they hollowed out the inside of the woman and turned her into their own. Something witnessed it happen up above. A mismatched white face floats in the gaps between tree branches. It is a mask made of human skull, locked in a jester's smile. Its owner is, of course, the seventh servant who killed Lancer. Assassin, the masterless, heroic spirit born from a false servant.
器用なものだ。先ほどの体も元より借り物だったということか。おう、見ておったのか、アサシン。そうよ。わしの肉体はとうの昔に滅び去っておる。こうしてすでに出来上がっている体に寄生するだけの老いぼれでな。他の者どものように日の元に出られる体ではない。
The cackling comes from none other than Zokin Matau. It took him only minutes to attack and take over the woman. No matter how impressive a mage he is, the speed of the act was abnormal.
そうか。元の体などどうでもよい。 単に一人分の肉が必要なだけなのだな。そうして得た肉を好みの形に作り上げるわけか。どのみち中身は虫どもなのだ。人間としての機能は虫どもが果たす。まさに擬態よな。
ほほう、わずか一日で饒舌になったではないか、アサシン。その様では己が望みを思い出したか。
無論我は同じ望みを持つ召喚者にのみ呼び出される。魔術師殿の不死への渇望がこの身を招いたのだ。故に私が望むは永遠のみだが。
The black shadow sways. The expressionless skull mask eyes the old mage dubiously.
いささか疑問が生じた。魔術師殿はすでに不死。その年月も500を超えよう。ならば望みはとうに叶っているのではないか。
The old mage's shoulders tremble as he raises his voice. Who can tell whether his laugh is one of joy or rage? Indeed, Zoka Matao is nearly immortal. With a body like that of a nest, he will continue to live as long as his soul's vessel remains intact. But it is a life of agony. Zokan does not maintain his old man's form out of preference. He is transformed into something inhuman, masquerading as a man. There are limits to his magecraft. It is not unlike a machine. Even if perpetual operation is possible in theory, his parts still suffer from wear. Parts rust, cogs fail to align, programming and cognition fails to keep up with the evolving times.
いやいや、わしは不死ではないぞ、アサシン。わしの体は腐る。何度新しい肉体を得ようと腐る。何をしようと腐っていくのだ。この新しい肉体とてすでに腐敗が始まっている。生きたまま自身が腐っていくこの不快と屈辱。自らが人ではなく虫なのだと受け入れる絶望といえば分かってもらえるか
な。なぜ腐る？虫どもでは真っ当な肉体を作れないのか。
そのようなことはないぞ。虫どもは生きがいいからな。肉体面では何の問題もない。元より老いる体を憂いて寄生体となった身だ。肉体面の防備に抜かりはなかった。わしは永遠に生き続ける方法、人間としてとどまれる方式としてこの延命法を選んだつもりじゃ。
ますますわからぬな。完全な肉体維持を選んでおいてその始末なのか。そもそもなぜ外見を老人に模す。肉を粘土のようにこねるのならいかようにも姿は変えられよ
う。良い質問じゃ。ではトーンが元の肉体を完全に失った者が自らの力だけでかつての自分を復元するとし、その場合肉体を元の形に戻すものは何だと思う？
肉体は己の肉体を記録している。肌がそげ、肉が落ちようとかつての姿に戻るのは肉体そのものに設計図があるからだ。
遺伝子に記録された構成図じゃな。だがわしの場合は違う。そも自身の構成を記録していた肉体そのものを失ったのだ。設計その場合自己を覚え元通りの形にするものは何だと思うね。
The answer is obvious. His soul. The soul is the memory of the world itself. A record of a body bound not by the physical realm's laws like the flesh, but existing on a higher plane belonging to a concept known as the astral realm. Yes, as long as his soul is intact. It could be possible to restore one's past self even after one's loss of one's body, one's genes, and even one's very cells. meaning that this old mage,
なるほど。自身の魂だけを生かし、肉体は生きている者たちから摂取する。それが魔術師殿の不死の正体か。故に他の姿にはなれない。魔術師殿が存命させているものは肉体ではなく魂。故に魂以外の姿は形作れないと。
当然であろう。わしとて好き好んで老人の体を得ているわけではないわ。よいか、わしはこの姿しか作れんのだ。それも定期的に変えねば腐り落ちる不出来なものよ。かつては一度の取り替えで54年活動したわしが、今では数ヶ月に一度取り替えねば存命できぬ。その賠償さ、腐敗する苦しみが誰に理解できようか。間違えるな今代のアサシンよ。そのようなものを二度と不死と称するでない。
frustration tinges the old man's voice. It has been 3 days since Assassin was summoned. The killer finally knows who its summoner is.
納得がいった。つまり腐っているのは肉体ではなく、
そう、魂が腐っておる。時間の蓄積は幽体にさえ影響を及ぼすのだ。故にわしの体は腐る。構成図である魂が腐っていては肉体が腐り落ちるのも当然である。
故に聖杯を求めるか。憤るわけよな。その永遠、生地永久を知らぬ者より辛かろう。
そうだとも。わしの体は腐るのだ。その苦しみ、骨の髄まで侵す毒から解放されねばならぬ。そのための聖杯、そのための死なない体よ。そうだ、わしは死にたくない。まだ生きていたい。この世から消えてなくなるなど考えるだに恐ろしい。それから逃れるために何百年と生き、腐敗から逃れるために何千という肉を食らい続けた。わかるか、山の主よ。わしはこの虫と化した自身が恨めし、わしだけが腐ることが恨めし、人として当然のように正しい肉体を授かる虫どもが恨めしいのだ。
The white mask gazes down at the oozing, festering old man. He has made very clear how much he despises humans living peaceful lives. He has recounted how his very effort to escape that peace has caused him great suffering. The mage is the cause of his own pain, of his perpetual state of decomposition, melting his skin, festering his meat, and sundering his bones as long as he lives. However, his suffering has become a problem too great to be resolved by merely assigning blame. Morality and causality are no longer relevant. At any rate, one can speculate that Zoka Matau has long lost sight of his goal. An ordinary man could not withstand the pain and terror of Zokan's bodily decay for even an hour. No, it would not be possible no matter how stout one's spirit. One would die first. After a mere hour of decay, the body would die. Now imagine 200 years of this ordeal. Only the mage could possibly know how much a human mind would deteriorate after so many years of endless decay. Zoka Matau abandoned his humanity long ago. Even if he were still sane, one could conclude that he has lost his way from the moment his mentality became incomprehensible to any human on Earth.
数百年の妄念か。私には理解できぬが。
The old mage's ramblings can be summed up in a single sentence. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This man simply does not wish to die. That alone describes how clear an idea Zokan has of an otherwise vague conviction that any other man might have. In clinging to that simple, foolish wish, he has sacrificed a great many people. In sowing seeds to help him acquire the Holy Grail, he has created even more victims. No. The old mage's very existence is founded on the sacrifice of others. And to the masked assassin, that is a motivation worthy of his service.
理解できぬが魔術師殿はこの私のマスターにふさわしい。よかろう。人として扱われなかった者同士共に永遠を目指すとしよう。
The skull will serve. His bleached white head dips in respect to the rotting old mage. There was a lot of hoopla just to say, yeah, he's a parasite. That's really all that was. Delight. February 7th. It's morning. It's after 7 o'clock. The weather is nice outside and bright white sunlight pours in. Huh. I get up and stretch my back. Physically, I feel well. I can move my limbs easily and there's no trace of any headache. I feel great waking up today, as if the horror of the last night never happened. Must have just been heartburn. I sigh and think back on what happened. Even if I was reliving what happened 10 years ago, I really need to train more if I can't remember anything that happened. My memories since collapsing in the park are vague. All I remember is leaning on Saber's shoulder and being put to bed. Oh right, I need to thank Saber. I get out of bed and quickly change in my school uniform. Saber seems like she's still asleep, so I'll go have breakfast. It's already 7, so I should see Sakura's in the living room.
Senpai.
In the living room, I found Sakura holding her school bag. Breakfast is ready. The table is neatly arranged and ready for us to start dining right away. Oh, is breakfast ready already?
はい。時間があったので、先輩とセイバーさんの分を作っておきました。
What about your food?
私はいいです。先に学校に行ってますから、お二人で朝食をとってください。
What's wrong, Sakura? It's weird that you made us breakfast, yet you aren't going to have any. Did something happen yesterday? Sounds like I was on the mark. But I can't think of anything from yesterday's events that would apply. After dinner last night, Sakura went back to her room, and that was the last time I saw her. After that, I think something happened, but the thought gives me so much nausea I can't remember. Come to think of it, I remember talking with you and Saber about something.
私、ひどいことを言っちゃったんです。先輩が倒れかけているのを見て、ついカッとなっちゃって。
You said something to Saber?
はい。けど、私にだってそんなこと言える資格なんてなかった。それなのにセイバーさんだけ悪者にしてしまったんです。だから今はセイバーさんに合わせる顔がなくて、それで。
So that's why she made breakfast for 2 and is trying to leave before she runs into Saber.
すみません先輩。あの後すぐ自分のバカさ加減に気づいてセイバーさんに謝ったんです。そしたらセイバーさん私に謝ってくるんです。私が悪いのに自分の不注意だったって。
Sakura hangs her head, looking ashamed. I see. If you apologize to someone and they end up apologizing back to you, that would make you feel even worse. You two are so silly. I'm obviously the one most responsible for getting myself hurt. You shouldn't argue over something like that.
でも先輩、私セイバーさんに。
It's okay. I'll just say this now, but when she knows someone else is in the wrong, she doesn't back down. If you made a bad case to her, she'll get really mad at you. The fact that she apologized means she accepts what you said. Saber might not say it, but she likes you. She values people who try their best.
けど、ならなおのこと、今朝は遠慮します。セイバーさんが怒ってくれなかった分、ちゃんと自分で叱らないと調子に乗っちゃいますから。
Sakura laughs bashfully and gives me a modest bow. Looks like her mind is set on leaving for school early. If you insist, then I won't stop you. But what are you going to do early in the morning? Practice is canceled.
大丈夫。道場のお掃除をするだけですから。セイバーさんにあんなこと言っちゃったんですから、罰として弓道場の床を雑巾がけするんです。
Sakura bids me farewell and leaves the living room. Cleaning the dojo. It's really hard to scrub the floors in the winter, you know. She knows that as well as I do, though, which is probably why she said it. I wonder what she said to pick a fight with Saber, if she thinks she has to do such an unenviable task to make up for it.
私とさくらが喧嘩ですか？
Yes. Huh? I mean, didn't you? She said it was her fault.
言われてみれば確かにそのように見えたかもしれませんが、しかしあれはさくらが正しいのであって、口論というよりは私の不徳を注意してもらったという方が。
Wow. Saber's grumbling to herself. Not that it does a thing to stop her chopsticks from delivering bite after bite of food to her mouth. No, sorry I phrased it weirdly. I was curious because of how much it bothers Sakura. Just forget it.
はあ、さくらといいシロといい、昨夜から同じことを言うのですね。実は二人揃って私をからかっているのではありませんか？
Why would I go out of my way just to prank you? And what would Sakura and I have to gain from that? Actually, I'm terrified of pranking Saber and finding out.
それはそうですね。では、単に二人とも互いを気遣っての行為だったわけですか。
Saber muses as she ingests an omelet. It's good to be a glutton in the morning. But I wonder what Sakura meant. She wouldn't feel that down if it was something petty. Do you mind telling me, Saber?
それは単に私のサーバントとしての力不足についてです。要約すれば、白を守りきれなかったのは私の未熟さだったと。
I think you're doing more than plenty in that front. I just went and fainted on my own last night. You don't need to beat yourself up over it.
それはそうなのですが、とにかくさくらの忠告は正しかった。問題はそれにうなずくことのできない私自身です。さくらに何と言われようと私は、あなたというマスターをこれからも戦いに赴かせるのですから。
Saber looks away uncomfortably. I mean, it's strange. Why is Saber getting so worked up over something that we already mutually agreed on?
がなく、不審に感じた住民が周囲の住宅の調査を要請したところ、
The news is on TV. I turned on the TV while eating, and it's showing a story about last night's events.
発見された体調不良者は30名に及び、直ちに病院に運ばれました。今月に入ってから7件目の昏睡事件ですが、診察の結果はやはり何らかの食中毒に近いと。
I finish breakfast and get ready for school. I'm going to school to see Tasaka. I need to discuss what happened last night with her, about Zoka Matao and the Black Shadow.
警察では宮山南4丁目一帯に被害が拡大したことから何らかの薬物が散布された可能性が高いと。
Miyama South 4 Chome. Tasaka was glaring in that direction last night. Archer said that the shadow was causing the comas. "30 unconscious people. I've experienced for myself what that was like. Like Castor, the shadow lurks in the dark and sucks magical energy from people around town. No, it's more than just sucking. Castor had a gentle touch compared to that thing. She cleverly made sure to harvest energy from people in a repeatable, painless way. Like drawing blood through a syringe, to use a metaphor. This is nothing like that. Castor may have only drawn blood, but the thing I saw last night feasts on its victims. The shadow has no mind or mercy. It only cares about devouring its victims, magical energy, mind and all. Saber, I need to talk to you before I leave for school."
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
Saber heard what they said on the news too. She probably knows what I'm about to say, but she quietly waits for me to continue as always. It's about our direction going forward. You saw that thing last night, right?
はい。どのような幻想種にも該当しない、見たことのないものでした。
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But it's our enemy. It didn't look like a master or servant, but it deliberately targeted me and Tasaka. It's been taking magical energy from people around town. Then...
当面はあの影の探索を優先するということですか？マスターともサーバントとも取れぬ、私たちには関わりのないものの相手をすると。
Saber gives me a hard stare. Her goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, and I'm asking her to help me with an irrelevant objective. Of course she'd be against it, but still, yeah, we can't leave it alone. I think it takes priority over the Holy Grail war. Saber watches me silently for a moment. The deafening silence makes me hold my breath.
まったく、そう来ると思っていました。私としてはあの影には関わりたくないのですが。
Huh? Saber, are you sure about this?
いいも悪いも、私が断ったところでシローは一人で行動するではないですか。そうなった時、あなたを守りきれねば本末転倒です。あなたに死なれては私はこの世にとどまれません。ですからたとえ反対であったとしてもシローの方針に従うしかないのです。
Well, yeah, but...
それにあなたを一人にしては昨夜のような無茶をいつしでかすか。あれで2度目ですからね。3度目だって必ずあります。そんなことになったら私はまたさくらに謝らねばならなくなる。
Then...
誠に不本意ですが、サーバントは主の命に従うもの。マスターであるシローがそう判断したのなら剣は預けます。
Saber.
ですがシロー、あの影は尋常な相手ではない。あれに比べればバーサーカーとて御しやすい相手でしょう。
Yeah, I felt that on my own skin. You can't really describe it as weak or strong or weak. It's pure misfortune. It isn't something you can beat up until it goes down.
それが分かっているのなら 私からは何もありません。ただシロ、あれの相手をするということは最も困難な道を行くということ、それを今から胸に刻んでおいてください。
I mean, I'll be careful, but why would you say that? Do you know what it is, like Archer?
いいえ、私もシロと同じです。あの影が何者なのかはわからない。
Saber reverts her gaze. Then, as if uttering an ominous premonition she just
た
had,
だ漠然と感じたのです。あれは良くない星そのものだと。それこそ関わったもの全てに破滅をもたらす逃れようのない茨のような。
she leaves me with that.
それじゃあホームルーム始めるわよ。日直よろしくって相川くんは休みで相物さんも休み。じゃあ張り切って先生がやっちゃおっかな。みんな起立。
Homeroom begins. More students are absent than yesterday, and the classroom feels less lively. Not just our classroom, actually, the entire school feels muted. Fujine moves homeroom along in a breezy tone, but even she doesn't look as upbeat as usual.
じゃそういうわけで放課後の部活動は禁止ね。連絡事項は以上。ちなみに1次元目の久月先生はお休みだから自習。プリントは持ってきてあげたからみんなはこのまま教室で缶詰ってなさい。
The classroom collectively celebrates and begins to move desks around with a clatter. Fujine is just going to let us do our worksheets at our own pace, meaning we can do whatever we want as long as we stay in the room, but...
シロ、ちゃちゃ。
Why is she waving me over in the hallway in such an obviously suspicious manner? What, Fujine? We're still in class.
そうなんだけどね。ほら、朝そっちに顔出せなかったでしょ。それで不安になっちゃって、シロは元気かなーって。
Where's this coming from? What are you worried about?
それがよくわからない。虫の知らせっていうの？昔っからさ、こうチクチク来る時があったんだけど、その後って決まってシロが車にひかれたり橋から落ちたりしたの。だからシロ元気かなって。
Well, I'm doing just fine. If anything, I'm safer now than I've ever been before.
そうなんだけどね。なんか気になるんだ。こう一緒に乗らなくちゃいけない電車があるのに、シロだけホームに残っちゃってバイバーイって手を振ってるみたいな、そんな感じ？
It's a pretty specific example, and I'm guessing you had a dream like that before you woke up today.
あ、わかっちゃった？お姉ちゃん、おかげで寝坊しちゃったんだよ。
I'm kind of amazed. So she didn't come over because she overslept. No other reason. Okay, that's very Fujine, so I'll allow it. No worries. I'm the same as I always am. On the other hand, you've got dark circles around your eyes. I think it's more than just dreams making you miss sleep.
まあね。昨日も忙しくて、今日も忙しくなりそうよ。しばらく残業続きになりそうだから、シロのところには行けなくなると思う。悔しいけど、私のご飯は作らなくていいや。
Huh?
話はそれだけ。プリントちゃんとやっときなさい。シロ、現代社会の成績悪いんだから、気合い入れないと赤点取っちゃうわよ。
Fujine gives me a casual wave goodbye and leaves. She doesn't need food. I guess that's a load off my back. I feel let down and less motivated. It's a hollow feeling, like my regular life has disappeared.
そうね。エミヤ君の意見には賛成する。 私もあの影は見過ごせない。どこの魔術師だか知らないけど、私の土地で好き放題やってくれてるんだから。
Are you going to keep the truce then?
当然でしょ。あの影を排除するまで余裕ないんじゃない？お互い。
The conversation wraps up smoothly. When lunch break started, I went to Tasaka's Class A and brought her to the roof. Then I kicked things off by suggesting that we do something about the shadow, but Tasaka turned out to be even more determined than I am. So what's the plan? Should we patrol together tonight or split up and search?
そうね。役割分担には賛成するわ。
Okay.
あなたは夜の巡回を続けて、魔術師として怪しいと思ったところ、セイバーが怪しいって感じたところを徹底的に調べることで、エミヤ君がそうして表立って動いてくれてる間、私は造剣を追うから。
Soken Matao. What does he have to do with the shadow?
さあ、造剣もあの影を怖がってたから望み薄だとは思うけど、どこか引っかかるのよ。 まあ、あの影を抜きにしたって造剣は放っておけないでしょ。キャスターの死体を操ったり、魔術師でもない神事をけしかけてマスターにしたり、きな臭いったらありゃしない。
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, we teamed up to deal with Castor for similar reasons. We can't just let the old man run wild now.
ええ、あの影の相手は周りをきれいに片付けてからにしましょう。もし見つけても偵察に留めておいて。あれと戦うのはもっと足場を固めてからにしないとダメよ。
Okay, so what are you going to do specifically? Do you know where Zoken is?
え？ああ、うん。居場所はわからないけど、直接魔導艇に乗り込むわ。うちは魔導家とは縁があるから、あなたより私の方が適任でしょ。
Tasaka lays out her plan in a light-hearted tone. The details are anything but light, though. You'll go to Matao's place? That's dropping straight into the enemy's home base, you know?
そうだけど、何驚いてるのよ。別に戦いに行くわけでもないし、ただ相手の陣地を調べるだけじゃない。
What? And what are you going to do if Zoken ambushes you? I'm not letting you go there by yourself. I'm coming too. Don't be so... Don't be reckless. Yeah, there we go.
バカ、早まってるのはそっちの方よ。
That's why you're setting me up as bait.
言ったでしょ。私は魔導と縁があるの。魔導の魔術は知っているし、造剣の力量だって昨日度で測れたわ。はっきり言って造剣は敵じゃない。あのロー魔術師は魔力のほとんどを体の維持に当てているから、直接的な攻撃手段がないのよ。そんなわけだから、造剣が直接対決してくれるならむしろ願ったりだし、神事だってもうマスターじゃないなら無害でしょ。古臭い魔術師同士の争いは私に任せて、エミヤ君は体で情報を稼いでちょうだい。
Can't argue with him when she puts it like that. Tasaka has Archer with her, so there's no point in being overprotective. Alright, I'll let you deal with Zoken. Saber and I will go look for the shadow.
ええ、よろしくね。それとエミヤ君、聞くけど、さくらはちゃんとあなたの家にいるのよね。
Yeah, she's been sleeping over. Why?
なんでもない。それを聞いて安心しただけよ。魔導艇に乗り込んだ時、何も知らないさくらがいたらやりづらいでしょ。
Oh, right. You're really considerate, Tasaka. I'm surprised.
何よ、その意外なものを見たって目は。あなたね、人のことどんな風に思ってたのよ。
Well, if you have to ask, A human hurricane who arrives with a crash and leaves with a bang, I guess.
エミヤ君が何を考えようと勝手だけど、とにかくマトウの問題は私が解決するから、あなたは夜までおとなしくしてなさいよね。
Roger that. I'll use the daytime to train with Saber in the meantime. I stand up and head for the exit. Lunchtime is almost over, so I better get back to class. There, Tasaka, let's meet up here tomorrow.
ええ、お互いの成果を交換し合うってことで。ああ、けどエミヤ君、
Tasaka's lips curl up into a smile. When she smiles like that, it never means anything good. I make a beeline for the door, a terrible feeling behind me in my stomach.
鍛錬っていうのはどうかと思うわよ。時間がいっぱいあるなら他にすることあるんじゃない？例えば同じ屋根の下にいる女の子を構ってあげるとか。
Unfortunately, I was still within her attack range. What the hell are you talking about? Sakura and I aren't like that. I'm just keeping an eye on her while Shinji is acting out.
あら、私はセイバーを少しは休ませてあげなさいって言ったんだけど。意外ね。エミヤ君、女の子って言ったらサクラが一番に上がるんだ。
She smirks. My face is beet red.
なんてね。冗談よ。さっきのお返し、気に入った？
For what? Only a nutcase like you would like the way you treat me. My shoulders droop. I feel slack as a marionette with strings cut.
そっか。エミヤ君の弱点だもんね。冗談にしてはタチが悪かったか。
You're the one with bad taste. I'm leaving.
はいはい。どうぞ先に行ってて。私はもうちょっと笑ってるから。
Damn it. See you tomorrow, Tasaka. I slam the door behind me and leave the roof. Damn it. She only came here to push my buttons. Did I like it? What does that even mean? In the first place, I don't remember doing anything to her to warrant this treatment. Once school ends, I quickly start to head home. Since all after-school club activities are suspended, students crowd around the campus gate. I take a cursory look around and don't see anyone who might be Tasaka. Knowing her, she must have gone straight to the Matao house.
先輩、誰か探しているんですか？
Nah, I was just looking around. It's not every day that you see this many students leaving at the same time.
そうですね。けど、そのおかげで今日は一緒に帰れます。帰りは商店街に寄っていきますか？
Yeah, let's pick up some stuff for dinner. Fujine won't be coming over for a while, so we'll get enough for 3. You, me, and Saber. After we buy groceries, we take a long way home, passing by the park. The park is empty. There aren't any kids on the playground, nor a silver-haired girl in a coat.
公園、誰もいませんね。ここ、あんまり使われていないんですか？
Not lately, I think. When I was a kid, there was usually be someone here during the day, but these days are pretty much like this, except on days off.
そうですか。なんだか寂しいですね。
I nod in agreement and look up. The sky is tinged twilight. It's a dark red expanse with no birds in sight. It feels lonely. Like a small park. Just like the small park. Want to head back? We should take the chance to relax at home. We leave the park. Sakura agrees cheerfully and follows me with a spring in her step. -1. And so Rin Tasaka arrives at her destination, the Matau residence. It's the atelier of the old mage lineage that immigrated to this town 200 years ago. Her family welcomed them as collaborators and gave them land, and yet these fellows are outsiders whom they have never been friends with. The Tasakas and Mataus practice mutual non-aggression and have a pact that prevents them from easily involving themselves with each other. She really could not care less. That pact was broken 11 years ago. And the people who made that deal were the family heads from centuries ago. For 200 years, they followed an agreement whose reasons and content are unclear. And for all that time, neither Tasakas or Mataus have obtained their goal, the Holy Grail. Originally, the pact was only about getting the Holy Grail. That's never happened, so she has no reason to follow that musty old rule. Rin passes through the front door without ringing the doorbell. She's never been here as a guest. She's only here as a master to eliminate her enemies with the Holy Grail.
そうなんだけどさ。
Rin searches the manor, looking like she's chewing something bitter. She's here for the Holy Grail War. There's no need for her to follow the Tasaka Matau Pact. That's what she tells herself, but she can't change who she is.
そっか。父さんの言いつけを破ったのってこれが初めてなんだ。
She murmurs absently. This isn't particularly remarkable. She might have gone against her father's teachings, but she hasn't broken anything important. Her only regret is...
バカね。どうせ破るのならもっと早くに押しかければよかったのに。
Should have. The guilt she's been bearing towards a certain someone for the last 10 years.
リン、屋敷の間取りだが空白部分が2つある。
え？どこよそれ？1階
？2階からだ。階段にしては狭いが、おそらく地下に通じている。
オッケー。ところでアーチャー、気づいてる？
当然だ。だが害はあるまい。リンが無視する限りは私も気にかけん。我々の目的はあの妖怪だからな。
She nods at the voice next to her and heads for the hidden passage on the second floor. Rin can't see him, but the Red Knight is at her side. She brought him along in case of a fight, but her servant appears to be the meticulous sort. He sketched out a mental floor plan after walking around the house just once and pointed out rooms that seemed to be missing. Rin had a vague sense of it already, but Archer has the ability to grasp the design and structure of objects. It's a specialized ability one would only expect from a knight.
「前から思ってたけど、あなたのそれってアーチャーとしてどうかと思う長所よね。
減らず口は後だ。そら、開いたぞ。暗いから気をつけ。
The conversation stops. The walls open. Damp air wafts from the passage leading underground. It's an unbearable rotten odor that Archer can feel even without his material body. Rin walks down the wet stone steps. Her surroundings are greenish dark. The countless holes in the walls must be to entomb the dead. The bodies in the stone coffins decompose and erode, leaving empty holes for their next occupants. Not so different from above-ground burials, except for one thing: the way those bodies decompose. Here, it isn't the dirt that breaks the corpses down, but countless squirming insects.
ここがマトマキリの修練所
She murmurs, feeling dizzy. Is it because of anything? It isn't because of anything, of any feeling of repugnance, nor a chill. Anger is what makes her tremble, regret, and vomit. This is a training room. This place is a training room. This rotten, wet room, filled with nothing but death and countless insects, is what the Metals give to their successor. What does one even learn here? This chamber is only for breeding, for feeding, multiplying, and training insects. Then the Metals must also use insects to educate, discipline, and raise their successors. Just how different is their world from hers? She thinks of her stern, difficult education and of the magic crest engraved on her arm. She isn't comparing the severity of their upbringing as successors. To begin with, no one else has borne struggles and overcome obstacles like she has. Rin Tasaka has, without a doubt, faced greater challenges and adversity. That's what it means to be recognized as an average one, a mage wielding all 5 great elements, and personally inducted into the Mages Association as a prodigy. If she was asked to command this nest of insects, she could come up with a more effective formula than half a year flat. Rin Tasaka could rewrite the magecraft that the Metal heir hasn't even mastered after a decade, in a mere 6 months. But this method of teaching is idiotic. She could only eat her words if you asked her whether she could put up with being a plaything for these bugs. The magical tradition that takes place here isn't education, it's torture. It's magecraft taught directly to the body, not the brain. They must be a tradition of the Makiris and a preference of the old mage Zoken, meaning that whoever is chosen to be the Metal heir undergoes endless torture.
分かってる。ここに造剣はいないわ。私が来たから逃げたのか、他に本拠地があるのか。どっちにしろこれといった手がかりもないし、長居は無用ね。
She fights down the urge to scream and leaves the room behind. The girl's footsteps fade into the distance. Later, the insects swarm around the vomit she puked in disgust. Ren returns to the surface. Her business concluded, she heads outside when...
シンジ、そこにいるんでしょ。隠れても無駄よ。
She called out to the person lurking in another hidden passage in the back of the room.
どうさかお前
さっきまで無視して帰るつもりだったけど気が変わったわ。少し話をしましょう、マトウ君。
Glaring hatefully at Rin, Shinji obeys. He clearly showed himself because he's afraid of her. It's not because of the threat she poses as a master with a servant. He's simply intimidated by the fierce air she's giving off.
ふざけんなよお前。僕は話なんてない。大体な、 遠坂はマトウに口出ししない決まりだろ。何勝手にやってきてんだよお前は。
あら、私たち同じ学校の生徒でしょ。遊びに来てもおかしくないと思うけど。
笑わせるな。鍵を壊して入ってきて散々うちを荒らしたくせに遊びに来たって父親が死んでから礼儀も何もなくなったって聞いてたけど本当だな。頭悪いよね。いつから強盗の真似事を始めたんだい遠坂の人間は。
そう見えたならそれも悪くないわね。盗むものなんてここにはないけど、強盗ってあれでしょ。盗みに入った時見つかったら暴れ回るから強盗っていうのよね。ええ、それなら本当に真似をしてもいい気分よ私。
It's obviously a joke, but she isn't smiling. Rin practically pins Shinji to the wall with her icy glare.
バカ、違うぞ。僕は関係ない。造剣とは関係ない。あのジジイが何をしてるかなんて僕は今まで知らなかったんだ。
どうだか。ならなんでマスターになんてなったのよあんたは。
それはだから。
He gulps. Shinji swallows whatever he was about to say, even as Rin urges him to continue. If it's about Zoken, he probably would have spilled his guts right away. Rin Tasaka is dangerous right now. There's no telling what she might do if she says one wrong word. This sucks. She might be so mad that she might actually try to kill him.
それは
それは
But he can't say it. He's as good as dead if he tells her how he became a master. Even
なら
if...
言ってあげる。単に魔術師の真似事をしたかっただけなのよあんたは。自分は落ちこぼれだから魔術師にはなれないから聖杯の力で魔術師になりたかった。それ以外に目的なんてない。あんたは無力な自分を隠すために欲しくもない証を欲しがっただけの臆病者よ。
It might be completely inconsequential to anyone else.
遠坂、お前。
But of course it hurt his pride because he's a dickhead, so it's fine.
違う？マトウの家に生まれながらあなたには魔術回路がなかった。けどそれはあなたのせいじゃないわ。もともとマトウの血は薄れていた。この土地に根を張った時から探求者としてのマトウの責務は薄れていたのよ。だっていうのにあなたはそれに固執した。特別であることが特別だなんて勘違いをしてしなくてもいいないものねだりをした。そんなことで魔術回路を得たところで魔術師にはなれないっていうのに見苦しく自分に与えられるべきだった特権にすがったのよ。
I mean, call him out. Bring it out of him. Bring it into the light for him.
知ったような口を叩くな。ふざけんなよ。僕が魔術師になれないだと。そんなことお前にどうしてわかるって言うんだ。
わかるわよ。断言してもいいけど聖杯を得たところであなたは魔術師にはなれない。だって才能がないもの。そのあたりがエミヤ君とは違うところ。
え？
Shinji's mouth falls open. He wasn't expecting that name to come up. It's well enough that Rin Tasaka is his enemy as a master. He saw that coming. But it's inconceivable that she would mention Shiro Emiya. He's just an amateur. Isn't he just an unworthy mongrel, not even from a family of mages? It's frustrating enough that he summoned Saber, but why is Rin Tasaka of all people saying his name?
なんだよ。やめろよな遠坂。なんでなんだってお前がエミヤのことなんて口にするんだよ。
彼があなたより強いから。それに魔術師としての素質もある。 的を真治にはないものをエミやシロウは持っている。ええ、あなたと同じようにエミヤ君にも魔術師としての才能はないわ。けど彼には魔術師としてやっていける絶対的な素質がある。それだけは他の誰にも負けない。彼が一番足りうるところよ。
一番だってあいつが笑わせるな遠坂。あいつにあって僕にないものなんてない。何もないのはあいつの方だ。あいつなんてただ運よくセーバーと契約できただけの野良犬じゃないか。
Shinji stares straight at Tasaka. His fear seems to have been replaced by his hatred for Shiro. Ren just shrugs and sighs.
そう。これだけ言ってもわからないようじゃ本当に処置なしね。少しは責任を取らせようと思ったけど、あなたにはその価値さえない。ここで見逃してあげるから、エミヤ君にやられる前に教会にでも逃げ込みなさい。
Ren turns away with an irritated huff. It declares that she's finished here. She no longer considers Shinji an enemy and leaves the Matao house behind.
僕がエミヤに劣るだって。
Yes. He repeated the words with nothing but loathing. But Shinji, his back to a wall, can't even see the departing Rin anymore. If he rushes her, she'll kill him for sure. Even Shinji knows the undeniable difference in their power.
遠坂、お前。
He didn't finish that list, that statement, but alright. Bottomless resentment fills his scream.
もうしょうがないな。
Without turning around, Rin stops and bids farewell to the boy who is the successor to the Mataos.
いいわ、最後に教えてあげる。自分以外のために先を目指すもの、自己よりも他者を顧みるもの、そして誰よりも自分を嫌いなもの。これが魔術師としての素質ってやつよ。どんなに才能があったところで、それがないものには到達できないところがある。私だってそんな条件を満たしている奴がいるなんて思ってもみなかった。こればっかりは生まれつき壊れてないと持てない矛盾だから。シンジ、あんたは他人を蔑むことで同時に抱かなくてもいい劣等感を抱いた典型よ。自分が好きなあまり周りを下に見たものの、見下す相手が上にいるものだからつまらない劣等感にとらわれただけ。
Yep.
あなたの中身は空っぽよ。詰まっているように思えるのは本人だけで、正体は風船と一緒。周りの風向き次第で行き着く先なんてくるくる変わる。理解した？そんな男に魔術師なんて務まらないし、サーバントだって従わないわ。ここから先はあなたには関係のない世界よ。的藤真司がどんなに自分をマスターだと言い張っても、あなたは絶対にマスターにはなれないんだから。
Her footsteps trail off. Rin leaves Shinji alone in the dark house without sparing him another glance. Shinji slides down the wall. He collapses to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, his face spasming in laughter.
なんだ、そうか、そういうことか。
His dry tongue lips the spittle running down his chin. A dry thud echoes in the room. The boy violently slams his head to the wall so hard he might break bone.
要するにさ、あいつがいなくなればいいって言うんだろ、遠坂。
My food is here. I'll be right back. Alright, so Shinji's sulking and thinking, oh, I'm gonna go attack Shiro again, blah, 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 blah. You know, that sort of shit. But that's fine. He's stupid. We knew he was stupid. Like, Shinji's like the sort of character that everybody just hates. Like, there's nobody that's like, yeah, Shinji's a good person. And honestly, like, props to the VA, like the voice actor, because like they pull off some amazing voice acting work to make you hate him, and it's great. A choked hollow laugh fills the air. And yes, I'm eating. Because food. Here goes Sakura. Rock, paper. I thrust out my fist. Sakura meets it with an open palm. I play rock and she played paper. Ooh. I stare at my hand. I did it again. Why do I always play rock in the first round of rock, paper, scissors?
それじゃあ夕食の支度は私ということで、先輩はのんびりテレビでも見ててください。
Sakura practically skips to the kitchen. Does cooking dinner by herself make her happy? Fine. We did promise that whoever wins would have to cook. I take off my apron and sit down. I don't know how it is in other households, but around here, making dinner is apparently a recreational pastime. Not that I feel that way about it, but Sakura wanted to cook by herself. I appreciate the help, of course, but as her upperclassman, I shouldn't take advantage of her. Accordingly, on days like this, when we both have free time, we come up with contests to decide who gets to make dinner. Nothing else to do. I'll just have some tea. I make myself a cup of tea and absently sits down at the table. Saber's sleeping in my room and Fujine isn't coming over because of overtime at work, or whatever. Sakura and I are the only ones here, and Sakura is cheerfully standing in the kitchen. I unconsciously find myself watching her. She works at a brisk pace, looking like she's enjoying herself. I'm used to seeing her long hair and a dark ribbon. The way she picks up utensils, the way she firmly takes up a kitchen knife, even if it seems heavy, and sets a cabbage on the cutting board. She cuts into it with vigor. Sakura always looks nervous when she first picks up a knife, but her motions seem to become too familiar and efficient. I space out while watching her. The sun sets. When Sakura's here, life seems to go by slowly and peacefully. I suddenly realize how precious it is. Once night falls, it's off to war again. I'm only just now beginning to appreciate how important this time is to me. Yeah, I gotta protect Sakura. I don't know what Zoken's scheming, but I won't let him lay a hand on her. I have so many chances to interact with Sakura lately, and keep getting distracted by how she's changed, or should I say developed physically. If I'm being honest, I think I'm falling for her. No, that isn't quite true. I think I must have started to feel this way a while ago. I hear her gentle humming in the kitchen. It's really the little things like this that are important. As a daydream, I fill up my third cup of tea and watch the twilight scene. I'm almost done, so I'm going to finish this real quick. Oh. There's no more, right? Oop. Oop. Let's not make a mess, please. Oh. Alright, cool. Time seems to pass by in a leisurely, tender way, as if I'm getting drunk off the tea. Slumber falls over the town. Okay. Do we have another hurricane? Even though it's just past 10 p.m., it feels like it's 3 in the morning. Might be because of the Sierra Coma incident. Night falls like a veil over town. The lights go out and there aren't any people outside.
あの影を探し出し調査する。アーチャーのマスターも無茶を言ってくれますね。
Yeah, we don't really have a choice though. Are you against it, Saber?
私の考えは朝に告げた通りです。それでシロ、何か手がかりはあるのですか？闇雲に街を巡回するのでは逆に的にされかねない。
Leads. I don't have any proof, but if I had to choose. Investigate Ryudo Temple. Let's go to Ryudo Temple again. Now I think back on it, Castor was acting weird back then too. There might be something else to find there.
そうですね。あの山には不吉な気配が満ちています。この町で最も霊的な手が加えられているのはあの土地ですから。あの影とは別に一度調べてみる価値はある。
Sound like a plan. Let's go. We have from the yard to the front door. It'll take an hour to get to Rio Temple if we hurry. The sooner we leave, the better, but... Saber? Saber is looking at the guest house. Her gaze is focused on the room where Sakura is sleeping.
シロ、戦いに赴く前に話があります。その朝の続きなのですが。
This morning about Sakura?
はい。さくらは自責の念が強すぎる。起きてしまったこと、犯してしまった間違いを彼女は未来ではなく現在で償おうとする嫌いがあります。
She's referring to her argument last night. She said that Sakura was correct and that she shouldn't dwell on the matter further. But Sakura insisted that she was wrong and kept apologizing to Saber, which only spurred Saber to apologize back to her. Sakura and Saber. Is Saber worried about how they interpret things differently? What do you mean?
さくらは自分を責めすぎるのです。過ちを正すことより悔いることを強要している。だから汚名を返上しようとするのではなく汚名を刻みつけようとしてしまう。良くも悪くも彼女は自分を重くしている。
Saber looks pained. It's as if the words aren't directed at Sakura but herself.
昨夜私はそれを強く感じました。シロと共にいる時の彼女が特別で、普段はもっと別のものではないのかと。さくらはあなたといる時だけ自責の念から解放されている。
So that's why Saber's worried. She thinks that Sakura needs to have more pride in herself. I see. Sakura is pretty timid. I'll look out for her too. Come to think of it, isn't it good to make a girl her age? It isn't good to make a girl her age constantly do house chores. Sakura says that she enjoys just being here, but she should have fun outside the house too. Thanks for caring, Saber. I'm really happy to see you think of Sakura, even when she isn't related to the Holy Grail War.
いいえ、自責に駆られる彼女の気持ちは私にもあったものです。ですから他人事には思えなかったのでしょう。
Wait, Saber, I'll go with you. We head for the door together. In the night ruled by silence, we leave the house, taking care not to wake Sakura. We climb over the no trespassing fence and enter the temple yard. Since our encounter with Castor, Ryota Temple is treated as important evidence to the mass coma case and closed to the public. The hair here still feels the same on my skin. It's uncomfortably lukewarm and the smell of ripe fruit. We're going in, Saber.
はい。シロも気をつけて。
I know. Tell me right away if you sense danger. Alright. That's enough of those. So, for those who don't know, obviously people tell you, like, when you're eating spicy things that you should have milk or something, right? But that rule also applies to salt. Which seems counterintuitive until you really think about it. But, like, why do chips and salsa go well together? And it's because the salt of the chips dilute the heat a little bit from the spice. So having salty things helps. Pass through the yard, ascend the corridor leading to the inner temple. The hallway's dark and the wooden floors creak with our every step. Nothing feels especially off to me. How about you, Saber?
私も同じです。ですがこの一帯が異常なのは確かです。この山に踏み入った時から私たちは異なる常識に取り込まれている。これだけ魔力が満ちていながら異常を感じないことこそが異常と言えるでしょう。
Yeah, okay. Let's see what else we can dig up. There's a pond in the back of the temple, plus several buildings. It's said that the pond was once home to a dragon. We might be able to find some clues there, since it's long been considered a holy place. We exit the corridor and head for the back of the temple. Suddenly, Saber? Something throws me from the corridor to the central shrine. I realize that Saber did it. I try to rush back to her side. But Saber slams the door in my face. Saber, what do you think you're doing? I pound on the door. The door feels as hard as iron. Maybe Saber used some kind of spell on it. Damn it. What the hell? Open the door, Saber. I pound and punch the door, but it doesn't budge. It doesn't even give against my full body tackle. On the other side of the iron head door, or iron hard door, sorry.
そこで身を守っていてください、シロ。この相手は確実にあなただけを狙ってくる。
What enemy? The Shadow?
違います。ですがマスターにとって天敵と言えるサーバントです。申し訳ありませんが、あなたが戦場にいては守りきれない。あのサーバント、アサシンには一騎打ちで臨まなければ先にマスターを叩かれてしまう。
Assassin? I didn't sense anything. No matter how strange the air in Ryuta Temple feels, a servant's aura is on a different level. When a servant materializes itself nearby, it gives off an unmistakably dense aura. Even if it's hiding its aura, there's no way Saber would fail to sense it.
一撃で決着をつけます。それまでそこを離れないでください。
I feel Saber moving away. Saber's footsteps are faint but firm. Maybe she's closing in on Assassin while fending off its attack. Damn it, I'd better. I look around me. I pick up a Kiyosako stick that's handy enough to be a weapon and immediately start strengthening it. Hurry! I also need to use the sword to cut the door open. A bad hunch and an irritation I can't quite place starts to overtake my mind. If I leave her here, if I leave Saber alone on this mountain, there's no going back. I have to hurry up and... The lights go out. No. There were never any lights here to begin with. The moonlight that was illuminating the shrine is snuffed out. Something reeks. It's the odor of rotting meat and the grating buzz of insect wings. Zoken Matao. I stare into the darkness.
飛んで火にいるとはまさにお主よな、エミヤの小せがれ。
He cackles. Somewhere out there, I feel the old mage's unmistakable fiendish aura. Saber! I take a stance with my improvised weapon. I'm not afraid of this centuries-old fiend. The absent Saber's well-being is the only thing on my mind. (8-2). She dashes down the corridor, chasing the skull mask. The distance between them closes from 18 meters to a mere 5. Saber is close enough to cleave her enemy in two with a single step. But the enemy knows that too. If she closes in, he throws daggers to prevent her from finishing the fight. And if she doesn't close in, that gives him a chance to retreat. The skull doesn't sprint with gale-like speed the way Saber does, but retreats with bestial agility. He slips through the narrow corridors with ease, navigating tight turns without losing speed. Does he have eyes in the back of his head, or is the back of his mask he turns around Saber, or is his back the mask he turns towards Saber when he faces her down? Assassin, the skull mask servant, evades Saber's pursuit, keeping her neither too close nor too far, like a road mirage. Sparks fly. 3 daggers are hurled without any movement telegraphing their flight, yet they fail to touch Saber. Saber has some resistance to projectile attacks, just like Lancer did. Compared to Lancer, who predicts their trajectory using air current sounds and his opponent's hostile intent, Saber predicts the attacks using air current sounds and her intuition. Invisible attacks are not particularly threatening to heroic spirits. They operate on a level beyond that, killing each other with decisive attacks that may be understood, but not prevented. To continue the example, Lancer's spear is worthy to be a heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It is a weapon that pierces the heart without fail. Even if its identity is known, it cannot be blocked. The only ways to defend against that demonic spear would be to erect a brute barrier with a magical energy exceeding that of the spear, to possess luck so auspicious that it bends the destiny-fixing effect of the spear, or to prevent Lancer from using the spear to begin with. Compared to that, Assassin's dirks are easily managed. They are lethal if they strike a vital point, but the fact that they can be simply blocked makes them little different than pebbles. Assassin has thrown more than 40 dirks. The robed killer finally stops, his ammunition exhausted. His pursuer skids to a halt as well. Her enemy, who had kept her at a distance, has suddenly stopped. She can feel the sinister aura plainly emanating from Assassin. This is no time for a foolhardy charge. Saber takes a slight step back, despite knowing that the best tactical choice would be to cut him down here. I must not advance any further. Her intuition, which kept her alive for so many years, broadcasts a warning with maximum urgency. Do not advance. Do not approach the gloom.
観念したともセイバー。こちらは弾切れだ。こうなっては一撃で下されると覚悟したのだが、なぜ近寄らぬのかな。
Saber does not answer, but she slightly raises the tip of her sword and points at her enemy. 7 meters separate them. It would take her 2 steps to reach him. It is a range that requires a swordsman like Saber to advance. Furthermore, she has a hidden weapon she can use only once, for which range is not even a consideration. Assassin's black cloak flutters. He does not know where the breeze stirring it comes from.
私などに語る口は持たぬか。まあいい。語るは自由だ。思う通りに語らせてもらおうか。
The clarity of Assassin's voice belies his appearance. It resembles someone, the spearman she fought before, perhaps. Saber narrows her eyes.
しかし、よくもまあ弾いたものだ。私の探検、見せないつもりで撃っていたのだが、お前には見えていたのか。
実像は見えてはいないが、奇跡ならば読み取れる。見えないものを恐れるようなら、このような剣は持たん。
The skull chuckles in agreement. What use is throwing black painted daggers at someone who wields an invisible sword? The assassin keeps laughing, appreciating the clear difference in the 2 heroic spirits' calibers and the gap in their noble phantasm's capabilities.
そうか。私など初めから敵ではなかったのだな。所詮アサシン。まっとうな英霊に太刀打ちできるはずもない。もとより我らは影に潜む者。そのような役割に選ばれる英霊など初めから存在しない。故に我らが役割は暗殺のみ。サーバントではなくマスターを殺すしか能のないなり損ないがアサシンなのだ。さてとなると私の標的はただ一人だけだ。理解できるかね、セイバー。私の行動は全て君の主を仕留めるためだけのものだと。
シロ。
さよう。お前の主は我が雇い主がもてなしている。私を引き離したところで急がねば虫どもの餌食だぞ。
Saber's sword flashes into brilliance, or rather she reveals the golden radiance that it always had.
風のまじないで刀身を隠していたか。なるほど。その風圧ならばその場からでも私を立てる。わざわざ七に踏み込むこともないというわけだ。
The black cloak sinks down. It turns out that the prey he lured out has a ranged weapon of its own. No stratagem or calculation can help him now. If Saber means to cut him from afar, then all Assassin can do is attempt to disrupt her up close.
立場が逆になったな、アサシ。 この風王結界見事踏み込んでみせるか。
ひどい女だ。イナゴの群れに飛び込めという。さりとてこのままでは竜の方向が放たれる。これは身体極まったか。
The skull mask reaches the ground. Crouching low, he resembles a crawling spider. The vacuum vortex of compressed air is about to be unleashed on Assassin. It would be insane to face it. Does he really expect to endure that lethal tempest by curling up on the ground?
さて、どう見てもこれで最後になろう。その前に語らせてもらおうか、セイバー。お前は1対1ならば私に勝つと言ったな。
Saber raises her sword. She won't let him stall for an escape with words. Her eyes are locked in on Assassin. Even if he attempts spatial teleportation, she can finish him before he moves.
だからこそ私をマスターから引き離した。主を守るというその判断は正しい。
She raised her sword as high as it will go. Now all she has to do is let it fall. Assassin sinks even lower to the floor.
だがそこにはお前自身を守るということが含まれていたのかな。
He asks a question. To that,
先を急ぐ。さらばだ、アサシン。
Saber answers with her sword. The duel is decided. Like a divine dragon, the vortex of air swallows Corridor and Skull both, snaking through the temple in a violent tumult. There's no blocking or dodging it. As with Lancer's spear, the only way to stop Saber's invisible air is by overcoming it with sheer magical energy. Assassin's magical energy can't even compare to Saber's. The only way he could have stopped the attack is by stopping Saber from unleashing it. But it's too late to stop the released tempest. The black cloak is sure to be cut to ribbons with a second of her sword stroke. The vortex of death descends on him. But in the midst of that vacuum wave, Assassin cries out an exultant laugh and charges. An attack aimed at her neck. As Saber instantly parries it, the black cloak slips over her head and drops behind her. With godlike speed, Saber spins to attack him, but Assassin is no longer there, having leapt out of range. At the same time, the ominous presence she's been feeling now covers the ground beneath her feet.
さて、2つほど運がなかったな、セイバー。
The shadow spreads. Its muddy corruption taints her silver armor.
一つは相性。陣よけのまじないは砂漠を行く者には必須でな。私が知る唯一の魔術が風よけの皆であり。
The corridor is plunged in darkness. Pale moonlight fails to illuminate the shadows as her consciousness fades. She sees it.
アサシン、貴様は。
そうだ、セイバー。もう一つはこの場所を戦いの場に選んだことだ。ここには良くないものが住むとお前は気づいていたはずなのだがな。
She can't even hear Assassin's voice. In a few more seconds, she will disappear. The shadow consumes servants. Her body screams in revulsion, even though her thoughts fade. Even as her thoughts fade. It doesn't matter if it's the futile gesture. She'll spend every last drop of magical energy if that's what it takes to break out of this bind. The shadow still only covers her feet. If she fights against it at maximum output, she can break free. Even if she loses most of her energy and part of her is taken by the shadow, at least she can escape. And yet...
そうはいかん。 お前はここで消えるぞ、セイバー。
The shadow isn't her only foe. The skull had been watching with this effort play out like a spectator, but he is still a grim reaper here to bring death.
初めから
1対1ならば勝てると言ったな、セイバー。そう。それが間違いだ。お前は1人、こちらは2つ。私はただ、お前の注意を削ぐだけでよかった。
The shadow encroaches further. Her very existence begins to decay, starting with her feet. She's lost sensation from her toes to her thighs, her legs becoming both part of this world and not part of it.
サーバントはそのあるやるに抗え。お前が真っ当な英霊ならばなおさらだ。比較的近い私でさえ触れれば魔力を奪われる。純正であるお前では触れられただけで正気を失おう。だがそれは惜しい。むざむざお前を消滅させては私の目的は果たせない。お前の心臓は私がもらう。
お前が私を。
おかしいか。探検はそこをつき、私とて影には近づけぬ。その私がお前を仕留めるのは不可能だと。
Murderous intent emanates from the skull. Assassin's magical energy, which felt feeble so far, concentrates on his right arm. His right arm is a club. A misshapen thing, without even a hand, that does not function as an arm. All it can do is dumbly strike his opponent, and cannot even hold its daggers. Now it warps. Bones bend and break. The skull's arm explodes upward like an abominable wing. What a bizarre sight. What a long, massive arm. Where another arm would end in a fist, that is only his elbow. It bends to a grotesque forearm and the hand that seems sewn to his shoulder. Saber's thoughts freeze. It can reach her. That arm is long enough to reach her. Once it does, it's sure to gouge her at her heart. Before she can even tremble, his arm flutters. The cursed arm is thrust at her like a spear. There's a sound of flesh being sliced and a gout of fresh blood. Red liquid splashed on the floor and speckles the black shadow. A shrill cackle escapes the skull mask. His outstretched arm is coated in crimson. Its deed done, it quickly retracts back towards the assassin. He has lost his monstrous arm. She lowers her sword. Assassin's cursed arm never reached Saber. Saber repelled the curse before it could extract a mirror image of her heart. Assassin's noble phantasm cannot defeat Saber, even in these dire straits. No. Having survived Lancer's causality reversing spear, she won't allow herself to die to such a vulgar curse. But that was the last resistance she can offer. All the power she built up to resist the shadow was spent in this final defense. She has no strength left to struggle with, and even if she did, it would be too late. The sinister aura she felt this entire time is now emanating from her very self. The shadow devours her feet and reaches to her waist. Not even moonlight can escape its hunger, and now it has become her. It's too late to do anything. The shadow creeps upward. It clouds over a silver-clad swordswoman's vision.
すまないシロ
She gasps as if craving oxygen and sinks into the murky swamp. Zokomatao stands there, looking just as he did the night before. He looks completely intact, even after Archer cut him in two. The old mage, waiting only for death to claim him, laughs, as if the other night's events were all a dream. His methods are a mystery, but if he's truly recovered, then they must be in the realm of restoration, not just healing. You can't accomplish this by just healing a wound. It's grand magecraft which returns a lost body from nothing to its original form. So does that mean he's immortal?
さて、そのような棒切れ一本で何をしようというのかな、小僧。
I face down Zoken with a strengthened Kyosaku stick. I can't get any closer to him, nor can I run away to join Saber. If Zoken is immortal, then there's nothing I can do against him with a stick.
わしを仕留めるか、サーバントの後を追うか。どちらにせよ、足を動かさねば始まるまいて。
Insects squirm and chitter all around the old mage. No, not just around him. I can see the shadow moving, blocking out the moonlight. Bugs. I know what they are, even if I can't see them. The darkness is a disgusting horde of insects. Darker than black, they fill all the four corners of the shrine room, covering every wall. The room is completely overrun by the bugs teeming over the walls and the stench of rotten meat.
どうした？何をためらう？先日わしの腹を立ってくれたのはお主たちであろう。当坂の小娘と組んでわしを始末する腹ではなかったのか。
The insect-wielding Zoken is clearly enjoying this. Obviously, I can't do a damn thing about the swarm of insects with a stick. Zoken only needs to give the order to drown me in a sea of bugs. No, maybe. If I run outside as fast as I can, I might be able to break out of this desperate situation. There's a lot of them, but they're just bugs. I doubt they can take out a whole human in a matter of seconds.
よいぞ。わしはいくらでも待とう。セイバーの帰還を信じて待ち続けるか。その武器でわしを仕留めるか。それとも我が虫どもを振り払い外に出るか。好きな死に方を選ぶがよい。
It sounds like he doesn't intend to let me get away. The longer we drag out this staring match, the more bugs gather. Then I'll... use a command spell. I know this is the wrong answer, but I still want to do it. Should I try using a command spell? I don't think Saber would lose to Assassin, but this situation is too unfavorable. This is that old fiend we're talking here. It's too dangerous to let Saber fight alone.
ほう、不出来な殺気を上手に畳み寄ったな。何やら考えがあるようだが。
His chuckle is condescending. It's a laugh that says he'll let me try anything I want, since it's all child's play. Fine, go ahead and laugh. If command spells are supposed to respond to my wishes, then I'll use as many as it takes to call Saber back. Saber. Without taking my eyes off the shadow before me, I focus my will on my left hand. I give one simple order. I call Saber back to my side immediately. He notices too late. My left hand blazes with warmth and releases a compressed magical energy in response to its master's wishes. And loses its color after a brief moment of pain. Huh? I wish it only failed. I'd like to believe that I used it wrong because I don't know how it works.
どうやらことは済んだようじゃの。脅かしおって寿命が10年ほど縮んだぞ。
His laughter grates on my ears. Far away, I hear wind howling like a death cry. My left hand throbs in pain. The back of my hand is tingling. It hurts where the command spells are, almost like I'm bleeding there. It can't be. I feel awful dread. I feel awful dread. I feel awful dread. The pain in my left hand, the howling wind gone silent. The old insect-wielding mage, laughter filling the room with his bloodlust.
いや、紛れもない現実よ。お主もマスターならばわかろう。オノガサーバントがこの世から消滅した事実がな。
My mind is paralyzed. My vision freezes. What is he talking about?
何をほけておる。セーバーは死んだ。隠したと侮ったアサシンに敗れた。そんなこともわからんのか、小僧。
That's bullshit, right? My left hand hurts. It really hurts. But my command spells are still there. They're growing fainter by the second, like they're about to fade, but they aren't gone yet. Then Saber still has to be out there, ready to come to me right now. Don't you...
ではしまいにするか。当社の小娘はまだ使い道があるがな。お前はこれで用済みよ、小僧。セーバーともども我が聖地で死に絶えるがよい。
Bullshit me, motherfucker. I run. I charge at the enemy before me, trying to shake off the pain in my left hand and the horrible dread. I step towards Zoken and swing the Kyaku stick with all my strength. I aim a vertical slash from skull to groin. But something repels it, immediately sending me flying backward. Ugh. My back slams into a wall. I can't breathe, like someone punched the wind out of me. My back feels numb where it hit the wall, like when you get too close to a fire. I hear bugs near my ear. The bugs coating the wall move so that I wouldn't be crushed when I hit it. Or they wouldn't be crushed when I hit it. Even their chittering seems to taunt me.
間に合ったか、アサシン。では小僧の始末もお主に任せよう。セーバーに比べれば楽な作業。ゆるりと楽しむがいい。
Zoken disappears. In the darkness where he lurked, a white skull snickers at me. So that's this assassin servant. He's a black-robed killer with a white mask that suits Zoken well. He's going to kill me. My left hand hurts. I can barely think. My heartbeat reaches a fever pitch, realizing these are my last moments. Assassin hurls lethal weapons at my groin, throat, heart, and stomach, and I have no way to stop them. Silver light repels the incoming attack. A blade bats aside all 4 daggers that were about to kill me. Only one person could have done that. My left hand still hurts. My command spells aren't gone yet. That means... Saber! I look up. Someone appears as if to protect me from the white masked servant, but it's... Huh? Another servant in dark clothes, like assassin. Rider. There's no doubt about it. That's Shinji's servant, Rider. Why is she here to help me? The skull answers Zoken's shout. Her long hair traces through the air. Ryder wordlessly turns toward Assassin. Facing the rain of daggers he unleashes. I can't follow the daggers with my eyes. The skull mask bounds and scrambles around the cramped shrine room. As soon as I spot him on the walls, he's on the ceiling, then the floor, throwing one dagger after another. They come from every direction without end, giving their target no chance but to block or evade them all. In the blink of an eye, the volley of daggers lines the floor like a sharp forest. Ryder can't deal with that. I've seen her move when she fought Saber. Assassin's assault was probably fierce enough to keep Saber at bay. But she beat Ryder in a single blow, so Ryder has no chance. The White Skull hurls a merciless barrage of darts. But then I notice something like frustration behind his attacks. What? By the time I realize what's wrong, the difference in power is already clear. They aren't hitting her. Not a single one of its dozens of daggers from the shadows or even scratches Ryder. The voice comes from the ceiling. Assassin glares hatefully at his foe. Maybe he ran out of daggers. There is a gigantic snake. I don't believe it. That many daggers? Ryder evaded them all with pure speed. It's not like when she saved me moments earlier. She's completely raced around the ground as if to declare that she didn't even need to block the daggers to defend herself. Assassin eyes Ryder dubiously from the ceiling. Ryder is different from the servant I witnessed before. The magical energy in her body and her sheer physical prowess are on a totally different level. She might not be as strong as Saber, but she's clearly superior to Assassin. Ryder doesn't answer. She just crouches low. Just as I realize it's the posture of a predator about to pounce on its prey, Ryder flies up to the ceiling while Assassin leaps to the ground, and they cross blades. Both fighters clash their daggers and land, facing away from each other. Ryder is unharmed. Meanwhile, Assassin's shoulder is skewed by one of her daggers. Assassin attempts to pull out the dagger in his shoulder. Before he can, a metallic sound of chains rings out, and Ryder uses her chains to bodily swing Assassin around. The skull shrieks in pain. Ryder just keeps spinning him around mercilessly, like she's swinging a ball and chain. Assassin flails through the room helplessly, crashing through walls, his arms and legs bending at wrong angles with each impact. Whoa, watch it! I duck to avoid the whirling man tornado. It can't be described as merely powerful or violent. After spinning him around as she pleases, she lets the centrifugal source carry him and let go. It's like throwing a sledgehammer. Assassin, his bones shattered, is thrown through the last wall head first. And goes flying. The skull-masked servant is tossed out into the temple yard like a piece of trash, bounces off the ground a few times, spattering blood everywhere, and finally rolls to a stop at the mountain gate. Wow. That was brutal. I know by now that servants don't die that easily, but he probably can't fight anymore. Zokin's presence fades. Sensing the tables turning, the old mage departs with harsh words for Ryder. And the bugs that were covering the corners of the room leave with their master. The pain where Assassin punched me in the stomach brings me back to my senses. Ryder and I are the only ones left in the shrine. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. After a moment, I realize that only my stomach and back are hurting. I know what that means now, even without thinking about it. Brr. I push through my dizziness and head for the corridor.
待ちなさい。一人で行動するのは危険です。
You. Ryder doesn't seem to mean me any harm. She was really here to save me. Why did you save me? I almost finished, but I almost don't care at this point. Right now I want to... You're Shinji's servant. Why would you help me? I want to go to her. Why am I taking this detour?
あなたを死なせてはいけないと命じられています。私は主の命に従っただけです。
I see. Whatever. I don't believe it, but if that's her answer, that's fine. Never mind then. I need to hurry. I know with one glance that what I'm going to find. The corridor is silent. It's half destroyed, torn apart as if a tornado went through. On the only intact portion of the floor, I find a red stain. It's smaller than the palm of my hand, and I don't know who the blood belongs to. But as soon as I see it, I feel my legs go weak, and I drop to my knees. I touch the red stain. The blood is dry, and it doesn't stick to my fingers. It seems to declare that she's well and truly gone.
私の役割はあなたを守ることです、シロ。
How many times have I heard those words? They were promising, yet anxious. She always put me first. Never once did she talk about protecting herself. I scratch at the blood stain. Saber fought and died here. That's what war is. I've known from the moment we made our pact that people would die in this battle. I offered her my hand with that in mind, and she took it. Saber. She was a girl smaller than me who protected me. When I decided to go after the Black Shadow instead of the Holy Grail, she swallowed her dread and went along with my decision. And this was the result. I lost her. I'm no longer a master. And I'm back to being a half-baked hero I was before. I'm all alone with no way to fight. But I still have something to do. I need to go. I touch the bloodstain one last time. This is farewell. I lift my hand away without a bow or a word of thanks. The pain in my left hand is gone. The moment I acknowledged Saber's death and said goodbye, my command spells disappeared without a trace. Command spells won't disappear just because a servant is gone. They go away when a mage is no longer qualified to be a master. Oh, so I have no idea what happened here tonight. All I know for certain is one thing. In this moment, I lost Saber and the right to be a master. I leave Ryudo Temple. My stomach and the back feel like big injuries, but right now, I don't care about physical discomfort.
送ります。敵がいなくなったとはいえ、夜道の一人歩きは危険ですから。
Huh? I stopped, surprised. The way Ryder is acting is just too unexpected. I don't get it. Did your master order that too?
いえ、そのような命令は受けてはいません。これは私個人の感情です。ただそう思っただけですので、他意はありません。
Alright. I can believe that, but I'll pass on the escort. We're enemies. You don't need to go out of your way for me.
敵同士。では、あなたはまだ私たちと戦うつもりですか？セイバーを失った魔術師でもないあなたが。
I don't answer. I still haven't said anything about fighting or forfeiting the war.
そう。わかりました。せいぜい道中気をつけなさい。
Ryder's long hair flutters. She heads for the mountain gate ahead of me. Even to me, she looks hopelessly defenseless from behind. Thanks. I blurt out something I forgot to say.
Eh?
She turns around, surprise plain on her face. Ugh. It's embarrassing to have her look at me like that, but I have to express my gratitude.
あなたは今何と言いました？
Because she'll hear me after all. I feel uncomfortable staring her in the eye, so I slightly avert my gaze. I said thank you. I would have died if you didn't save me. As you can see, I have nothing to pay you back with, so it wouldn't be right unless I thanked you.
お気になさらず。私は主の命に従ったまでです。主の命が変われば、すぐにでもあなたを殺します。
They could. Ryder answers in a cold voice and disappears through the gate. Yeah, that's why I told you not to go out of your way. I walk out the temple alone. I can think about why she came to save me later. It'll take an hour to get home. I only have 1 hour to get over the fact that she should be here with me. I arrive at my house. It's well past 1 a.m. Gah. A coughing fit makes me cover my mouth, and I notice a little blood in my hand. It still hurts where Assassin punched me, and my back stings where it hit the wall. I don't know what the internal damage is like, but my back is probably bruised. Before, it would heal from light injuries right away, but now they don't heal at all. Alright, I'm back to normal. My pact with Saber let me heal from all my injuries on my own. That's gone now. Even a small wound could prove fatal.
先輩。
Someone calls me. Sakura is standing in the hallway just past the front door. Sakura, what's wrong? It's the middle of the night. Did I wake you up?
いえ、寝つけなくて夜更かししていたんです。そしたら先輩の靴がなかったからどこかに出かけたのかなって。
Yeah, I just went out for a walk. Oh right, the lights were on when I got back. Has she been here the whole time? Sakura, were you waiting here the whole time?
いえ、そんなことないです。ちょっとおトイレに寄っただけで、たまたま玄関にいただけですよ。
She was definitely waiting for me. It's been just under 3 hours since Saber and I set out. Maybe Sakura noticed me leaving right away and waited here the entire time.
それより先輩、お茶にしませんか？こんな時間ですけど、あったかいお茶を飲んでゆっくりすれば元気が出ますから。
My eyes widen. Suddenly, Sakura is uncharacteristically forceful. I must be in pretty bad shape if she's this worried about me. Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. Sorry for going out without telling you. I take off my shoes and go inside. I keep a hand on my hurting stomach and head for the living room. Sakura steps in front of me.
はい、おかえりなさい、先輩。
She replies, sounding somehow relieved. Ouch. I jump up from the seat cushion my butt is on. The antiseptic drenching my back burns something fierce. It even makes a sizzling sound, making me feel like I've been roasted all over coals. It hurts, Sakura. I don't need the antiseptic, so just dress the wounds with gauze.
ダメです。背中一面真っ赤なんですから、ちゃんと消毒しないといけません。それに、痛いのは当たり前です。こんな大怪我をして帰ってきたんですから、少しは我慢してください。
Ow. Oof. I wonder if this is tough on injured people thanks to the Kyudo Club or Fujine.
先輩、他に痛むところはありますか？
No. I only got hurt on my back and stomach, that's all.
そうですか。なら、あとはガーゼを当ててテーピングするだけですね。
Sakura wields the first aid kit with practiced efficiency. Her face is stern as she works, and I don't feel like I can interrupt her. Phew. Now then, if you're wondering how this happened, it's because I accidentally threw up the tea as soon as it hit my stomach. I planned on hiding it, but Sakura found out. Then she pouted until I confessed that I got injured, and now she's treating my wounds. Of course, she wasn't this aggressive as soon as I got home.
怪我ってお腹ですか？
When I showed Sakura my abdomen, she blushed so furiously she couldn't even begin to render the first aid. Are you sure, Sakura? I can do it myself. So you don't have to make yourself do that. Plus, my back is worse.
大丈夫です。やります。やらせてください。
She became so flustered that I was worried she would swoon before she could even treat my back.
先輩、そのお洋服脱いでください。
I didn't want to stop Sakura when she's trying so hard, and I couldn't have treated my back on my own. So with all that in mind, I took off my shirt and let her work on my back. My back is scratched all over, and for a while Sakura didn't do anything. After staring at each other for a few minutes, she gulped and announced that she'd start giving me first aid. That was 20 minutes ago. It's now past 2 in the morning. Sakura's diligent care is almost finished.
はい、終わりました。新しいシャツを用意しましたから、こっちを着てください。
Huh? Oh, you're finished already? Thanks, Sakura.
いえ、先輩もお疲れ様でした。
I put on a fresh shirt and take a deep breath. I can't do much about the bruise on my stomach, but my back pain feels a little better. I'll sleep on my stomach tonight. Hopefully it won't hurt as much as tomorrow. I better get to bed then. Sorry for making you stay up so late.
いえ、そんなことはないんですけど。
Sakura looks down. She looks like she wants to say something but can't. Sakura, did something happen while I was gone?
先輩、セイバーさんは帰られたんですか？
I go dizzy for a second.
セイバーさんは帰られたんですか？
Hearing that out loud from someone else finally drives the hammer home. Yeah. Something urgent came up, so she had to leave. She won't be coming back. I push through the dizziness, steady my breathing, and answer calmly. Sakura has doubts, I'm sure. Saber was just here 4 hours ago, so she must think something happened. So I need to be calmer than anyone and act like everything's fine. Saber was talking about you earlier tonight. She said that you're too hard on yourself and that you should lighten up.
そうですか。セイバーさんとは仲直りしたばかりだったのに、お別れを言えなかったのは残念です。
I can't even nod. Saber disappeared before she could say farewell to anyone. It pains my heart so much that I want to throw up. For only 6 days we worked together. For only 6 days we were partners. For only 6 days she swore to be my sword. And how did I repay her?
でもよかった。あの人が来てから、先輩、怪我してばかりだったから。これで今まで通りですね、先輩。
Huh?
そうですよね。何をしていたかは聞きませんけど、先輩はセイバーさんのために出歩いていたんでしょ？けど、そのセイバーさんも帰ってしまったんですから、先輩が危ない目に遭うこともないじゃないですか。
No. Saber might be gone, but I'm still going to go out on my nighttime walks. I wasn't going with her. I asked her to come with me. I stand up. I feel less tense now for that the first aid is finished. I suddenly feel sleepy.
先輩。
Good night, Sakura. About that, I'm probably going to be out of the house from tomorrow, so make yourself at home like always. Make sure you get enough sleep and don't worry about me coming home late. I don't want you waiting at the entrance all night again.
おやすみなさい、先輩。
I can rest my body now. I didn't notice before, but I'm seriously exhausted. Just lying down on my stomach is enough to make my body and mind sleepy. Before I pass out, I stare into the dark, hardening my resolve. What defeated Saber? What am I supposed to fight? I need to get that through my head right now. The memory makes my chest creak. I tremble slightly, feeling a frustration that goes beyond anger or fear. I feel like my heart's going to break. I have to fight that shadow. That thing out there is indiscriminately attacking people. The black shape that even Saber and Archer were afraid of. I didn't see it happen, but I'm pretty sure of it. Saber lost to that thing. Assassin couldn't have beaten her. If anything back there could have defeated her, it had to have been that shadow. I'll defeat that thing that beats Saber. It isn't my only enemy. I need to deal with that Zoken and Assassin too. Zoken said that he had no more use for me since I'm no longer a master. But as long as I fight in the Holy Grail War and pursue the shadows, Zoken is sure to appear. My body trembles. Saber isn't here anymore. Without her miraculous healing, I only have half-baked magecraft to protect me. I know how foolish and suicidal that is, but I've decided to fight. I'm going to be a man who does what's right. I lost Saber to do that. That's why I've been following in Kiritsugu's footsteps ever since the fire. The only choice I have is to stop this war, so that the tragedy can never happen again. And that's why this is the last night I'm allowed to tremble like this. In the morning, once my injuries have healed, I have to become a stronger version of myself that she would be proud of. (8-3) The girl returns to her bedroom. She goes to her bed with heavy steps and sits down limply.
先輩、あんな怪我をしたのに、まだ。
She doesn't know what happened. She just knows that the boy left and came back a few hours later looking haggard and covered in wounds. The blonde girl who suddenly appeared in his house a few days ago didn't return with him. From this alone, it's clear that something irrevocable has happened. The boy is hiding something, and as a result, the blonde girl didn't come back. But that doesn't matter. She doesn't care about all that at all. As long as the boy's back safe, then she doesn't need to know what happened. Nothing could make her happier than Shiro Emiya coming home to her.
冷えるのかな。
She feels a chill and touches her cheek. It's hot. Her whole body feels hot, and she feels like she might faint if she doesn't concentrate. Must be a cold again. That's unusual, since she usually doesn't catch colds. But when she was waiting at the door for almost 3 hours... Sluggishly, she turns off the lights. Too tired to even change out of her clothes, she collapses into bed.
大丈夫。こんなの先輩に比べたら全然だし。
Lying face down, the girl thinks back to a scene a few minutes ago. His back looked like someone worked it over with a cheese grater. His stomach was bruised black, as if struck by a heavy blunt weapon. He had to have been wounded in both body and spirit, yet his gaze was clear as day. The moment she remembers, she feels her body temperature rise. She pretends not to notice that it's hatred she feels, not excitement.
誰があんな。
Yes, she can't forgive whoever hurt him this badly. This goes beyond momentary feelings like hatred or disapproval. He's always been deeply hurt, And yet, he always stayed here with her, so pristine. He's someone so different from her, yet so precious. She can't abide the fact that someone hurt him.
けど先輩の背中すごかったな。
She absently reaches out with her hand. It's been a long time since he saw his bare skin up close. When they first met, he was small for a boy, and not much taller than her. But for the past 2 years, he's rapidly become a man. It wasn't like before, when he collapsed from a cold. That was only a common cold. Tonight, he was a wounded man. Her mind goes blank as she remembers. When he exposed his chest, she was surprised by how masculine he was, covered muscles, trained every day without rest, and not a gram of excess. If she had to compare his lithe body to that of an animal, he would be a wild goat, small and beautiful, yet with the hidden strength to scale sheer cliffs.
胸だって広かったし、すごく男の人だった。
Her outstretched fingers trace the lines of a chest that isn't there. Unconsciously, they run up his body's lines like water drops. From his chest to his neck, her fingers glide across the sheets from his neck to his lips. Her face goes bright red. In a panic, she tucks her arms in. The girl rolls into a ball in her bed, and her ears turning just as red as her face. It shouldn't be this embarrassing, but the memory of his touch is just too fresh. The sensation of his skin on her fingertips just makes her imagination that much more vivid. She clenches her hands tightly. She brings her face and hands in, trying to ball up the warmth heating her body. She can't think of anything else. She clutches her hands to her chest, clutching close to the residual sensation in fingertips. She endures the heat boiling up through her body. She won't be able to hold on if she lets it out. If that happens, she won't even be able to think of this one thing she's clinging to. She's hounded by confusion and guilt towards the boy. His injured body, just the thought of a bloody marks on his back makes her dizzy. The girl who would never come home again, what she took from him, all the lies. Dark emotions she would normally never even entertain twister inside her, awakening a deep feeling of delight deep within. She calls out to him and tries to bury the feelings. How long can she keep them down? She hugs her chest so tightly it contorts. Thoughts bubble up within her bosom. The only thing making her this happy, this relieved, is that the boy came home to her. It isn't enough. She knows that now. He takes such good care of me, but he's trying to protect me by pushing me away. She says her thoughts aloud. She knows how greedy she sounds, but because it's a desire that shouldn't be voiced, a wish that can't come true, she moans her repentance. How vile she is for delighting in his injuries. How decadent she is for wanting to waste his efforts to protect her. It feels like a betrayal for someone like her to want to be with him. So she apologizes. The repentance and contrition quench her fever. She curls up in bed, damp with sweat. Her guilty conscience awakened a fever that was somehow like arousal. Even though the fever is cooled, she feels troubled by a heavy agony. His wounded body. He's still going to fight, even after going through that.
どうすればいいんだろう。先輩、このままだともっと大きな怪我をしちゃう。
She frets, covered in sweat. It's a worry she doesn't have an answer for, and the problem she can't solve. She could think all night and still not come up with a way to stop the boy. Except...
なんだ。外に出さなければいいんだ。
With a relieved sigh, she arrives at an utterly simple answer. The girl breaks into a smile of someone who just had a divine revelation, feeling deep relief.
歩けなくなるくらいの怪我をしちゃえば、もう危ない目に遭うことはないですよね、先輩。
She murmurs as if addressing someone. So... Jesus Christ, another interlude. Interlude 8-4. The room smells of stone. It's lit by natural, man-made light. The flickering lamplight illuminates the man's back and highlights the parchment in his hand.
教会とやらへの報告書か。お前も忙しい男だな、ことみね。
The voice comes from behind. Its source is unclear. It addresses a man sitting in a chair who begins his second task without showing a hint of surprise.
ほう、例の簒奪者についてだな。どれ？被害者はすでに57人、うち死亡者は5名ときたか。監督役としてこれは多い方なのか、ことみね。
この段階では何とも言えん。これほど大規模な意識不明事件は初めてだが、それでとどまるのなら問題はない。どちらの教会もこの程度の後処理は承知の上だ。だが
それも今のままのペースならか。どこの誰だか知らんが派手にやってくれる。気づいているのか、ことみね。このまま放っておけばこの町は無人になるぞ。
Kodomine doesn't answer. He's well aware that the young man behind him is saying. The enigmatic shadow that appeared in town. So far, it's only drained life energy, but the quantity increases by the day. The number of bizarrely drained victims that began to appear 2 days ago has exceeded expectations in only a matter of days. So far, it leaves the victims only in respiratory distress, but soon, not even a healthy adult male will be able to survive a night.
だがその心配は無用だ。素人ではあるまいし、再現を知らぬというわけでもあるまい。
そうかな。あの虫使いはそうでもなさそうだが、あの手の輩は早めに潰さねばたたるぞ。俺とておめおめと町の人間を殺されるのは性に合わぬ。
Strange for him, but alright. That statement comes as a surprise to Kodomine. This man has no need for anyone other than himself, so why does he care about the people of Fuyuki?
驚いたな。どういう風の吹き回しだ、ギルガメッシュ。
驚くことはあるまい。俺以外の者が人を殺めることをよしとはせん。人が人をほふらばつまらぬ財閥で迷おう。その手の苦しみは楽しくもないからな。
なるほど。お前はお前でやはり英霊だな。生の苦より救うために死を使うならば、お前の望みはやはり死か。
然だ。ここは無意味で無価値なものばかりだからな。一掃するのが正義というものだろう。
His scornful voice brims with absolute confidence and majesty. The priest continues working without pause as he listens.
なるほど。そう望むのなら聖杯はお前が使うがいい。お前を打倒する者が現れない限り聖杯はお前のものだ。
ことみね、お前には望みがないのか。
明確な願いなどない。私にあるものは明確な快楽を欲する己のみだ。
そうか、お前には快楽のみか。
The young man laughs with a straightforward answer. A deep chuckle erupts from him, like he's proud of his partner.
良いぞ。俺はおぞましいから殺し、お前は楽しいから殺す。理由は違えど、聖杯に求めるものは同じ。なればこそ、俺をここまでつなぎ止めたというわけだな。
The priest doesn't answer. He merely fulfills his duty dispassionately.
お前が動かぬのならばそれでもよい。せいぜい好きにさせてもらうぞ。
The young man's presence disappears. The stone room returns to silence, and the priest glances at the entrance.
酔っているように見えて真は正気のままか。あの泥もあれの魂までは汚染できなかったと見える。
Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The golden servant is the most powerful being in play right now. This is acknowledged by all, and Kodamine, the game master, does not doubt it. But
無価値なものはあるが、無意味なものなどない。注意するのだな、英雄を。お前に敗北を与えるものがあるとすれば、それはその一点のみだろう。
no one hears his muttering. There we go. Lit by a red glow, the priest resembles an oracle gazing into the future. Yep, there we go. Alright. Alright, back on point. We'll do one more day. February 8th. Rain. Morning. I wake up to sunshine filtering through the papered windows and notice my neck feels weirdly sluggish. My neck feels this way because my shoulders are stiff. Probably strained my neck muscles because I fell asleep on my stomach. On the other hand, my back injuries seem a lot better. They don't hurt anymore, so they shouldn't get in the way of my daily life. Oh crap, it's already past 7. Ow. I suddenly feel the sting in my abdomen. The area where I was punched feels fine when I'm staying still, but sudden movements make it ache. I'll probably leave a bruise. This is going to be smart for a while. Still, it's nothing I can't put up with. The pain isn't bad enough to keep me from moving, so this injury shouldn't get in the way of daily life either. I change clothes and leave my bedroom. The smell of breakfast wafts out from the living room, so Sakura must be getting things ready for us. Morning. Sorry I overslept. Do you need any help?
おはようございます先輩。先輩が寝過ごすのも珍しいですね。
Oof, my bad. Feels like morning came as soon as I went to bed.
怪我をしてるんだから仕方ないですよ。ちょっと前に起こしに行ったんですけど、先輩全然起きてくれなかったですから、疲れも溜まってるんだと思います。
Wow. Didn't even remember Sakura trying to wake me up. Not only are my shoulders stiff, my brain isn't even fully awake apparently. Sorry, I'm going to wash my face. Just hang on, I'll be right back.
いえ、先輩こそごゆっくり。今朝は私一人で準備しますから、のんびり顔を洗ってきてください。
Sakura really is upbeat today. Well, if she insists, then I shouldn't protest any further. It's fine. Okay, well, I'll take my time washing up then.
はい。今朝のお味噌汁は自信作ですから、期待しててください。
I nod, then cross the living room into the hallway. Oh, wait. That was strange. I just passed by, glad to see her doing well, but still, something was off about... I hear something fall. I immediately recognize it was the sound of a person collapsing. Maybe I've gotten used to hearing it lately. Sakura! I run back to the living room. Sakura is drowsily getting up, as if she'd just fallen on the floor. Sakura. I support her unsteady body. I can feel the heat off her body, just like I did before. Her ragged breathing and sweat soaking through her shirt are obvious symptoms of a fever. She finally notices me. Sakura looks at me with unfocused eyes.
ゆっくりって言ったのに、すぐ来ちゃったんですね。待っててください。すぐ朝ごはんの支度をしますから。
Beaming at me, she untangles herself from my arms. Sakura, you... Rather than pushing herself to do it, Sakura doesn't seem to have noticed her own fever. Hold on. Don't worry about breakfast. You need to go back to your room and lie down. You have a really bad fever.
熱って私がですか?
Yeah, damn it. The fact that you didn't even notice is a bad symptom. Damn it, why? Why didn't I notice it sooner? Even if I'm sad about Saber, I should have paid more attention to Sakura's condition, who's still right by me. What's wrong with me?
先輩、私本当に大丈夫です。今のはちょっと転んだだけで、別にめまいとかそういうんじゃ。
Don't be stupid. You have a really high fever. I can tell even without using a thermometer. I lead her to the guest room, and I let Sakura rest. I'll let the school know she's out sick. Make something easy to digest for breakfast and for lunch, right. I'll ask Granville Fujimura to send a caretaker over.
先輩、どこに行くんですか？学校に行く前にちゃんと朝ごはんを食べないとダメですよ。
Sakura still doesn't understand what's happening. Maybe she's so excited because her fever is making her delirious. You're taking the day off. I want you to stay in your room all day. I'll let the school know. I'm going to see Fujine there anyway, so I can just tell her then.
学校を休むって私がですか？
That's right. Who else would I be talking about? I might still be hurt, but I feel fine. I don't have any reason to be absent. No, I don't have a good reason to make myself go to school either. Without Saber, it's too risky to go alone. But still, I need to be there today. I need to report what happened with Zoken and Assassin to Saka. I can't stay holed up in here. Anyway, you need to rest, Sakura. You're always working hard, so you should rest hard too. I'll be home as soon as I take care of some business.
いいえ、私本当に大丈夫です。だから朝ごはんを食べて学校に行きましょう。そうすればこんな熱すぐに良くなってくれますから。
Of course it won't, silly. You're acting crazy, Sakura.
めちゃくちゃなんかじゃないです。無茶なのは先輩の方で、私は元気だし熱なんてないし、先輩は怪我してるじゃないですか。なのに私だけ休んじゃうなんて、そんな。
Whoa, Sakura.
おかしいです先輩。なんか私息苦しくて。
Sakura nearly falls to the floor, panting. Her body feels strangely heavy in my arms. Does she lack the strength to stand, or is she collapsed because she suddenly got so heavy? Either way, she has a fever that prevents her from walking around on her own, even if she believes otherwise. Idiot, listen. I'm making you rest at home today, no matter what. Be mad at me if you want, but if you strain yourself this much, you'll end up needing to stay home tomorrow too.
でも先輩、私は学校に行かないと。
Sakura mumbles incoherently, her breathing unsteady. I ignore it and carry her to the bedroom. By the time we arrive, Sakura's already asleep. Or rather, she's still in a half-conscious state, her breathing labored. They still didn't spell that right. Just once, she firmly grabs hold of my arms while I'm carrying her. Anyway, I'll tuck her into bed. Her voice is unfocused. Her eyes are on the ceiling and not seeing me. Sakura. Her ragged breathing, her flushed cheeks, her damp shirt sticking to her skin, the anguished rise and fall of her chest with each breath. Ugh. The sight is so enchanting, I turn away in a hurry. Sakura is the one suffering from a fever, so why am I acting so inappropriately? Yeah, I better call for a caretaker. I can't change Sakura's clothes, much less clean her body. Thankfully, her breathing stabilized when she's in bed. So now I just need to wait for her fever to break. When she can walk on her own, I'll take her to the hospital and get some medicine prescribed. Sakura, I'm going to call someone to come help. So get some sleep. I think you'll be comfortable with one of the caretakers from Fujine's place. She doesn't answer. Her breathing is still labored, but at least she's sleeping. Phew, you're so assertive today. Why do you want to go to school so badly? I talk out loud to myself. Sakura's asleep, so I know she won't answer. See ya. I'm off to school. I get up and head for the door. Just as I do,
先輩と一緒に学校に行きたいんです。
I hear a reply. Sakura? I turn around. Sakura's still asleep, but with a worried frown. Oh, you were just sleep talking. I leave the guest room this time, but as I do,
私が先輩を守らないと。
I hear her say something in her fever dream. On the way to school, I stop by Fujine's house and ask for a caretaker. I sometimes forget because Fujine doesn't make a big deal out of it, but the Fujimura residence is one of the most extravagant homes in our neighborhood. It isn't a company, yet there are dozens of fierce-looking men who call themselves employees. Most of them live in a separate building on the compound, but anyway, it's a huge family. They also employ an appropriate number of workers, so I can ask them to lend me a caretaker who's available. Then, I have them send over an emergency housekeeper that's helped me a number of times in the past before Sakura started coming around. Sakura's acquainted with them too, so I feel comfortable leaving her to them. So the day passes until lunchtime. We meet up on the roof per unspoken agreement, and I tell Tosaka what happened last night. As a result,
じゃあ何？マトウゾウケンはアサシンのマスターでセイバーじゃなくエミヤ君を殺そうとしたの？
Tosaka suddenly gets angry with me. Yeah, what's your problem?
いきなりじゃない。聞いた限りじゃゾウケンのやつセイバーが倒されてからエミヤ君を殺そうとしたんでしょ？そんなの変よ。どう考えても手順が違う。
Tosaka leans in and glares at me, irritated. We're behind the water tower, which has become our usual meeting spot. I unconsciously back up just a few centimeters, intimidated by her spirit that feels closer to hostility.
ちょっと人の話聞いてる？エミヤ君。今の話、あなたは何とも思わなかったの？
Tosaka shoots me a glare full of irritation and self-loathing. Oof. Her attitude is overwhelming enough, but her being serious this close is making me very uneasy. I don't have any more room to back up in this tight space. I'm like a rat. I mean, human trapped in a bag. What's wrong with what I said?
優先度の問題よ。あなたと二人っきりになったのに、ゾウケンはあなたを殺そうとしなかった。アサシンが勝てたから良かったものの、負ける可能性だってあったんだから。ゾウケンはセイバーのマスターであるあなたを早く倒そうとするはずでしょ？
That makes sense, but are you saying that? Zoken was confident that Assassin would beat Saber?
まさかアサシンがセイバーより弱いっていうのはエミヤ君でも分かったんでしょ？ならあいつはそんな賭けはしないわよ。そうしなかったのは理由があったからでしょうね。まあ考えられるのは2つぐらいだけど。
Two, like... Zoken was confident, arrogant, like he could have killed me whenever he wanted.
そうね。他に理由があったんでしょうけど、エミヤ君を生かしていたのはゾウケンの余裕だったのかも。
そう考えるとつけ込む隙にはなりそうだけど、とにかく造剣はセイバー自身に用があった。マスターとしてエミヤ君には生きていてほしかったんでしょうね。けどそれとは別のところで造剣にはエミヤ君を殺す理由があった。もう一度聞くけど、あいつ確かにもう用済みって言ったのね。
I think back to the last night's events.
当坂の娘にはまだ利用価値があるがな。小僧、お前は用済みよ。
Yeah, he said you were still worth using too.
そう、そっちの方は点で予想がつかないけど、私から逃げ回ってるのはそういうわけか。会ってしまえばどちらかが死ぬしかない。けど造剣は自分も私もまだ生かしたがってるから、今は会わないように隠れてる。
Sokka considers it for a moment. Now then, I've told her what I came here to say. If there's anything else, it would be... Can't do this alone. I need Tasaka's help. I have to decide what I'm going to do next. I chose to keep fighting. Zoka Matao, an assassin. The Black Shadow roaming the town. Masters fighting each other over the Holy Grail. I decided I'd stop it all, even after I lost Saber. It's not the time to worry about appearances. I need Tasaka's help if I want to prevent any further victims. Tasaka, I've lost Saber in my command spells, so I'm not a master anymore, right?
そうね、肝心なことを忘れてた。エミヤ君はもうマスターじゃない。聖杯戦争に関わる必要はなくなって、他のマスターに狙われる危険も薄れたわ。
Right. I wanted the Grail because Saber said she needed it. Now that she's gone, I'm not interested in it anymore.
そう。それじゃあ、あなたはもう戦わない？
Tasaka's eyes are stoic. She asked me the question as a master, evenly and without letting her emotions cloud it. It's a warning, not a question. This is my last chance. She's given me fair warning that it isn't too late to turn back. No. But my answer was decided long ago. I'm going to remember how considerate she was for asking me. Of course not. I won't forfeit this war. Even if I'm not a master, I decided I'd fight to put a stop to it.
なら私たちの関係も続行ってことね。お互い敵同士だけど、とりあえずあの影を倒すまで休戦状態ってことで。
Tasaka smiles suddenly. Her stoicism from a moment ago turns to friendliness, as if something nice just happened. That's fine, I guess. It's not like I know why. Hang on. Why are we enemies? I'm not a master anymore, so I have no reason to compete with you.
何言ってるのよ。サーバントとレイジュが亡くなったからってあなたがセーバーのマスターだったことに変わりはないでしょ。曲がりなりにも聖杯に選ばれたエミヤ君には最後まで聖杯を手に入れる資格がある。無力化したところで競争相手であることに変わりはないわ。
I am? Even I don't care about getting the Holy Grail?
そんなの状況次第でしょ。もし聖杯が手に入る状況になってエミヤ君もどうしても聖杯が必要になってしまって仕方なく聖杯を使うってこともありえない話じゃないわ。無欲な人間ってのはね、無欲だからこそ自分以外のものに引きずられるんだし。
You're overthinking this, Tasaka. Even if I needed the Grail, there's no way I'd get it.
だからもしもの話。けど可能性はゼロじゃないわ。だからそういうことを踏まえて敵同士だって言ってるの。マスターで亡くなった魔術師が教会に逃げ込むのだってそのためよ。サーバントを失ったからって他のマスターにとってみれば目障りな邪魔者なんだから。そのあたりエミヤ君も気をつけて行動なさい。 あなたを殺したがってるのは造剣だけじゃないんだから。
I'll accept your advice. I'm not happy about being enemies with her.
何よ難しそうな顔しちゃって。私と敵同士なんて今まで通りでしょ。なのに困ることなんてあるの？
Plenty. Because then I can't ask you for help.
Huh?
She freezes. Tasaka stares at me like she's just seen a ghost.
私の力を借りるってなんで？
Because I definitely can't do this on my own. I need to defeat the other masters to stop the war, but I don't have that power to do that. I know it sounds pathetic, but I can't worry about appearances. Out of the few options I have left, I think this is the best one. So I can't be enemies with you, Tasaka. I want you to help me, not just honor a truce.
ちょっと正気？エミヤ君。
I'm completely sane. I'm not strong and I might drag you down. You don't have anything to gain by teaming up with me, and I have no way to repay you. Yeah, normally there wouldn't be a reason to form an alliance.
なんだ分かってるじゃない。あなたの言う通り魔術の基本は10日交換よ。元手がないやつに物を貸すことはできないし、釣り合わない技術者に手を貸すこともできない。そんなの本人のためにもならないってあなたでも知ってるでしょ。今までは休戦状態だったから相談に乗ってたけど、協力関係となると話は別よ。協力し合うってことは仲間ってことで、そうなったら報酬だって山分けにしなくちゃならないんだから。
Yeah, I knew that's when I asked. Help me, Tasaka. I'll pay you back as long as I live.
生きてる限りってあなたね。
I know what a burden I'd be to her, but Tasaka's the most reliable person I know, and if she's the one who gets the Holy Grail, then I can trust that nothing will go wrong. So she's the only one I can think of helping win as a master. Tasaka, I'd like to hear your answer. I meet her eyes.
そんなの決まってるじゃない。マスターじゃないやつと組んでも私は。
Tasaka.
だからそんな風に言われても手助けなんてできないし、そもそも。
Tasaka.
それじゃあまるでちゃんとした契約みたいじゃない。
There it is. Tasaka makes a show of looking down.
ああ、もう分かったわよ。それじゃあ交換条件。
She shoots a hard gaze right back at me. What conditions?
交換条件は交換条件よ。これは立派な契約だもの。だから今から言うことを守れるなら考えてあげないこともないわ。
Tasaka, I've been saying this the whole time that I don't have anything to pay you with.
いいから聞く。
Okay, go ahead.
よし。じゃあ一つ目。協力関係になるのはいいけど、その場合私の言うことはちゃんと守る？戦いになった時、どんな指示でも文句言わない？
She was talking to me earlier about lying. So we're gonna lie. Yes.
それじゃあ二つ目。私が信頼した分、私を信用できる？どんなことになっても、どんなひどいことになっても裏切らない？
Yes.
そう。それじゃあエミヤ君はこれから私に絶対服従ってことでいいわけね。
Tasaka says something ominous. It sounds like a question, but clearly I have no choice. I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't have a choice if that's your condition. I'll do what you want. I convince myself to say yes, even if it's heartbreaking. I give her my answer. Is it just me, or does Tasaka look displeased? What, Tasaka, was that the wrong answer?
別に私としては理想的な答えだったわ。少し物足りないけど、あなたがそういうのならそうするだけ。じゃあそのままでこれからかける魔術を受け入れて、エミヤ君。今の言葉を本物にするから。
Okay, now I'm fucked. Huh? Make my words true.
ギアスをかけるってこと。呪いとしては最上級のものだから、おいそれと人にかけられるものじゃないけどね。
Okay.
あなたが承諾しているなら、私でもロックできるわ。
Curse of compulsion, like a servant's command spell?
ええ。けど、あそこまで多様性はないわ。せいぜい金縛りに遭うぐらいだし、あなたの命に関わる強制はできない。効果時間は聖杯戦争が終わるまで。それなら文句はないでしょ。
Sure, that's fine.
じゃあ目を閉じて、しばらく動かないで。魔術回路も動かさないこと。
I obey and close my eyes.
Das Betrachter, meine Bilder werden gerappt. Was ist schwarz? Richtige Euberichte Peitsche. Die Vergeltung vor Himmel.
A fire lights up in my very core. Tasaka's chant permeates not just my body, but my heart, intertwining with my nerves. I hear a sound like a bottle shaking next to my heart. The smaller heart becomes into being. A bell rings to announce the end of lunchtime. Lunch went by in a flash. Tasaka's magecraft must have had me in a trance.
はい、終わり。これで契約は成立したわ。それじゃあ学校が終わったら正門で待ち合わせね。今日からしばらくエミヤ君には私の家で部活動をしてもらうから。
Club activities at your house?
そう。手を組んだ以上、あなたを一人でも戦えるように教え込まなくちゃいけないでしょ。まあ、エミヤ君が素人だってことはあの夜で分かってるから、連日居残ってもらうことになるけどね。
Fuck. I don't mind. I'd appreciate that, actually. Are we starting today?
当たり前よ。まずエミヤ君の力量を把握して、今夜からの方針を決めないといけないもの。帰りはかなり遅くなるだろうけど、エミヤ君は一人暮らしだから問題ないわよね。
Huh? Oh, right. Tasaka leaves me with a casual wave. A chime announces the end of lunch. Today's Friday. Classes run until 6th period, and we get out after 3. Oh man, I told Sakura I'd come home early, but I can't just cancel out on Tasaka the very first day. Sorry, Sakura. Who I'm taking care of at home, but I'll need to join Tasaka today. Well, Tasaka isn't a monster. If I explain Sakura's situation, then there's a chance she'll let me go home early just for today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she will. I should have said no on that last one. I'm gonna be dead. I wait for Tasaka by the school gate. The sky is all gray and it looks like it's about to rain. Not to mention this chilly wind. It's going to be a cold night if there's wind.
何？考え事？
I return to reality. Tasaka's here. Her shoulders are slightly heaving as she ran here. I was just thinking it's gonna rain.
ああ、天気のことね。見た感じ小雨ぐらいかな。夜の巡回もあるし、あんまり降られるのも困りものだけど。
From the sound of that, Tasaka expects us to go on patrol tonight. I'd like that too, but I should check in on Sakura at home before that. About that, Tasaka.
分かってるって。仲間同士、きっかり鍛えてあげるから覚悟なさい。ちゃんとエミヤ君を一人前にしてみせるから。
With a bold declaration, Tasaka starts down the path home. Uh-oh. If you smile at me like that, how am I supposed to say I need to go home early today? We take the long path up the hill and south of the intersection. We're coming up to the neighborhood with the European houses. Tasaka's house is situated at the top of the hill, much higher than Sakura's. Wow. So this is Tasaka's mansion. How do I put it? Sakura's house is big, but this one really grabs the eye with its European feel. It also feels cold and heartless somehow. The air around the entire top of the hill feels like it rejects visitors.
どうしたの？足止めちゃって。私の家ここだけど。
Yeah, I know. I'm just a little overwhelmed.
そうね。私のところはエミヤ君の家とは違うから、魔力の気配に疎いあなたでもここの冷たさは感じ取れるってこと。
Tasaka continues walking with the bored tone.
ほら、早く来なさいよ。罠なんて仕掛けてないんだから尻込みすることないでしょ。
Tasaka beckons me in from her front door. Hesitating isn't quite what this place makes me want to do. Grumbling, I steel myself and step through the threshold. It does feel cold, but my mind is elsewhere. She has no idea what a big deal it is for a guy to get invited over to rent Tasaka's house. She wouldn't understand even if I explained. At best, she would just laugh at me. I am so dead. On top of that, why are we doing this in your bedroom instead of the parlor? After showing me the parlor, Tasaka took me up to her room like it was the most natural thing.
なんでって、ここのが器具が揃ってるからだけど。今はお茶を飲むところだし、別にお茶しに来たわけじゃないでしょ?
Well, yeah, but I guess she remembers that I'm the same age member of the opposite sex. I wish she'd remember that I'm the same age member of the opposite sex.
とにかく適当に座って。性別は政治とカードで行うけど、どっちも苦手だったら今のうちに言っとくこと。
Tasaka opens a box next to her bed. It's filled with treasures straight out of an adventure movie.
騎手のメノなんか使ってもしょうがないか。あれ、政治切れてる。あ、じゃあちょっと下から 2,3 輪持ってきて。
真紅のサルビアだな。まあそこの男を判別するのにそこまでする必要はないだろうがね。
I did forget that this was what they did before.
私の勝手でしょ。で、持ってきたらしばらく下で休んでて。彼とは協定を結んだんだから、いちいち護衛しなくてもいいでしょ。
そうだな。その男に君を出し抜く度胸などあるまい。私は夜に備えるとしよう。
That must have been Archer. I couldn't sense his enormous magical energy at all. Maybe it's reduced while he's in spirit form. Wow, I didn't even notice he was in the same room.
霊体になっていればそんなものよ。仮に実体化していても、この屋敷にいる限り魔力は外に漏れないわ。外部への魔力遮断なんて攻防としては初歩の初歩だから。
Huh? Does that go for the Mercury? I mean the Metalis too?
ええ。もっとも、あそこはもう魔力を隠す必要はないから、隠してるとしたら、家から漏れる魔力じゃなく、魔術師本人から漏れる魔力でしょうけど。まあどちらにせよ、魔力を隠すだけならどうとでもなるってこと。本当なら学校にもアーチャーを連れて行くところだけど、今あいつ本調子じゃないから昼間は休ませてるの。
Tasaka rummages around in her treasure box while making a troubled expression. It looks like she can't find what she's looking for. Is she actually really disorganized?
ほんと、普通の傷は簡単に治療できるのに、どうしてセイバーの傷だけは治療できないのかしら、あいつ。なんか因縁があったとしか思えないんだけど。どうしてこう大師傅の宝石ばっかり出てくるのよ。普段は出てこないくせに。この。
She literally throws herself into her search. The chest looks small, but it's apparently deep enough to swallow Tasaka whole. Anyway, there's nothing to grit my teeth over at this moment. At most, I can pray that Tasaka finds whatever she's looking for. I absently look around the room. And I see something incredible. It's a photograph. I find it on a bookshelf no higher than my waist in the center of the room, or corner of the room. It's a photo. The photo is on top, like it was forgotten here. Dust comes off it when I touch it, indicating that it's been here for a while. She doesn't clean? No, of course not. She just doesn't touch this photo. Maybe Tasaka doesn't like looking at photos from her childhood. But then she wouldn't leave this out here. It's something important that she doesn't want to touch, I guess. Still, though, people sure do change. In the picture, Tasaka is 5 or 6 years old. And she's, well, totally adorable. So her hair's always been this long. Wait, huh? In the photo, Tasaka's wearing the same style she does now. But one difference catches my eye.
お待たせ。準備は整ったわ。これから少し痛い目に遭ってもらうけど気にしないで。どうしたの、レミヤくん。
Oh, Tasaka, this... I hold out the photo I found.
なんだ、昔の写真じゃない。隅っこに置いといたんだけど、それがどうかした？
Well, it's nothing really, but I hesitate to bring it up since it doesn't matter. I really don't need to ask her this, but something about it stands out to me.
おう、そっか。リボンが違うって言うんでしょ、エミヤくんは。
I nod.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。女の子だもん、髪留めなんていくらでも持ってるわ。いくらお気に入りだからって十何年も同じのつけてると思う？
Oh, that does make sense now that she mentions it. What am I getting hung up about some ribbon for?
なんてね。そう言いたいところだけど、髪留めは特別よ。女の魔術師にとって髪は最後の切り札でしょ。縛り付けるものだって相応の魔術品なんだから、替えの代物なんてめったにないわ。
So is your ribbon some kind of magical item?
ええ、髪を留めるってことは魔力を貯めるってことだから。遠坂は魔眼持ちじゃないから、せめて髪だけでも予備魔力を蓄えておかないといけないの。で、自分の体をコントロールするんだから、髪留めは自分で作った方がいいでしょ。それ、私が最初に作ったリボンなの。お気に入りだったんだけど、まあいろいろあって手放したわけ。さて、無駄話はここまでよ。スパッと性別を始めるから、まずはそこの椅子に座ってちょうだい。
Tasaka's magical examination ends rather quickly. She lit some incense and did something that looked like a tarot card reading. Then answered some questions that reminded me of a personality test. According to her,
該当なし。これ以上は無駄ね。
she gives up quickly on trying to identify my magic circuits. Wow, so you can't tell. I blurt out a question.
失礼ね。エミヤくんが五大元素に関わってないってことは分かったわよ。そこから先の性別は私の専門外だから、これ以上調べるのは無駄でしょ。あとはエミヤくんが使える魔術を見せてもらって、そこから推測するだけよ。
So she says. Next, I practice my strengthening magecraft on a lump of clay that Tasaka gave me. Clay is a lump of ether, and always returns to being a lump no matter what you do to it, so it's very conductive to magical energy, or conducive. I was a little worried it might get stuck once I strengthened it, but...
死肉みたいなものだから気にしないで。よっぽど強い魔力でくくっても、一日で復元しちゃう材質だから。
So she said. By the way, she said a shiniku is a lump of meat that never gets any smaller no matter how much of it you eat. It's called a Shiro in Chinese mythology. Anyway, I tried strengthening the lump of clay. I didn't want to fail in front of her, but I only managed to pull it off twice in 10 attempts. It even took me much longer to manifest my magic circuit than I did when Saber was still around. While I practiced strengthening, Tasaka asked me questions such as whether I came up with my own incantation, whether I used magecraft other than strengthening, how I was trained, what form of mental images was most easily, and so on. And Tasaka's face darkened until she eventually stopped saying anything. I don't know what I did to upset her, but having her make that face this close to mine was very uncomfortable. Tasaka, maybe this is a stupid question, but are you regretting teaming up with me because of how experienced I am? Ask her about her most likely concern.
後悔はしてるけど、未熟って言ってもあなたの場合は教え方が間違えられていたっていうか、
Inexperienced.
よくもそんなやり方で今まで命があったっていうか。
Tasaka muses aloud. Earth to Tasaka, I don't follow. Why are you glaring at me like that?
いいわ。とにかく根本から直さないとダメみたいね。それとさっきの話だけど、エミヤ君の工房には投影したものがまだ残ってるって本当？
Yeah, they stay as long as you don't break them, don't they? She asked me that earlier when I mentioned trying projection during breaks when strengthening wasn't going well. Tasaka pressed me hard for details about that, and just once asked me to project something using the lump of clay. She asked me to make an earthenware pot. It went well until about halfway, then it failed.
とりあえずエミヤ君にはスイッチのオンオフを仕込んであげる。実際に体内にスイッチを作った方が手っ取り早いから、今夜はうちに泊まっていきなさい。荒療治になるから一晩寝込むことになるし。
Wait, sleepover? Here?
何よその顔。安心なさい。別にメス入れるってわけじゃなくて、ちょっと薬を飲んでもらうだけだから。まあ、効果が強すぎるんで、しばらくは動けなくなるけどね。
This is going to be like a long-winded death, I can already tell. Oh, I wasn't worried about the procedure. I look at the clock. It's already past 5 o'clock. I didn't notice because of the cloudy weather, but it's already evening. Tasaka is looking out for me in both the ally and the mage. I'm worried about Sakura, but it shouldn't be a problem to leave her for a day with a caretaker around. Tasaka's cooperating with me, so I should prioritize this.
ちょっと、何そんな辛そうな顔してるのよ。荒療治は嫌じゃないんでしょ？なら観念して私の手術を受けなさい。
Yeah, I'll do it. Just checking, but this will only take 1 day, right? It won't be a problem if I can't move tomorrow.
そうね。ぶっちゃけその可能性は否定できないわ。開いてみるまではわからないって言うし、エミヤ君の体がもういじれないぐらい成長してたら長くかかるし、手術そのものが失敗する可能性だってあるし。まあ、そのあたりは運ね。エミヤ君、最近の運勢はどう？
Pretty fucking bad. Bad. As for what exactly is bad about it, the worst part is that there's someone smiling and asking that question while she has my destiny in a chokehold. Hold on. That would be really bad. I need to go home tomorrow.
え？うちってエミヤ君の家？
Yeah, Sakura has a cold, so I need to look after her. If I'm going to be staying over a few nights, then I can't just rest easy unless I check in on her beforehand.
忘れてた。
She's fed up with me. Tasaka looks at me in surprise, then exclaims,
バカ、もっと早く言ってくれたらここまで引き止めなかったのに。
It's my turn to be surprised.
スイッチの話は後。そんなのあんたの家でもできるんだから。
Huh? Huh? She storms out across the room with a coat rack and dons her coat.
行くわよ。うちでやることは済ませたし、あとはエミヤ君の家でもできるわ。 さくらの看病が終わったら続きをするから急いで戻りましょう。
Yeah, I appreciate that.
それと思い出すのも尺だから今のうちに教えといてあげる。あなたの本文は強化じゃなくて投影よ。どこでどう間違えて何をどう勘違いしているかは知らないけど、あなたは本来作る側に属する魔術師なんだから。
Tasaka walks briskly down the hallway. I'm a little confused, but I follow her, and we depart the historic Tasaka mansion. Okay, we're still kind of good if we got an interlude. 9-1. She looks up at the clock on the wall, the ticking of the second hand ringing keenly in her ears. The time is past 4 p.m. School got out a long time ago, and it's well past the time he would have gotten home, even if he stopped for groceries.
どうしたんだろう。先輩、遅いな。
She whispers dreamily, leaning against the wall. She moves slowly, feeling dizzy thanks to her fever. She's slightly surprised by her own voice. The clock ticking sounds so loud it grates on her ears, yet she can't hear her own voice very well. That simple noise alone keeps resonating in her earlobes. The steady tick-tock rhythm of the clock. The ba-dump of her heart, straining to pump blood. The two sounds get into her head even if she covers her ears, making the dizziness worse.
おかしいな。風邪、本当に治ってるのに。
That's why she sent the caretaker home. Her temperature was normal when she measured it, and she managed to make lunch on her own. In the afternoon, she felt like her usual self again, and she looked forward to seeing the real master of the house come home. And yet, her whole body feels hot. The heat isn't coming from herself, but someplace else. Something between her blood vessels and overlapping muscles, in gaps that shouldn't be there. Something other than herself penetrates deep inside, running like a car engine. Her fever is so hot, so endless, so unlike anything she's ever experienced before, that she can't help but visualize it as such. If you asked her whether it feels bizarre, whether it's uncomfortable, she says yes to both. She isn't the only one who feels suffocated. The things creeping between her blood vessels and nerves are having a hard time too. To use an example, they're like puppies trapped in a can full of ground meat, searching for an exit. They're a real cause of her fever, the puppies wriggling in her body, desperately trying to fulfill their function. She finds them adorable somehow and can't bring herself to hate the sensation.
時計の音、大きい。
She absently stares at the clock. It's now 4:30. Just a little longer. He's sure to come home in another 30 minutes. Before then, she needs to calm her body down and quiet the things running through her body.
大丈夫。こんなの何度もあったんだから。
Yes, she's used to these symptoms. She's experienced them so many times since childhood, and she's been taught how to relieve them. That's why she thinks she can calm this down, but the fever doesn't recede, and the things in her move even faster.
やだ。なんかおかしいです。先輩。
Her body won't relax. Everything she's tried before doesn't work. What is she missing? What does she need? What's changed? She desperately tries to figure it out, but the ticking is too distracting. She can't think straight.
この音。
Finally, she realizes that it isn't the clock, but an alarm emitted by the house itself.
なんだ、エミヤはいないのか。そりゃ都合がいい。
Someone familiar appears before her, tracking dirt into the house.
おいおい、どうしたさくら。エミヤがいないと思ったらこんなところに一人で。こりゃじいさんの言ってた通りライダーを使いすぎた反動かな。
The man enters the living room and walks up to the girl slumped against the wall. She can't put any strength into her muscles. She never had the energy to move to begin with.
迎えに来たよさくら。おままごとの時間は終わりだ。
He looks down on her with a plastic smile.
ほら行こうか。エミヤと肩をつけるんだ。お前もあいつの顔が見たいだろうからさ。特等席で見せてやろうと思ってさ。
The man grabs her arm and drags her to her feet. She tries to free her arm, but she doesn't have the strength to even do that. The man drags her along, putting on a pleasant front.
そう怒るなよさくら。妹は兄貴の言うことを素直に聞いておくもんだぞ。
やだ、違う、約束が違う兄さん。先輩にはもう手出ししないって言ったのに。
She protests tearfully. It doesn't sway him. It seems he's set on playing caretaking brother, mouth drawn with a thin line. Sobs spill out from her.
優しいだろう僕は。じいさんから預かったものもあるけど、できればそんなものは使いたくないんだ。
The man pulls the girl outside by the arm.
安心しろって。これも男同士の付き合いってやつさ。約束は守るし、用さえ済めばここに戻っても構わない。ただちょっとさ、こんな状態の妹を放っておく悪いやつにはお灸を据えないと。ね。
The man whispers in a delighted tone, close enough for his lips to touch the girl's ear. She closes her mouth. She knows better than anyone that her brother won't listen to anyone once he's made up his mind.
そうそう。さくらはいい子だな。それじゃあ一足先に行っていようか。ここで待つのも悪いし、どうせ遊ぶなら僕の作った陣地に招待しないと。ライダー、さくらを連れてくるんだ。
The man passes the girl to a servant and leaves the living room. The girl looks up. She sees a servant with flowing hair, long enough to touch the ground. I'm home. I announce myself as I enter the house. Suddenly, I'm overcome by a sense of discomfort.
エミヤ君、廊下。
It's clear what caught her attention. In the hallway are marks that look like footprints. Only Sakura's shoes are out front. I didn't see the caretaker's shoes, so they must have gone home. Sakura? I go to the guest bedroom. Nobody's inside. Discomfort turns to dread. I go back to the living room. Sakura's in here either. The tracks in the hallway end in the living room. Someone with dirty feet did something here and then went outside.
エミヤ君、そこの床見て。踏み込んだ跡がここまで。
I know. Sakura was in here. Yes, I know. Sakura was in the living room waiting for me to come home, and now she's gone. There are unfamiliar footprints in the hallway. That's all I know. It's strange that they haven't deduced this situation. The answer should be clear once I take some time to think. Calmly. 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 If I calm down and think, I'll figure out what happened here. But why? Why won't my brain work at all?
ちょっとエミヤ君。
I should have come home earlier. I should have taken this more seriously. Didn't I take Sakura in because I was afraid this would happen? Zoken said that Sakura had nothing to do with this. Why did I believe him? As long as Sakura is one of the Mataos, there's no way she isn't related. So why? Why did I accept an explanation that was convenient for me without questioning it at all? The phone rings. Tasaka keeps quiet. I nod at her and pick up the receiver. Shinji's the caller. There's no doubt about it, and I was expecting this anyway. What did you do to Sakura? Shinji. Tasaka leans in close, as if she can hear what he's saying. I keep her at a distance with one hand and continue the call. Enough beating around the bush. Tell me what you want. No, we are. You ran away. There's nothing left to settle. If Saber hadn't shown up. I see now. It sounds like Ryder hasn't told him that I lost Saber. Yeah, that's why he came to take her back by force. In other words, this phone call is... Shinji, what are you going to do with her? I hold off Tasaka. If she interrupts this conversation, I'll definitely go off the rails. You're telling me to fight without Saber. I hear snickering over the receiver. I'll be right there, so wait. One more question. Are you a master or are you Sakura's big brother? Fine. I'll fight you as a master, Shinji. I hang up the phone. Without skipping a beat, I turn on my heel and head straight for the front door. That's the plan. We can talk later.
後にしろってそれはこっちのセリフよ。シンジがさくらを連れて行ったのは目の前で自分の力を見せつけたいんでしょ。そのまま行けば殺されるわよ。今のシンジに自覚があるかはわからないけど、そんなの見せられたらさくらだってたまんないわ。ここは様子を見て作戦を立てるべきよ。
I know that, but I can't just sit still. His laughing's still ringing in my ears. Oh, so he wants to kill me in front of Sakura.
それはわからないけど、可能性は高いわね。ヘミヤ君大丈夫？あなた冷静そうに見えるけど、もしかして逆上してる？
Fly off the handle. She's asking me if all I can think about is running to school and punching Shinji in the face. In that case, yeah, I'm about to lose it. I can't think of anything else. I'm pissed off at myself for not saying a damn thing this entire time, just because they're siblings. He isn't Sakura's brother. And I let him take Sakura away. I'm going to take her back. Don't get involved, Tasaka. I go outside. The sky above is dark and the sun's starting to set. It's definitely going to rain tonight. I need to bring Sakura back with me before then.
待ちなさいってば。あなた一人じゃ助けられるやつも助けられないから、私と手を組むって言ったんじゃないの？
I stop. Her words are like cool water on my boiling head. Sorry, but Sakura's still in danger. I know it's suicidal to go in by myself, but I don't have a choice.
でしょうね。シンジがさくらを連れている以上、私もおいそれと手は貸せない。けどエミヤ君、あなたが何とかしてシンジからさくらを取り返してくれたのなら、あとは私が何とかする。
Take care of what? Shinji?
シンジじゃなくてライダーよ。サーバントの相手はサーバントがするものでしょ。私はできるだけ近くで身を隠しているから、とにかくさくらを助けてあげて。そしたら、たとえ1秒後に殺されるって状況でも、絶対にあなたを助けるから。
Tasaka says that like she's trying to convince herself. I know this is going to be a heavy burden on her. I'm asking for her help, and with that in mind, she's promising to honor our alliance. The reassurance warms my enraged heart. I can count on Tasaka. In exchange, I need to get Sakura out of there unharmed. Alright, I'll let you back me up.
ええ。けどそれには、あなたがちゃんと無事で、きちんとさくらを守ってあげてるって条件付きよ。いくらアーチャーでも、ライダーの相手をしながらさくらを守る。なんてできない。自分の身と引き換えにさくらを助けても、そんなの全然意味がないんだから。
There's no sign of anyone on campus. School has been sending students home early ever since the mass coma spread. It's almost 6 p.m. There probably aren't even any teachers still on campus, let alone students. Do you know where Shinji is, Tasaka?
あいつの性格から言って校舎の中でしょ。高いところで、かつ馴染んだ場所に陣取ってるに決まってるわ。
Only one place fits those conditions. Shinji's in a classroom on the 3rd floor. I'm going on ahead. Come after me once you can.
ええ。10分経ったら私も正門をくぐるわ。まだ話してなかったけど、ここには結界が張られている。気配を隠したところで見つかっちゃうから、そうならないようにライダーとシンジの注意を引きつけて。
I nod once and start running. I feel hot iron enter my back. I've already activated my magic circuit. I tell my impatient self that my only weapon, strengthening, is for protecting Sakura, not defeating my enemies. I stop. On the 3rd floor, I find a dark-clothed servant and Shinji with Sakura next to him. He's holding a knife, its tip pointed at Sakura. Damn you. I move on impulse. My legs start sprinting again. The dark servant rider blocks my path.
止まりなさい。それ以上前に出れば、彼女の無事は保証できない。
Gah. I force myself to halt. My mouth hurts. I'm grinding my teeth together so hard they're squeaking. Shinji!
よう、思った通り飛んできたな、エミヤ。お前のことだからさ、ああ言えば本当に一人で来ると思ったよ。
My mind goes white with rage. Despite my attempts to suppress it, I feel so dizzy from anger, I almost can't see Ryder right in front of me. What's going on? Why is he doing this? I'm the one who Shinji hates, right? He didn't need to go to such lengths to call me out here. Sakura is Shinji's sister. A big brother should protect his sister. Close family should help each other and smile together. So why is he doing this? How can a big brother do this to his little sister's feelings? Why couldn't I do anything to help? Are you serious, Shinji?
当然だろう。本気だからここで待っていたんじゃないか。この後に及んで何寝ぼけてんだよ、お前。
My body leans forward. I won't feel at ease until I run in there right now and pull Sakura away from Shinji. But she's in the way. Ryder blocks my approach to Shinji, protecting him.
わからない人ですね。あなたは何をしに来たのです。この場に訪れたということは、マスターの意に従うということ。戦う気があるのなら、一人で来るべきではなかったでしょう。
Ryder's completely right. I need to keep a cool head. Since I'm following Shinji's directions, I need to focus only on saving Sakura, not beating Shinji. Phew. I take a deep breath and relax. Holding Sakura close, Shinji enjoys my apparent dismay. Sakura hangs her head, not looking up at me. I'm sure she isn't unconscious, right? She's standing on her own two legs. She's just looking down because she can't raise her head. Shinji, did you tell Sakura about the Holy Grail War? I glare at him without hiding my anger.
は？そうか。ああ、そういうことか。ああ、安心しろよ、エミヤ。お前が黙っているもんだからさ、ちゃんと1から10まで話してやったよ。僕たちがマスターで今まで殺し合いをしてきたってさ。隠しておきたかったのかい？バーカ、そんなのバレるに決まってるじゃんか。こいつさ、お前が何か隠してるって気づいてたらしいぜ。けど自分はただの後輩だから聞けなかった。だとさ。
Sakura turns away, gritting her teeth so that she won't look up.
さあ、遠慮せずに聞けよ、さくら。今のエミヤは隠し事なんてできないぜ。ほら、念願叶ったりだろうが。
Sakura keeps her mouth shut. So she keeps staring at the floor because...
何黙ってるんだよ、お前。いいから聞いてみろよ。エミヤがお前のことどう思ってるか、お前が薄汚い魔党の女って知って嫌われたかどうか、ちゃんと自分の口で聞いてみたらどうだ？
Shinji! She looks like she's apologizing to me. I can't take this anymore. Enough, I'm here. Like we promised. Now let Sakura go.
はあ？約束なんてしてないよ。したのは命令さ。一人で来ればさくらには何もしないって、そう言っただけじゃないか。そう睨むなよ、エミヤ。僕だって鬼じゃない。妹を取り返したいっていうお前の気持ちは嬉しいからね。お前が誠意を見せるなら僕も答えるよ。ことが終われば、さくらはこのまま連れて返してやってもいい。
Alright, is that a promise?
ああ、お前が言う通りにするんなら、さくらは話す。これは約束だ。必ず守る。
Fine. So what are your demands? Do you want me to get on my knees?
そんなのいらないよ。男に頭を下げられて何が嬉しいって言うんだ。僕は戦うためにお前を呼び出したんだ。言っただろ？いい加減肩をつけようってさ。
Ryder takes a step forward. She isn't exhibiting hostility or bloodlust. She merely advances on her master's orders.
けど、ただやり合うのもつまらないだろ。僕は魔術師じゃないから不公平だし。ただの喧嘩じゃ僕が勝つのは分かりきってるしさ。だからここは公平を期して、そいつの相手をしてもらうことにしたんだ。
You've got to be kidding me. He wants me, a regular person, to go up against Ryder. He may as well ask me to kill myself.
何？ 命までは取らないさ。ライダーには手加減するように言ってやる。ま、これからうろちょろされるのも目障りだから、2、3本は折らせてもらうけど。
Riders and armed with their daggers. Apparently, she really is holding back.
簡単だろ？ただバカみたいに殴られてればいいんだ。ああ、けど簡単には倒れるなよ、エミヤ。僕が満足する前に気絶なんかしたら、さくらは僕が連れて帰ることになるからね。
Ryder closes in. In just 3 seconds, I'll be within her reach. I'm not allowed to resist, but I can't go down easily either. You're contradicting yourself, Shinji. What do you want?
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。僕はさ、単にお前をぶちのめしたいだけなんだよ。
Ryder pounces. I raise my hands and brace for a beating. Instantly, a shocking impact pierces my right arm, threatening to tear off my shoulder. Ugh. She targeted my arm, which was protecting my head. It's still attached. Nothing is dismembered yet, but it's still it's completely paralyzed, and I can't feel a thing. I force myself back to my senses. Unarmed, I don't have a chance in hell. I need to strengthen something, protect myself if I want to stay in one piece. The next attack will finish me if I can't at least turn my thin school uniform into iron, or at least harden my defenseless body. Ugh. My left arm protecting my head dips. The sledgehammer-like strike smashes through my strengthened clothes and nearly breaks my limbs. Damn it. In the space of a single breath, she disabled both my arms. No. I can still move them, but I can't feel anything. With reactions this sluggish, I can't use my arms to protect myself from Ryder anymore. If she goes for the face next, it'll be an instant knockout. Ryder's merciless. She rains down fists on me, following Shinji's orders. The mechanical way she does it makes her seem like a machine spinning its arms. Gah. With arms that can't move properly, I do my best to guard my face. Ryder's fists were never something that I could predict and block anyway. I just need to focus on protecting my head so that I don't get knocked out. What is Ryder thinking, I wonder? She doesn't go for the numerous gaps in my defense. All she does is keep pounding my arms and unprotected stomach. The agony is enough to make me faint. But it isn't the same force that rendered my arms numb. That's weird. I saw how strong Ryder is at Ryudo Temple. She could have cut me in half if she wanted. Maybe she's just holding back like Shinji said. She might be avoiding my head to keep from knocking me out too early. But this isn't like her. In fact, she's an order of magnitude weaker. The raw magical energy that the servants give off is enough to make my skin crawl. At Ryudo Temple, Ryder was a formidable servant. But the Ryder attacking me now is the same Ryder who lost to Saber in the park. I don't know why that is, but this is a chance to turn the tables on Shinji. I stumble forward. Like someone tired of beating on a sandbag, Ryder steps in and lays a heavy uppercut to my stomach. It's like a pile driver hollowing out my insides. That one really hurt. My not yet healed injuries from last night scream out in pain. The blow makes me vomit gastric juices, and I just go weak at the knees.
どうした？それで終わりかいエミヤ。さくらの前なんだからしっかりしろよ。そんなんじゃ全然格好つかないじゃないか。
I feel myself pitch forward. Ryder backs off slightly and watches me collapse. But I grab Ryder's arms and force myself to keep standing.
いいぞエミヤ。ゴキブリ並みのしぶとさだ。お前本当に面白いぜ。
Damn, that one really got me good. I'm dizzy and I didn't even get hit in the head.
ああ、けどまあ見せ物としちゃ三流だったな。このまま続けても同じことの繰り返しだ。そろそろ飽きてきたし、あとは豪快な KO シーンで締めくくろうか。
The same thing. You've got to be kidding. Our positions are completely different now. I can't even tell that our positions are reversed since I pulled myself up using Ryder's arms? Or can't he even tell that our positions are reversed since I pulled myself using Ryder's arms?
距離は5メートルほどです。我慢強いあなたの勝ちですね。
Huh? I look up. What did Ryder just say to me?
休憩は終わりだ。第2ラウンドだぜ、エミヤ。
Ryder shakes off my hands. The servant in the black dress resumes her robotic assault. I'm driven backwards. Each of Ryder's strikes avoids any vital points. That would end the fight. I'm numb all over. Internal bleeding forms dark bruises where she hits me, and I can't even feel the pain anymore. It's because the pain lingering inside me is stronger than the external pain she's inflicting. Ryder is mercilessly destroying my body from within. A servant utters emotionlessly and moves in. That's when I fully understand. This isn't what Shinji wants. She isn't avoiding aiming for my head, or leaving me just barely mobile, because Shinji ordered her to.
いいぞ。もう手加減はなしだ。殺せライダー。
Ryder takes a step forward, her long hair dancing through the air. Then she hits me with a thrust to the chest, unlike anything I've experienced so far. Gah. I can't breathe. My feet leave the ground. I nearly black out from the punch, even though I saw it coming. Ryder sends me flying. As I sail through the air, I hear a muffled scream and a delighted guffaw. Sakura's voice is much closer now. I fall. On any other day, I would be dead as soon as I hit the floor. She wouldn't even need the impact of the fall to kill me. It's an attack that sent a whole human being flying. I'd expected to punch a gaping hole through my chest on impact. But I'm still alive. She went out of her way to time the punch so perfectly, anyone could have jumped back at the same time. That attack wasn't meant to kill me. Ultimately, it was Ryder, not Shinji, who decided on avoiding hitting me in the face and kept attacking me in a way that allowed me to keep moving. Here goes. I'm at a perfect distance. Just before I hit the ground, I twist my body midair and... I grab the knife blade in front of me in my left hand. My left palm wraps around the blade. It's already numb, so the sensation of metal coming flesh doesn't bother me. I bring my right arm around in a wild swing, paying no heed to my left hand being sliced open. I slug Shinji squarely in the face with my clenched right fist. Yeah. I throw the knife aside. Trying not to look at my wound, I run to Sakura's side. Sakura! Sakura is sitting on the ground lifelessly, not looking up. She's avoiding talking to me. I don't know if it's because of Shinji or if it's because I've been hiding things from her. All I know is that Sakura has had a fever since this morning. It's okay. We'll talk later. First we'll get home and then...
そこまでよ。勝負あったわね、シンジ。
A voice interrupts me. I heard Tasaka from behind. She must have arrived at some point. Ryder's crouched on the floor, wounded by Archer. Her clothes are soaked in blood. It doesn't look immediately fatal, but she probably can't fight anymore.
どうさか。卑怯者。約束を破りやがったな、エミヤ。一人で来いって言ったのに。
そうね。けどあれは約束じゃなくて命令だったんでしょ。ならエミヤ君を卑怯者呼ばわりするのは筋違いだわ。
そんなのは決めんだ。エニアは一人で来るって言ったんだ。なら一人で来るのは当然じゃないか。
いいけどね。確かに私とエミヤ君は一緒だったけど、何もエミヤ君が助けを求めたわけじゃないわ。ここに来たのはあくまで私が来たかったからよ。
嘘つけ。呼びもしないお前がどうして来る。エミヤのやつバカ正直なふりして僕を騙したんだろうが。
ああ、それ？そんなの単純よ。あの電話の時ね、隣に私もいたの。マトウ君声大きいんだもの。エミヤ君が隠してても聞こえちゃった。満足いった？さくらが連れて行かれた以上、私がおとなしくしているわけないでしょ。あんたはエミヤ君をおびき寄せる代わりに完全に私を敵に回したってことよ。
なんだよ、お前もさくらかよ。さくらさくらさくらさくらさくらさくらさくらさくらさくら。信じられない。お前もエミヤと同類かよ。よく見ろ、僕はマスターになったんだ。お前もマスターなら気にかけるのはさくらじゃなく僕だけだって決まってるんだよ。
そう。じゃあ自慢のサーバントに戦わせたら？アーチャーは腹を裂いただけよ。具現化の確たる心臓と首は壊していない。あなたが一人前のマスターなら今すぐにでもライダーを直してあげなさい。
この言わせておけば。
Shinji backs away from us and holds out a book. That's Shinji's command spell. The book that burnt to ashes in the park. He still had another one?
立てライダー、マスターの命令だ。立ってアーチャーを倒せ。
She doesn't answer. Ryder stays where she is, unmoving. A crimson pool of blood grows at her feet. Right now, it's Ryder, not Shinji, who needs help. Ordering her to fight would only hasten her demise.
お前は僕のサーバントだろう。なら死ぬまで戦えよ、間抜け。
Shinji clenches the book tightly. As if that's how he uses his command spell, Ryder's body slowly starts convulsing, trying to stand up. Stop it. That's enough, Shinji. Just give up. Ryder won't last if you keep pushing her.
こいつらが簡単にくたばる弾か。さあ、さくらを返してもらうぞ。
Shinji doesn't rescind his order. Gah. I let go of Sakura's hand and start to run at Shinji again. But when I do... Sakura? I stop and turn to face her. Sakura cries out in anguish. And Shinji's book burst into flames, just like it did that night. What? Gusts of wind howl through the corridor. They come from Ryder, who should have been sprawled on the ground, and Sakura. On edge, Chisaka and Archer watch their newly arisen foe. Ryder's completely healed. The pressure emanating from her is exactly the same as what I witnessed at Ryudo Temple. Suddenly, she vanishes into thin air. Ryder instantly vanishes from my field of view. I duck in response to the warning and see long hair streak overhead. Sakura. In an instant, Ryder leaps away with Sakura in her arms. She lands opposite me and Tasaka, slightly forward of where Shinji is standing.
なんだよお前僕の命令は戦えって
いいえそのような命令はありません私はサーバントとして主の身を守っただけです
Ryder lets Sakura down and glances at Shinji. Despite the leather blindfold covering her eyes, her gaze is ice cold.
バカ言うなお前の主は僕だ僕を守らないで何を勝手に
シンジコマンドスペルはマスターの体に現れるもの私はその身に成功を持たないものをマスターと認めたことは一度もありません
だと
あなたは偽物です疑心の書が失われた以上あなたには付き合えない
Then Ryder turns her back on Shinji. The gesture declares that she will never look at him again.
そういうことだったのねライダー
推測通りですアーチャーのマスターですがあなたならとうに気づいていたのではないですか
ええおかしいとは思ってたわ魔党の人間からマスターが出るはずはない魔党の血はもう廃れてしまって魔術を扱える人間は輩出されないからだから魔党の人間であるシンジは絶対にマスターにはなれないはずだったなのにライダーは召喚され魔党の人間がマスターに選ばれたそうね私は魔党造剣があなたを召喚してシンジに預けているのかと思ってたけど話はもっと簡単なのよ造剣は手を下すまでもないだって今の魔党家において最もマスターにふさわしい人間は
Tasaka isn't looking at Ryder. Her eyes are directed at
魔党の正当な後継者今代の魔術師であるあなただものねさくら
none other than Sakura. Huh? I can't form any coherent words. Tasaka and Sakura. I look back and forth between them both, unable to process anything more than what I just heard. My left hand hurts. Finally, my mind slows down enough to realize that I'm holding a knife in my left hand and by the blade. Oh, I really am slow. Even after hearing Tasaka's words and seeing the command spells on Sakura's right hand, I don't even feel surprised. All I can think is, why? Why is this happening? Sakura seems to shrink away, still not raising her face. Her body language seems to apologize to me for not telling me sooner. Transferring command spells. An order to obey Shinji Matao. That's how Ryder became Shinji's servant, while Sakura temporarily gave up her authority as a master and went back to being a mere mage. When Tasaka looked at Sakura's hand, she had already transferred her command spell to Shinji. Sakura bites her lip. In response,
くそもう一度ださくらもう一度僕に支配権を譲るんだ
Shinji runs to her begging.
おい何黙ってんだよお前は戦う気はないんだろマスターになるのは嫌だって散々言ったから僕が代わりに引き受けてやったんじゃないかそれを今さら何言いこぶってんだよお前は
It looks like he's tearing off the mask of being her brother. His fury pours out like through a broken dam. There's no need to stop it anymore.
ライダーお前僕に逆らうのか
あなたは私のマスターではありませんシンジ たとえ兄でもさくらに手を挙げようとするのなら排除されるだけの存在です。
It needs to be stated that in every possible scenario, Fate Stay Night and Unlimited Blade Works, this was always true. Shinji was never a master. It was always Sakura. Ryder lets go of Shinji, who's been clinging to her arm. He staggers backwards.
そうかよ。後悔するぞライダー。お前が何と言おうとさくらが本を作れば元通りだ。お前が僕のサーバントに戻った時どうなるか分かって。
無駄よシンジ。他人に、しかも魔術師でもない人間にサーバントを預けることは不可能に近いわ。それを可能にしていたのがコマンドスペルによる譲渡だった。
分かってるじゃないか。レイジはあと一つあるんだ。さくらは僕の言うことなら聞く。それで
だからもう終わりなのよ。さくらの刻印はあと一つしかない。それを使ってしまったらライダーを止める手段がなくなってしまう。そうなったライダーは自由よ。レイジで作った偽物の命令権なんかじゃサーバントは縛れない。ライダーに命令したところでさっきみたいに本が燃えておしまいよ。
Yeah, basically.
それじゃあ僕は。
ええ、あなたがマスターになるチャンスはなくなったわ。いえ、借り物のレイジュでライダーを操っていたあなたは初めからマスターなんかじゃなかったのよ。
The crack spread throughout. With virtually palpable crack, Shinji Matao's very existence crumbles to dust.
そうか。初めから無理だったのか。そうだよな。僕には魔術の才能はない。ジジイからは失敗作扱いされて妹には同情される始末だった。そうだよ。当然だ。分かってた。分かってた。分かってた。分かってた。分かってた。こんなの初めから務まりっこないって分かってたさ。
兄さん。
いいさ。気にするなよさくら。こんなのは遊びだ。僕に才能がないってことは分かってた。マトウの後継ぎはお前だもんな。僕がしゃしゃり出ることはなかったんだ。
兄さん。
ああ、分かってる。分かってるさ。だからさくら、この続きはお前がやるんだ。僕の代わりにこいつらと戦えってことさ。いいかさくら。エミヤも遠坂も敵だ。お前がマトウの後継者なら今何をするべきか分かっているだろう。
シンジ、あんたここまで言ってもわからないの？さくらは戦わないし、あんたにもう目はない。ライダーがいない以上、私たちもあんたには手を出さない。あとはおとなしく聖杯戦争が終わるまで隠れてなさい。
お前には聞いてない。さあさくら、言うことを聞いてくれよ。可愛い僕の妹だろ。
She doesn't answer. Sakura clutches one arm to herself and turns away from Shinji. and firmly rejects him.
さくら、お前今なんて
嫌です。兄さんは約束を破りました。先輩は殺さないって言ったのに、その約束を破ったんです。
Mm-hmm.
だからもう。
Sakura doesn't look at him. Shinji stares blank at her and then laughs. In that second, I feel an awful chill.
ならお前の好きなようにしてやるよ。
There's a sound of glass breaking near Sakura. Sakura collapses. She drops to the ground, the strength gone from her legs.
じゃあな、さくら。恨むなら僕じゃなく、ジジイを恨んでくれ。何？どうせいつかはそうなるんなら、今楽になった方が幸せかもよ。
Shinji runs off. She clutches her hand to her chest painfully. The earring she was wearing broke. Some kind of liquid drug splashed on her. Sakura trembles on her knees. She shudders violently like a building being shaken by an earthquake, looking like she might fall apart any second. Sakura. I don't know what's happening. I just run to her side. We just established I don't know what's happening. I stop. At some point, Archer got behind me. He grabs my shoulder. He pushes me back and says something odd. Feed it. What the hell are you talking? My question is answered before I can finish it. The hallway is dyed red. The haze hanging over us becomes a mist that wets my skin, covering the walls in what looks like honey-like sweat. Oh, God. My skin burns. This air, this red world is a realm made of magecraft. Without a doubt, it's some kind of bounded field that will melt everyone in it. Sasaka, this... I can't breathe. Or rather, when I try, the mist enters my throat and burns me from the inside.
シンジが学校に仕掛けてた結界ね。もっとも、シンジからサクラにマスターが変わって威力が段違いになってるけど。
What? I look back. At the end of the dark red passageway is Sakura on the ground, looking like she's trying to pry something from her chest. And Ryder facing us as if to protect Sakura.
そこをどけライダー。お前の主は暴走している。他人の味を知る前に止めねば癖になるぞ。
お断りします。私の役目はマスターの守護です。あなたがサクラを。
ほう。みすみす主を死なせるのか。お前のマスターは著しく魔力を消費していっている。放っておけば確実に死ぬと分かっているのか。
いいえ。失う魔力より多くの魔力を摂取すれば自滅は避けられる。幸いここには魔術師が2人いる。シンジは逃がしましたが彼らはもう逃げられない。サクラが虫に食われる前にあなたの
主が変わったところで少年は変わらんか。他人の命より 自分が可愛いと見える。
それはあなたもでしょう。私のマスターより自身のマスターを守ろうとしている。
なるほど。ではお互い気兼ねをする必要はないわけだ。
Archer charges. Not heeding the stomach-like bounded field, the Red Knight runs at Sakura and clashes with Ryder. Wait, Tasaka, are you sure about this? He's fighting Ryder now.
そりゃ戦うしかないでしょう。このままだと私もあなたも持たないもの。それに同じ魔術師としてさくらが下道に落ちるのは何としても止めないと。
Huh? Fall down what path? Did she talk about the association's laws against abusing magecraft, or Sakura dying because her magic circuits are out of control? Wait, what do you mean? Why is Sakura...
だから暴走してるのよあの子。この結界はライダーが作ったものだけど動かしてるのはさくらってこと。シンジが何をきっとさくらも私たちと一緒なんでしょうね。ただ苦しいから酸素が欲しくて他人の酸素を吸いたがってる。そんなの冬木の管理者として放っておけない。
Can't let what happen? What are you going to do to her?
それはアーチャーに聞いて。私にはああなった魔術師を止める方法は一つしかない。けどアーチャーならまあどちらにせよその前にライダーをなんとかしないとね。見たところアーチャーの方が強いんだけど、アーチャーのやつなんか出力が落ちてるみたい。
His output is dropping. I return my attention to the duel. Even I can tell that Archer is overwhelming her. Archer is always the stronger servant, so I never expect Ryder to put pressure on him. And yet, that impression lasts only for a second. Ryder's weapon is her agility, so a defensive battle like the one she's fighting now shouldn't be her forte. Ryder's greatest strength is her blindingly fast assaults, so she isn't suited for defense. It's odd that Archer hasn't already beaten her and reached Sakura. Could the fact that this hasn't happened yet mean that Archer's on the side of the one on the defensive? Archer's sword slices empty air. Ryder's hair whips to and fro as she evades his sword, simultaneously stepping in to cut Archer. She isn't the only one who mastered simultaneous evasion and offense. Archer's right-hand sword parries her dagger, pushing Ryder back. One step gained and one step lost. Their offensive and defense are roughly even. The clash of blades continues to echo through the building, and neither fighter able to gain an advantage. Archer's the one getting desperate, though. His energy is steadily getting drained by the bounded field while he fails to defeat a weaker opponent. On top of that, Tasaka and I are at our breaking point. Breathing is hard enough, and I feel my consciousness slipping away the longer I stay in this hallway. At this rate, we're going to collapse before Archer can beat Ryder. Archer clicks his tongue scornfully. Then Ryder stops.
あなたの力は分かった。残念ですが、今のあなたでは私を倒せない。
Ryder declares most regretfully.
何？
あなたでは勝てないと言ったのです。あなたは宝具を使わない。あなたのマスターが使用を禁じているのか、あなた自身が桜を気遣っているのかは知りません。ただ、使わない以上はここで終わりです。あなたは私には勝てないでしょう。
Ryder stops her feet, her only weapon, and faces Archer. She looks so defenseless, like Archer could finish this match with a single slash.
お前の主を気遣ったつもりはない。単に使う必要がないだけだ。お前とて宝具は使えまい。先ほどまで的を真司がマスターだったお前では、宝具を使うだけの魔力が溜まっていないからな。
そうですね。シンジという主では私に魔力を与えられなかった。
そういうことだ。使わぬ相手に対して魔力を消費することもない。次でお前を切り伏せ、あの娘を切り伏せればそれで終わる。
ええ。ではそういうことにしておきましょう。
Gotcha.
私としてもその方が気兼ねなく手を下せる。
Ryder's tone is serene throughout the exchange. What is she planning? She faces Archer without even taking up a stance with her daggers. I notice a slight movement behind her.
さくら、あなたはそこで耐えていてください。
やめて、もうやめて、ライダー。私こんなことがしたくてあなたを呼んだんじゃない。
その命令は聞けません。私は何よりあなたの命を優先する。
Ryder raises her arm. She's 4 meters from Archer. Maintaining that distance, the servant raises a hand to her face.
それにこれはあなたが望んだことでしょう、さくら。
She undoes her black restraint. Suddenly, everything freezes. Ryder's eyes. They're inhuman. Even among the rare mystic eyes, they're orbits of highest order. Ashen eyes. Her eyeballs are so different that they could be mistaken for crystals. Lightless corneas. Rectangular pupils connected to the outside world. Her irises freeze, not allowing her eyes to close. Hundreds of millions of retinal cells conveying optical information are made of ether, the 6th imaginary factor. It is a work of art crafted by the gods' affection, or an inborn trait marked by their divine ire? Is it a work of art crafted by the... Yeah, I gotcha. Ryder's gray eyes are incomparable aberration, and yet terribly beautiful. Archer stiffens. Is it because he's faced with eyes head-on at the short distance? He tries to close his eyes, but his eyelids have already hardened, and he cannot move his arms to cover his face. He could try to advance and kill Ryder, but his legs have already petrified up to his thighs.
嘘、石化の魔眼。
Tasaka almost screams in shock. She's next to me, and I don't know what face she's making. My own eyes are drawn in by Ryder's mystic eyes, and I can't look away. My blood congeals. My bodily fluids solidify, and I lose sensation. Mystic eyes. They are a single-action magecraft possessed by some mages. Eyes, organs that normally function as receptors of information from the outside world, are transformed to enact an effect from oneself to the outside world. In short, they're items that forcibly cast magecraft on whatever is in their field of vision, and that effects are amplified if the target makes eye contact with the mystic eyes. That peculiarity makes them feared as things that one must never look directly at, since the very act will trap oneself in the user's magecraft. Because of their concealability and power, mystic eyes are viewed among mages as proof of first-rate practitioner. The techniques needed to remake one's eyes into magic circuits are worthy of a magic crest. Of course, artificial mystic eyes are limited to charm and whisper effects. Powerful mystic eyes bearers are limited to those born with their eyes. Binding, compulsion, contract, burning, illusion, misfortune. Mystic eyes with such power to interfere with others' destinies are termed noble colors. The petrification one is the highest orders among them. There are no modern mages who possess such eyes. Few mages can even perform petrification with magecraft. Imagine how monumental it is then to be able to petrify things by simply seeing them. Breaker Gorgon, self-seal, dark temple. It takes godly power to seal a divine curse. These are demonic eyes, possessed only by demonic beasts and holy spirits from the age of gods. A magecraft-based noble mantasm that is the one and only signature of the heroic spirit Medusa, who could turn anyone she saw into stone. Petrified up to his hips, Archer shouts a warning. Across from him, behind Ryder with her unleashed mystic eyes, some dark red wave begins to spread. Tasaka moves sluggishly. Something bad flows down the hallway towards us. The wave narrows like a spear and makes the beeline for Tasaka. She's going to die. Tasaka can't take a single step. Maybe she's been enchanted by the mystic eyes even worse than I am. That spear is going to pierce her through the chest, and she can't do a thing about it. Her fate is a few seconds from now flashed before my eyes, so... I pull Tasaka back. There's no time to think. My legs move and my arms still work. I just need to move up and pull Tasaka back. Tasaka! Tasaka doesn't even twitch when I grab her arm. She's heavier than she looks. Damn, you're heavy. I can't budge her even with my two hands. So all I can do... Come on, just get back. Is shoulder tackle her out of the way. Ow. I hear a dull impact. So... I can't hear Tasaka's voice. My body is hot. My vision gets all soft and twisty, like I've caught a serious fever. I think I hear a familiar voice far away. I'm losing my grip on reality. In my white, hazy mind, the blood coming from my left arm mixes like paint on a canvas. With her hands clenched at her chest, Sakura stares in shock at me on the ground. I see her fall like a puppet with its strings cut. Sitting on one of the church pews, I nod wordlessly. Tasaka takes a seat at slight distance from me. But our emotional distance is many times wider. We're just waiting in the chapel for Kodamine, not making small talk. When I try to clench my left hand, it twitches numbly. The pain feels like a nail was driven through my palm. My left hand hurt more from gripping the knife than the dull pain of Ryder's beating or Sakura stabbing me through the left arm. Dark clouds obscure the night sky. They seem like rain clouds announcing an imminent shower. The spear-like thing that attacked Tasaka was apparently Sakura's magecraft. The Metals passed down absorption magecraft through their family. Sakura unconsciously unleashed her magecraft because she was suffering from magical energy deficiency. She targeted Tasaka because she had the most magical energy there. When I pushed Tasaka out of the way, that thing touched me. It caught my left arm and drained me dry of my power. Magical energy is life energy. It stands to reason that one would collapse if it was taken away. Already exhausted from fighting Ryder, I fainted right away, and then Tasaka brought us to the church. She says that Sakura lost consciousness at the same time I did. Tasaka murmurs, explaining that Sakura had been treated in the back of the church. Sakura seems to be in a serious condition. She collapsed after being exposed to a liquid that splashed on her from the earrings. Kodomine is cleansing her of her. Kodomine is cleansing her of it while we wait. Tasaka doesn't speak. Archer isn't present, and Ryder is gone too. It's just Tasaka and I in the church, waiting for Kodomine. Tasaka. From my seat, I call out to her.
Nani?
Why is everything still red? I want to ask you something.
でしょうね。いいわ、話してあげる。隠していても仕方がないし、もうその意味もなくなったし。聞きたいのはさくらのこと？
I nod. Tasaka sighs quietly, then begins explaining in her usual tone.
発端はずいぶん前よ。魔党の血が薄れ出して、生まれてくる子供に魔力、魔術回路が少なくなっていたの。もともと魔党はよその魔術師だから、日本の土が合わなかったんでしょう。この町に根を下ろしてから魔党の衰退が始まって、今代の後継者である神事になって、ついに魔術回路そのものが消え失せた。魔党の歴史はそれで終わったのよ。魔党が追い求めたものを継承するだけなら弟子でも何でも取ればよかった。けど魔党は名門だし、外部からの受け入れを拒否し続けた。結果生まれてくる跡継ぎの魔力が落ちていって、最後には完全に魔力が尽きてしまった。そうなってから弟子を取ろうとしたけど、落ちぶれた名門に来る魔術師はいなかったわ。何百年も続いたっていう魔党、マキリの歴史はそこで終わるはずだった。けどそれで諦められるような人たちじゃなかったのね。神事のお父さんは外から養子を取って、その子に魔党の魔術を伝えたのよ。で、エミヤ君のところは特殊だから知らないだろうけど、魔術師の家系は一子相伝なの。跡継ぎにするって決めた子供以外には決して魔術は教えない。これは造家も言ってたでしょ。
Right.
もし兄弟だったらどちらかを後継者にして、どちらかは普通に育てるか養子に出すって。
They don't need two heirs. So if there was a brother and sister, no, two sisters, then what would happen to the child who wasn't chosen? I'm sure that families raise the sibling while hiding magecraft from them, but that's difficult and inefficient. A lineage that has cultivated its blood and magic surface for generations might produce children with excellent genes, even if they aren't chosen as the heir. It would be wrong to let those talents go to waste. Then they would... Tasaka.
そう、私一つ下の妹がいたの。衰退した魔党には養子を取るあてなんかないでしょ。そうなった魔党が古くから盟約を結んでいた遠坂を頼りにするのは道理よね。父さんがどっちを後継者にするつもりだったかはわからない。ただ私は遠坂に残って、あの子は魔党にもらわれていった。それが11年前の話。それ以来あの子とはまともに会えなかった。魔党との取り決めでね、もうあの子は魔党の後継者だからむやみに会うなって言われてたの。
I see. So that's you and Sakura.
実の姉妹よ。まあ一度もそんな風に呼び合ったことはないけどね。
I can't know the depth of the feeling behind those plain words, but it all makes sense now. How she's always asking after Sakura. Why she didn't let Archer use his noble phantasm. I'm glad to hear that, Tasaka. You were on Sakura's side all along. The revelation is like a beacon in the darkness. I don't know what's going to happen to Sakura or what we should do with her. But in this dark labyrinth of indecision, knowing that Tasaka cares about Sakura is a ray of hope.
いいえ、私あの子の味方でも何でもないわ。
But then, Tasaka says something in the hard tone, as if reading my mind. You're not?
ええ、このまま桜が治らないのなら敵として処理するだけよ。
無差別に人を襲う魔術師なんて放っておけるわけがないでしょう。綺麗がさくらを治療できなかったら、その時は私が処理する。
What the hell are you saying? She's your little sister, isn't she? How can you even talk about killing her?
さくらはマトウの娘よ。11年前からとっくに私の妹じゃない。
Tasaka, you.
仮にあなたの言う通り肉親として関係があるとしても結果は変わらない。それこそあなたが口出しできる話じゃないわ。
Then that makes you no different than Shinji. I can't bring myself to make the awful comparison aloud.
何をしている。手術は済んだが患者は未だ危険な状態だ。騒ぐのなら外でするがいい。
Kirie Kodamine emerges from the church's inner rooms.
キレ、さくらは。
まったくいがみ合っているのか息が合っているのかお前たちは分からんな。
そんなのあんたの勘違いよ。
そうか。では座れ。的尾さくらの容体を説明する。
We sit separately, our attention mutually trained on the priest's next words.
簡単に説明すれば、的尾さくらの体内には虫が混入している。この虫は刻印虫と呼ばれるものだ。人為的に作られた蚕糸のようなものだが、聞き覚えはあるか。
I shake my head. He explains that the 3 corpses are demonic parasites that live in a human's body, reporting their evil deeds to hell. It does sound familiar, but I've never heard of crestworms before.
知らないか。まあ、本来は害のないただの寄生虫だ。宿主から魔力を食い、活動を続けるだけの使い魔でな。宿主の存命を発信するだけの使い魔としては最低位のものだ。
魔術で作った監視装置みたいなものね。造剣はそれでさくらを監視してるってこと？
おや、刻印虫の主が的尾造剣だといつ決まったのかな。
悪いけど今はあんたの長話に付き合ってる気分じゃないの。あのジジイ以外誰がさくらにそんなもの植え付けるっていうのよ。
なるほど、それは確かに。的尾真司では刻印虫は扱えん。となれば使い手はあの吸血虫以外いないな。
でしょ。いいから結論を言って、さくらは助かるのか助からないのか。
気が早いな、リン。お前は彼女の容体を把握しているようだが、そこの少年は別だ。彼のためにも。
Yeah, she's impatient, and I understand why. Tasaka looks away uncomfortably. That tells me she doesn't want me to know what's wrong with Sakura.
さて、どうするエミヤシロ。リンは結論だけを聞きたいと言っているが。
No, explain it to me from start to finish, Kodamine. I feel bad for Tasaka, but I won't budge on this point. If Sakura's life is at stake, then I need to know everything.
では続きだ。先ほど説明した刻印虫だがな。これが的尾さくらの神経を蝕んでいるのだ。11年間、的尾さくらの体内で育てられた結果だろう。刻印虫は魔術回路に似た神経となり、本来の神経と絡み合いながら全身に行き渡っている。この刻印虫から魔術刻印と化したものは通常停止しており、的尾さくらには何の影響も及ぼさない。だがひとたび作動すれば的尾さくらの神経を侵し、その魔力を糧に動き続ける。先ほどの状態はそれだ。体内に刻印虫が徘徊し、生命力たる魔力を奪っていった。あの状態が半日も続けば、 魔頭さくらは死んでいただろう。動力である魔力を吸い尽くした刻印虫はさらなる栄養として魔頭さくら自身を狙う。魔力を空にされた魔頭さくらは次にその体を虫に奪われるということだ。その痛みがどれほどであるかは魔術刻印を持つお前ならばわかるだろう。人体は爪の先ほどの異物が混入しただけで不快感を訴え、時に生命活動そのものに支障をきたす。神経の至るところに違う神経が混ざり、それが動き出す不快感など吐き気だけで死に至るほどだろうな。その点で言えば先ほどまで魔頭さくらの意識があったのは驚きだ。魔頭さくらは意志が強いのか、それとも刻印虫の発動に慣れているのか、そのあたりは本人に聞かねばわかるまい。
I hear a noise. It turns out I've been grinding my teeth. He thinks I can understand her pain if I have a magic crest? How the hell am I supposed to know that? I break out into a full body sweat every time I insert a magic circuit. Sakura's ordeal is many times worse. Someone like me could never even imagine the depths of her pain.
待って、作動すればって言ったわね。じゃあ刻印虫は普段活動していないの？
かけられた薬物は刻印虫を目覚めさせるだけのものだ。刻印虫は監視役に過ぎない。あれは宿主である魔頭さくらがある条件を破った時のみ制裁として活動を開始する。
I don't think I can listen to the priest talk any longer. I know it isn't his fault, but hearing him describe this makes me want to punch him. I struggle to suppress the impulse and ask, like what? I press him to get to the point.
魔頭さくらが倒れ、リンはそれを救おうとした。だがライダーはそれを阻んだのだろう。ならば条件は明白だ。マスターとしての戦いを放棄すること。それが刻印虫の制約だろう。今までは魔頭神事にライダーを預けることで戦いに賛同していたが、それを拒否した今だ。刻印虫は魔頭さくらを攻め続ける。今は落ち着いているが、時間が経てば経つだけ刻印虫はあの娘を責めるだろう。何をしている？マスターならば早く殺し合え。できぬのならばお前を食い殺すとな。
So she was bound by that rule.
そのようだな。他にそれらしい条件はない。
Then she could just stop being a master. If she uses up her command spell and nullifies her pact with her servant, she won't be a master anymore, so...
それは進められん。言っただろ。刻印虫が発動する条件はマスターの責務を放棄することだと。自らの手でライダーとの契約を立てば、刻印虫は今度こそ魔頭さくらを食い尽くすぞ。
そう。戦って生き残るか、戦わずに刻印虫に殺されるか。今のさくらにある選択肢はそれだけってことね。
そうなるな。聖杯戦争が続く限り、刻印虫は宿主を攻め続ける。この状態が続けば、肉体はもちろんのこと、魔頭さくらの精神が持つまい。何しろ全身に魔術刻印があるのだ。それが正気の沙汰ではないとお前ならばわかるだろう、リン。
そうね。もう馴染んだはずなのに定期的に腕ごとどうにかしたくなるし。左腕だけの私がこれなんだから、全身に刻印なんかあったら人間としての機能が侵食される。そんなの魔術師じゃなくて魔術回路の塊よ。人間の精神なんて魔力の波で書き換えられる。
Did Sakura's
今の状態が続けば危ういな。あと何日持つかは分からんが、日が経つにつれ刻印中の侵食は進む。それが全身に行き渡る前に排除できなければ死ぬだけだが、その前に体の方が持つまい。私が行ったことは戦場だけだ。失われた魔力と精神を呼び戻す手術はこれからだが、それも成功する見込みは低い。話はそれだけだ。結論を言えば、このままでは麻藤さくらは助からない。それで納得はいったか、エミやシロ。
The hell I can. We can't save Sakura. It's crazy. She was doing just fine until yesterday, so why is this happening now? You said we need to eliminate the worms. Can't you extract them? If you know that there's something foreign inside her, shouldn't you take it out?
摘出は難しいな。すでに刻印中は魔術回路となり、麻藤さくらの一部となっている。刻印を植え付けた術者本人でさえ、ああなっては解除などできまい。そうだな。それでも摘出したいというのなら、それはもう奇跡とやらに頼るしかない。
The Holy Grail. So it all comes back to that. Sakura has no choice but to fight as a master. And the only power of only the power of the Grail can save her.
大体事情は分かったわ、キレ。とりあえず礼を言っとく。
So Sakura gives the priest a perfunctory bow of gratitude.
けどいきなりすぎない？刻印中を植え付けられたのは昨日今日じゃないはずよ。なのに突然今日に限って限界が来たっていう
の？何を今さら。麻藤さくらの体に刻印中が与えられたのは何年も前だ。目も髪も遠坂のものでなくなるほど初期に手を加えられたのだぞ。延長は昨日今日始まったものではない。まあそれも今回のように破滅を呼ぶものではなかったようだが、麻藤造剣は今回の戦いで麻藤さくらを使う気はなかったらしい。何にしろ戦闘用に調整されていない。麻藤さくらをあのように扱ったのは何か予期せぬ条件が揃ったからと見るべきだろうな。
予期せぬ条件ね。それがなんだかわからないけど、昨日今日で突然さくらは造剣のお眼鏡にかなったってこと
だろうな。麻藤造剣ではなく麻藤さくら自身に道剣が予期しなかった変化が起こったと見るべきだ。だがそれは一要因に過ぎ、急激な変化の理由は他にもある。あの娘はサーバントを行使することで魔力を常に消費するようになった。そのため刻印中にまで餌が回らなくなったとしたら、飢えた虫どもはどうするのかな。
そうか。マスターとして戦えなんて条件がなくても足りない魔力の分さくらの体を削っていくんだ。けどならライダーさえ使わなければ魔力は失われないんだから少しは。
ああ、しばらくは今まで通りの生活ができるだろう。もっともあの老人がこのまま麻藤さくらを放置するとは思えんが。
でしょうね。そうでもなければさくらに刻印中なんて植え付けないし、戦わなければ体を乗っ取られて、戦えば魔力を消費してやっぱりあの子の体は削られていく。いいえ、それだけじゃない。刻印中を与えた塔の造剣はその気になればいつでもさくらを自由に使える。
Use Sakura.
ええ、結局さくらの命は造剣に握られている。だからさくらを助けたいのなら造剣を倒すしかない。けどエミヤ君、造剣を倒すのなら先にさくらを倒すしかないわ。あの子は造剣の操り人形。当然造剣を追い詰めれば
あいつは必ずさくらを盾にする。
そういうことだ。造剣にとって的藤さくらは都合のいい駒だからな。的藤真司をけしかけたように的藤さくらを操るだろう。実際マスターとしての能力は彼女の方が上だ。あれは虫どもにせかされ的藤真司以上に造剣好みのマスターとして暴走しよう。だが私も老人の思惑通りに行くのは歯がゆい。的藤さくらの手術は引き続き行う。今はかけられた薬物を洗浄して麻酔をかけた状態だ。本格的な体の回復と刻印中の摘出はこれから行う。
キレ、あんた。
絶望的だが努力はする。このまま的藤さくらを死なせることはできない。神父が奇跡にのみ頼るというのもイメージが悪かろう。
I'm right there with Tasaka. I haven't known Kodamine as long, but I didn't expect this from him at all. It's not just a hunch. I can tell that Kodamine seriously and sincerely intends to save Sakura. It might be a matter of course for a priest, but I still feel like I'm witnessing something inconceivable.
どういう風の吹き回し？あんたが他人にそこまで肩入れするなんて初めて見たわ。
気まぐれではない。死なすには惜しいだけだ。もっともお前たちにとってはここで一人減った方がいいのだろうがな。
The priest answers dispassionately. Tasaka glares at him for a moment.
任せたわ。手術が済んだ頃に来るから。
She remarks and leaves the church. The church returns to silence now that Tasaka is gone. The priest silently watches her go, while I stay seated with nothing to do.
何をしている？お前がここに残ったところで役には立たん。邪魔をされても困る。手術が終わるまで時間を潰してこい。
I won't get in your way. I trust you with the surgery. You healed that woman before.
あの時とは手術の規模が段違いなのだがな。的藤さくらは自らを撃つことで暴走を止めた。おそらくお前を傷つけたことで自家中毒を起こしたのだろう。簡単に言ってしまえばあれは自らの心を殺すことで造剣に操られる自身を止めたのだ。これから行う手術は停止した心臓をもう一度動かすことに等しい。もっとも刻印中のおかげで肉体は未だ生きている。精神の呼び戻しだけならばとりあえずは成功するだろう。だがそこにお前がいては迷惑だ。的藤さくらの苦悶を聞きつけて押し入られては潜んでるし、第一そのような苦悩を背負う義務もあるまい。お前と的藤さくらは他人なのだから。
Stranger.
的藤さくらに同情するなと言っているのだ。お前にできることなどない。凛がそうしたようにお前も早々に立ち去るがいい。
Why? If I can't do anything to help, at least I can pray that she'll be all right.
それは罪だ。お前に的藤さくらの痛みを共有する資格はない。わからないのか？私はお前がここにいては手術が失敗すると言っているのだ。今の的藤さくらにとってエミやシローは外敵でしかない。
What? I can't even ask why. The priest's heavy words point out a sin that I didn't even realize.
的藤さくらはお前に対して罪の意識を持っている。お前がそばにいては目覚めを拒否しかねない。
She feels guilty?
そうだ。罪の意識というよりは懺悔だがな。あれは的藤の後継者として実験台にされ続けてきた。的藤造剣がどのような教育を施したかは 想像に難くない。的尾さくらはお前が望むような清らかな乙女ではなく、虫に汚された尼ということだ。
That doesn't surprise me. I know the feeling now. The moment I found Sakura as a master. When the command spell appeared on her hand, I silently accepted reality.
あの娘はお前にそれを知られまいとしながら常に救いを求めていたはずだ。魔術継承の名を借りた攻め苦がどれほど続いたのかは知らん。だが身近にいながらそれに気がつかなかった者に何ができる。ここで祈る資格がないとはそういうことだ。それでも的尾さくらを思うのなら席を外せ。今のお前にできることはそれだけだ。
I stand up. It's not because I lost an argument with the guy. I'm just acknowledging that what he says is true. If I really care about Sakura, then I shouldn't be here. This thoughtless brain of mine shouldn't try to care for Sakura. I turn my back on the priest and start walking out of the church.
まあ、それと言うまでもないと思うのだが。
I don't bother turning around. I stop in front of the exit.
先ほどの話だ。的尾真司がライダーを行使していた時、犠牲になった女がいたな。お前の起点で助かったが、本来ならばあのまま死んでいた女だ。
My temper rises. Why do I immediately realize the reason he's telling me this?
そうだ。あのトガがどこにあるのか、もはや言うまでもない。サーバントが人を襲った場合、その責任はマスターにある。
You're saying it was Sakura's fault.
まさか。私が言っているのは責任の所在だ。善悪を語っているのではない。事実女はお前のおかげで助かっている。
But if I had made the wrong choice back there, Ryder would have killed the woman. And that would be...
そう。今後の話だ、エミヤシロ。このまま的尾さくらが回復したところで結果は同じだぞ。正気を取り戻したとしてもいずれ同じことが起きる。その時お前はどちらを守るのだ。
I don't know when Sakura will do that again. I don't have an answer for him. I walk quickly to the exit, like I'm running away from his words.
エミヤシロ、お前がマスターになった理由を覚えているか。
I gnash my teeth as I walk. His words are an ultimatum.
お前は正義の味方になると言った。ならば決断を下しておけ。自身の理想、その信念を守るため、エミやキリツグのように自分を殺すかどうかをな。
I shut the door. The door to God's house isn't heavy as a cross he bore. It smells like rain. The courtyard is empty, devoid of churchgoers. Instead, I come across a man waiting for me without his mistress. Strangely, I don't even wonder what he's doing there, or why he's waiting for me. The Red Knight watches me quietly for a moment, then closes his eyes as if coming to a decision.
分かっているな、エミヤシロ。お前が戦う者、お前が殺すべき者が誰であるかということを。
He gives a clearer answer than I ever could. The words are enough to freeze my heart's cold. I know. I said that I'd fight to stop a war and keep the innocent people from being caught up in the Master's conflicts. I asked Saber for help to carry out that decision. I won't hide from that. And now Sakura is the Master I need to stop before anyone else. I acknowledge it, but I can't say it out loud. The Red Knight says nothing. We both stand there under the overcast sky watching one another.
では好きにしろ。私の目的は変わった。 あれが出てきた以上、もはや支援で動く時ではない。
Huh?
これは忠告だ。お前が今までの信念を守るのならそれでいい。だがもし違う道を選ぶというのなら、エミやシローに未来などない。
You mean I'm going to die?
自らを閉ざすことを死というのならばな。そうだろう。お前は今まで人々を生かすためにあり続けてきた。その誓いを曲げ、一人を生かすために人々を切り捨てるなどどうしてできる？
His assertion doesn't carry a note of irony. I sense some kind of determination and emptiness in Archer's words.
エミやシローがどの道を選ぶかなど知らん。だがお前が今までの自分を否定し、たった一人を生かそうというのなら、そのツケは必ずお前自身を裁くだろう。
His footsteps fade into the distance. I start down the hill, plagued by doubts. Okay, yeah, this is a bug. Before I know it, I'm sitting on the park bench. I don't feel like going home, but I can't wait at the church either. This park is for... Hold on, let me do this, because this is going to drive me nuts. There we go. So yeah, it wasn't supposed to be rent-tinted, but that's fine. This park is far from both my house and the church. It's been a few hours since I learned that Sakura is a master. The perfect waiting spot to symbolize how I'm sitting on the fence, unable to make up my mind about anything. An answer. I need to come up with an answer, but my thoughts are scattered and I can't figure out what I'm supposed to think about.
あれはマトウの後継者として実験台にされ続けてきた。マトウ造剣がどのような教育を施したかは想像に難くない。マトウさくらはお前が望むような清らかな乙女ではなく、虫に汚されたアマということだ。
Shut up. I don't even need to repeat that to me. Even an upstart mage like me knows that. What it means and everything she's gone through. Why didn't...
あの娘はお前に知られまいとしながら常に救いを求めていたはずだ。それに気づかなかった男に彼女を思う資格はない。
Shut up, shut up, shut up. I know. I don't need you to tell me that. Why didn't I notice at all? My molars are broken. I've been clenching my jaw so much today that it'd be a wonder my teeth didn't break. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Crush exposed nerves. The pain stabs into my head. Can't even tear apart the hatred in my mind. A fire blazes in my brain. When I think back on all our time together, now that I know the truth, it drives me crazy. Sakura was laughing. She's always smiling peacefully. And I just basked in it, oblivious to all of her suffering. Doesn't matter how now whether her smile was genuine or forced. Now when I realize how much pain she is hiding behind her smile, it makes me want to kill someone. Zoken Matao. I can't forgive him. I need him to atone. I just want to erase him right now from Sakura's life. It's all his fault. If not for Zoken, Sakura would have grown up like any other girl. She never would have had those bizarre crest worms implanted in her. If not for Zoken, she never would have become a master. Shinji would never have fallen so far. And they would have lived normal lives. That's why If I can just get rid of him, then all this will... I punched the bench, tearing open a wound in my left hand and splattering the white bench with red blood. The colorful contrast brings me to my senses. I'm so weak saying that. What can I even do about it? I've run out of pity for my own stupidity. It doesn't matter. Blaming people won't fix anything. But does it make me feel any better? I won't deny that Zoken's done to Sakura. What he's here to do now. Thinking about it disgusts me. And like a snake's tongue flicking out makes me feel envy at having something precious stolen from me. Doesn't make my failures any better either. I'm the one who didn't notice it. No matter what Zoken might have done, I was the only person who failed to notice any of it. You know, I didn't fail to realize that I didn't even try to notice. The night I faced off against Zoken, he said that Sakura wasn't involved and I believed him. What an idiot I am. Why did I believe what he said? As long as Sakura is one of the Metalas, there's no way she isn't related. The night I lost Saber, I experienced firsthand how that fiend Zoken views human life. He gave Ryder to Shinji so he'd just be as willing to do something to Sakura. And yet, I ate up every lie he fed me, just because it would have been convenient if they were true. I actually did notice back then. I would have arrived at the truth if I just thought about it a little. That's why I wasn't surprised. When I learned Sakura was a master and that she'd endured an upbringing that she could never talk about, it all felt obvious to me. I tried not to think about it because I couldn't bear to come to terms with it. If I noticed it, then I'd have to fight. If Zoka Matao was evil to other humans, then the right thing to do would be to fight the evildoer. No. The right path is always laid out for me. Or already laid out for me. If Sakura becomes Zoken's puppet and makes Ryder indiscriminately attack people again, then there's only one thing for me to do. That's why I've trained myself in magecraft and lived the way I do. To save people from disasters beyond their control. So I already know what to do. The Red Knight was right.
先輩、もし私が悪い人になったら。
I don't want to hurt Sakura, and I sympathize with her. But she isn't an exception. No matter how precious she is to me, if it means allowing another tragedy to happen.
はい。先輩にならいいです。
Then I have to eliminate her. It's nothing to hesitate about. So why? Why am I trying so hard to keep down the vomit rising in my throat? I endure the nausea. I wonder how long I've been sitting there. I don't have time to fixate on trivial thoughts. Tasaka said she'd be back once the surgery is finished. The town smells like rain. I'll go back to the church, then check on Sakura one more time before it starts to pour, then... Something crashes into me. I'm suddenly hugged from behind. Ilya. Without even turning around, I know who it is. This pale girl is a person I always meet in the park.
びっくりした。街を歩いてたらシロがいたからつい声かけちゃった。
Ilya laughs cheerfully. Her innocence hurts. I know it's selfish, but right now I don't want to see anyone laughing.
あ、何よシロを無視しちゃって。話しかけてるのにうつむいたままなんて女の子に失礼だよ。
I wish she'd be quiet. To be honest, I don't have time for this right now.
もうシロってば、人の話はちゃんと聞かなくちゃダメなんだからね。
Ilya, sorry, but I don't have time for this. Go play by yourself.
へえ、せっかく会えたのにそれじゃつまんない。あれからシロここに来てくれなかったし、今日を逃したらまた来ないに決まってるもん。
You never promised to meet here every day, plus it's nighttime. Aren't masters supposed to kill each other if they see each other at night? As soon as I say those unkind words, my nausea returns. I despise myself so much I want to hit myself. Ilya's just trying to make me feel better, but I'm pushing her away.
なんで？シロはもうマスターじゃないでしょ。だから今夜は見逃してあげるけど。
You know I'm not a master anymore, Ilya?
ふふんだ。私に知らないことなんてないんだから。シロはセイバーを失って、リンはライダーにやられかけたのよね。けど、ライダーのマスターが倒れたから、残りはあと2人だけでしょ。
Ilya recounts it all cheerfully. It almost sounds like she's laughing at Sakura's fate.
もう勝敗は見えたも同然だもの。ライダーのマスターは自滅するだろうし、アーチャーだって大したことないわ。セイバーがいなくなった以上、私のバーサーカーに勝てるやつなんていなくなったの。ね、だから遊ぼう。シロはもうマスターじゃないから、特別に私の城に招待してあげる。
Ilya rudely tries to hug me. Her carefree smile irritates me. Shut up! I told you I don't have time. Go play by yourself. I shove Ilya away in anger. It's too late to regret it. Ilya stands there in surprise. I don't have to look at her to tell how shocked she is. I threw aside her sincere goodwill. All of the kindness she's shown me just went down the drain. I bow, unable to bear the silence.
ごめんね、シロ。
A small hand strokes my hair. Huh? Ilya, aren't you mad?
怒らないよ。だってシロ泣きそうだよ。何があったかは知らないけど、私まで嫌っちゃったらかわいそうだもん。だから私、シロが何したってシロの味方をしてあげるの。
Pure white fills my vision. That one sentence, those simple words wash all the turmoil from my mind. On my side.
そうよ。好きな子のことを守るのは当たり前でしょ。そんなの私だって知ってるんだから。
She'll be on my side. Just like that, Ilya says her reason for being someone's ally. I know whether it's right or wrong. What I've protected so far and what I want to protect. I can tell which of those is right and which is wrong. With that in mind, it's time to be wrong. I'm sure I'll regret it if I keep lying to myself, even if I keep going. Where responsibility lies, good and evil, the thought of losing Sakura weighs heavier on me than any of those concerns. It's not even about making up my mind. I just want to protect Sakura. Yeah, it's just natural to protect the girl I love. Even I know that.
でしょ？シロがそういう子だから、私もシロの味方なの。
Ilya laughs happily. Her innocence gives me courage. I don't know if this choice is wrong or not, but I'm sure I won't regret it. Sorry, Ilya, I need to go.
そうだね。そういう顔してるから許してあげる。また今度会おうね、シロ。
Yeah, bye, Ilya, and thanks. I leave the park. Shaking off my doubts, I run to the church. I've decided on my answer. I don't know how much Sakura has supported me since my old man died. I've always thought of her as my kohai, and tried not to see her as the member of the opposite sex. I kept lying to myself because I wanted to stay by my side. But this isn't a situation I can lie my way through anymore. Shiro Emiya doesn't want to lose Sakura Matao. That's all. If I can't think of anything, then I can just trust in my one sure feeling. Even so, in the depths of my mind,
お前がたった一人を生かそうというのなら
I can't shake off Archer's prophetic words, no matter how hard I try. It begins to rain. The winter rain mercilessly pelts me as I run. -2. Something was making a dragging sound. She knew the sound well. It was the scraping of countless insects dragging bodies, the chitter of the multitudes of swarming over the walls. She knows this place well. This damp, dark, hidden room. This underground mausoleum. This green darkness was the first room the Metalls put her in when they adopted her. A lone figure stands in the darkness. She isn't sure whether to call him human, but he resembles a human. The figure called for her and ordered her to fight instead of Shinji Matao. She was prepared for this. At the very least, she accepted it would come to this 2 days ago. But now her determination is waning. She'd been losing her will to fight ever since she learned that Shiro Emiya was a master. She was sent to the Emiya household to monitor him. But Shiro Emiya didn't have aptitude to be a master, and he knew nothing of the Holy Grail War. She figured that out right away, so her assignment never really mattered to begin with. Using surveillance as an excuse, she kept living at Shiro Emiya's kohai. She told herself that they wouldn't have to fight. She was optimistic that even if her identity came out someday, they would never end up fighting each other. So how did it come to this?
おじいさま、マスターは全員殺さなければいけないのですか?
She knew how the old man would answer, but she still had to ask. And yet,
そうさな。お主がどうしてもというのなら、一人や二人は慰み者にしてもよいぞ。サーバントさえ奪えればよいのだ。残ったマスターはおもちゃにするなり人形にするなり好きにするがよい。
his answer was slightly different than she anticipated.
わからぬか。マスターをすべて殺す必要はないと言ったのだ。生かしておいて危険な輩は処分する。が、残したところで支障のない輩ならば見逃してやってもよい。可愛い孫の頼みじゃからな。我らが悲願といえど、多少の融通は聞かせよ。
Just slightly, his words eased her caution. Sometimes the old man could be kind. When teaching her the Matao ways, he was utterly inhuman, displaying the savagery of a beast or worm. In conversation, however, he could give off the air of a pleasant older gentleman. But she knew not to be fooled. This could be a momentary whim or some calculated manipulation. More importantly, if she agreed now, then she was bound to end up fighting him. Even if she didn't have to kill him, she didn't want to fight him.
なんじゃ、それでも不満か。まったく困った娘よな。そのように臆病だから手に入るものも手に入らんのだ。よいか。今回の剣は良い機会だぞ。欲しいものは力ずくで手に入れればよいのだ。なあ、桜よ。お主いつまで監視役などにとどまっておるのだ。欲しいものがあるのなら奪えばよい。お前にはその力も権利もあろう。
She didn't answer. There wasn't anything she wanted to begin with. She simply had a longing, no, even a hope that he might accept her. She is dirty and impure, not worthy of him. So she would work to become someone good enough to sit by his side. She would be happy just to stay by him until the time comes. It would be disastrous to hope for more. Not just for herself. It would surely cause him to meet an unwelcome end as well.
おじいさま、私は戦いません。ライダーはこのまま兄さんに譲ります。
She said it in a trembling voice, knowing that she might draw her grandfather's ire. She knew well what it meant to defy him. her limbs quiver. She was so terrified she might cry. However, it wasn't her grandfather's wrath she was afraid of. No, what she fears the most is when she can no longer bear the pain, she might end up obeying the old man's will in the end.
では仕方あるまい。無理強いをし大事な後継者を失うわけにはいかんからな。今回も傍観に徹するとしようかの。
She doesn't know how serious he is, but her grandfather has accepted her request. Her trembling stops and the warm relief floods her chest. And then, when her guard was down,
しかしそうなると少しばかり尺だの。今回のよりしろの中ではキャスの娘はなかなかに上級じゃ。気が味方すればもしやということもあり得るか。
the old man remarks in a disappointed tone. The other shoe drops. Her intuition tells her that her sister can definitely win this war. That's just the kind of person she is, dashing gallantly through life, getting everything she wants like it's the most natural thing in the world. She won't even spare a single glance for Sakura and carries off everything she wants with her. Then she is sure to win. An icy feeling spreads through her body. She doesn't care. She's used to it. She's used to it. She's used to it. She got used to it a long time ago. Nason will get everything. All the pain I put up with, the bright future I've always hated, and worst of all, the one person close to me, are all going to disappear. The space around her feet warps. The words make her dizzy and she vomits. Her chest hurts. Then, in her chest, she's assailed by a nasty stabbing sensation. It's begun to rain. Cold winter rain hammers the rain gutter. She slowly opens her eyes. Apparently, she was dreaming about the events of the last few days. She was sleeping on this operating table in the room made of stone. In front of her is a black. What? What were they trying to say here? A priest she's never seen before, who somehow reminds her of herself.
気がついたか。状況の説明はいるかね、的さくら。
いいえ、自分の体です。ちゃんと分かっています。
Her answer is plain. Without looking at the priest, she stares at the wall, listening to the rhythm of the rain.
結構。では早く着替えたまえ。隣では遠坂凛と恵宮四郎が待っている。彼らには君の状態を説明しなければならない。その後、その格好では逃げることもできないだろ
う。私を逃がしてくれるんですか？
逃げる逃げないは君の自由だ。私は助けただけだからな。君がどうするかは私が決められることではない。まあ、助けた手前死なれては骨折り損ではある。君には最後まで残っていてほしいとは思うが。
それはどうしてですか？
その方が楽しい。君が生きることになれば、遠坂凛も恵宮四郎も苦しむだろう。苦悩する者が増えるのは、私にとっては喜ばしい。
The priest turns his back on her. He will head to the chapel next, not sparing a second glance for the girl hugging herself on the operating table.
さて、彼らが的さくらを生かすか殺すか、その選択に興味があるのなら、ここで待っているがいい。うちはこう見えて安物心でな。なぜかここだけは、礼拝堂での会話が筒抜けになる作りになっている。
Suppressing a melancholy chuckle, the priest goes off to the central garden. She hugs her knees. The sound of the rain drowns out her quiet weeping. I open the door. Tasaka's standing in the corner of the chapel. It looks like she's been here a while. From the way she stands, I can feel a certain determination. It's the face of a ruthless mage who has decided to treat Sakura as an enemy if the crestworms can't be removed. Tasaka doesn't look at me, and I have nothing to say to her. For a long time, the chapel is filled with only drumming of the rain. I'm not sure how long it goes for.
手術は終わった。これ以上私にできることはない。
Kirie Kotomine appears, breaking the silence.
ちょっとキレイ。あんた魔術刻印どうしたの？
やはりわかるか。見ての通り、麻藤さくらの治療に全て使った。
使ったってあんた。
Tasaka gasps. I'm not sure what they're talking about. All I can tell is that something happened to Kotomine's magic crest and that Tasaka's really surprised.
わかってるの？魔術刻印よ、魔術刻印。代々重ねてきたものがなんでたった数時間でなくなるっていうのよ。
仕方あるまい。私が父から受け継いだ刻印はお前のように高級的なものではない。使えば使うだけ失われる消費型だ。うちはもともと魔術師の家系ではないからな。ま、格の落ちる霊樹と思えばいいだろう。
じゃあ本当に？
ああ、刻印は全て治療に使った。何しろ11年にわたる生みの摘出だからな。残った刻印を根こそぎ持っていかれたのもそう意外ではないだろう。
Tasaka and I are speechless. The priest used his entire magic crest to heal Sakura. From the look on Tasaka's face, I have an inkling on how heavy a price he paid. He basically spent his entire life savings to save a girl we carried through the front door. Kotomine, you...
なんだ。まさか迷惑だったなどと言うまいな。助けろと言ったのはお前たちだ。私はそれに応えただけだが。
No. It's not an inconvenience. Thank you.
礼は言うな。どの道、後になって撤回するのだ。
I'll retract them later. Is he saying...
で、さくらはあんたがそこまでしたってことは。
一命は取り留めたがその場しのぎに過ぎん。大部分の刻印虫は取り除けたが深く蝕んでいるものの摘出は不可能だ。あそこまで神経に食い込んでしまっては取り除きようがない。心臓を引き抜けば全ての刻印虫を摘出できるがそれでは麻藤さくら本人も死んでしまう。私にできたことは神経と同化していない刻印虫を取り除き痛みを和らげ臓剣からの圧力を弱めてやることだけだった。今夜死ぬべき定めのものを気まぐれで延命させたに過ぎん。それも神経に根付いた虫が動き出せば無駄骨になるがな。
それじゃあさくらは
何も変わっていないということだ。 実生活には何の支障もないが、魔頭造剣の出方次第でたやすく暴走する。あの老人の思惑一つで本人の意思に反して戦いを強制させられるだろう。要は導火線に火がついたままの爆弾ということだな。
I'd be lying if I said I didn't have doubts. But I'm not surprised, and my mind is certain. I was ready for this. No matter what shape Sakura is in, no matter what happens to her, I've decided to be on her side.
そう。それじゃあ、あとは一つだけね。刻印を使い切ってくれた綺麗には悪いけど。
Tasaka begins walking away from the wall. I realize what she's about to do. Wait, Tasaka. I grab her by the hand, stopping her.
何？話なら後にして。
What the hell are you talking about? Are you planning to kill Sakura?
つもりも何もそれしかないでしょ。あなただってそれを覚悟してここに来たんじゃないの？エミヤ君。
I'm not prepared to kill her. I came back here for Sakura.
そう。エミヤ君の言い分は分かったわ。
Fine, I know where you
あ
stand.
なたは他の人間よりさくら一人を守るっていうのね。
Yes. Yeah. I won't let you tell me that it's wrong. If you're going to hurt her, then I'll stop you here.
私を止める？まさか止めるも何もあなたは一歩だって動けないわ。どんなにさくらを守りたくても私の方針には逆らえないのよ。
Tasaka's voice is emotionless. Then I realize, what? I can't even move a finger, let alone my limbs. Tasaka, you...
間違いなんて言わせないと言ったわね。けどあなたは間違えた。自分の道を進みたいのなら、私に決定権を委ねるべきじゃなかったのよ。
That is true. I shouldn't have given her... Like, if this is like the longest bad end ever, like, I'm gonna be so mad. But I got so many interludes, I feel like it wasn't. I feel my heart expand. No, it's not my heart. But an oath binding it.
別に私としては理想的な答えだったわ。少し物足りないけど、あなたがそう言うのならそうするだけ。
Curse of compulsion.
ええ、悪ふざけのつもりだったけど、まさかこんな形で役に立つとは思わなかった。絶対服従をした時点で、あなたは私の意見には逆らえない。あなたはあの時、私と約束ではなく契約をしてしまった。その時点で、あなたは協力者ではなく従者になることを選んだのよ。
What?
さくらを殺してくるわ、エミヤ君。けど思い違いはしないで。たとえあなたがギアスを受けていなくても、私は止められなかった。これは私の責務よ。あなたには何の非もないわ。
Tasaka, wait! I can't even finish my sentence anymore. Tasaka's gone. No, why? Can't move my body. Damn it, are you kidding me? I desperately try to move. I need to get free. I struggle to move as soon as I can when suddenly, my paralyzed body suddenly obeys me again. My legs won't move to give chase. I'm free, but my mind still feels frozen. Suddenly, I understand. I won't be able to move my body as long as I go against Tasaka's will. Then, if I can move freely again, that must mean my reason for opposing her is gone. Sakura? Dropped to my knees. I've nowhere left to go, and my heart breaks. Light leaves my vision, and the church is covered in darkness. Shiro Emiya is in zero gravity. I swore that I'd abandon my past ideals to protect Sakura. That was my new unyielding guidepost. And then I'd lost it so quickly. The war will go on. The Holy Grail War will continue, and I'll probably fight alongside Tasaka, who murdered Sakura, to end the conflict. But that will happen in a place that doesn't matter anymore. Shiro Emiya has lost his place forever. I'll keep going, no matter without anything to guide me, not knowing what I should do. Oh my fucking god. Okay. This is gonna piss me off because, like, if that's gonna take me that far back, I'm gonna lose my shit. I know, but I didn't realize she was gonna fucking make a goddamn contract on me right then and there. That wasn't fair. I was just making words up so she'd believe me.
そうそう、ほんと怖いよね、こういう契約って。
Bitch.
本人にその気がなくても、ここぞって時に足を引っ張るんだもん。みんなはこういうセールスに騙されちゃダメよ。一番怖いものっていうのは意外な形で意外に身近にいるものなんだからね、イリアちゃん。
やめてよ、照れるじゃない。なんでか知らないけど、そんな熱い視線で見つめられたら照れちゃうわ。
ほら、怖いでしょ。そんなわけで今回の原因は東坂さんとの契約です。かなり無茶な要求をしてくる彼女ですが、その中に一つ決してはいと言ってはいけないものがあるわ。
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
9日目の初めから もう一度やり直してみてね。
I hate this.
その他にもあの問答は逆らった方が好感度が上がるものがあるとの噂があるっす。
お、さすが本編から出戻ってきたヒロイン候補。いい情報持ってるわね。
それは言わない約束っす。
さて、9日目のタイガー道場もこれが最後。ここから先に待つものはこれすべてデッドエンドという修羅地獄。おのおの心。またね。
No. Son of a bitch. I knew as soon as that contract came up I was going to lose my shit. I knew. No, absolutely probably won't work.
あのね、1問目でいきなりそう来るなんて何様よあんた。
But it's true, even if it's just an example. I obviously can't blindly agree to a plan that sounds impossible.
そんなヘマはしないわよ。そう見えたとしたらそれはエミヤ君の理解が足りないの。まあいいわ。じゃあ納得できる作戦なら従うってことね。
Alright, I can do that. No. Of course I won't betray you, but I can't say yes to that last part. How bad exactly?
そんなの決まってるじゃない。死ぬか死ぬ一歩手前のことよ。エミヤ君は元手がないんだからそれぐらいの覚悟は必要でしょ。それとも何？空手で私と取引しようなんて都合のいいこと言うの？
Ugh, you know how you poke a guy where it hurts.
当然でしょ。こっちだって遊びじゃないんだからそれぐらいの覚悟を見せてもらわないと割が合わないわ。
Alright, I get it. I'll do my best. Like hell I will. I'll admit that you're a superior mage, but you make mistakes sometimes too. I won't just turn a blind eye if you say something crazy. If I think you're wrong, I'll be sure to tell you. That's what it means to help each other.
もちろんそうでなくっちゃ協力なんてできないわ。
Thank God she didn't make this contract.
私は独走しがちなところがあるしブレーキ役がいなくちゃ危ないって思ってたの。ええ、あなたがその役になってくれるなら助かるわ。
Oh. That's a little anticlimactic. I was ready for her to argue against me, but Tasaka seemed satisfied with my answer.
じゃあ最後の質問ね。
Oh God.
例えばエミヤ君にできないことがあってそれが私にできることならいくらでも手を貸すわ。けどその逆になった時あなたも同じことができる？
Something I can do that you can't? Does anything like that even exist? Is Tasaka actually bad at cooking or something?
ちょっと一番大事な質問なんだから答えてよ。イエスかノーか早く。
Could you give me a more specific example?
なあもうつまり私を勝たせてくれるかってこと。
Tasaka blusters sulkily, her cheeks flushed. It's a far cry from the image I had of her so far, like that of a child. And yet, yeah, if we're going to work together, then I'll let you win, promise. She's so sincere, I can't help but find it cute. Thank fucking God.
それじゃあ今日からしばらくエミヤ君には私の手をまあエミヤ君が素人だってことはあの夜で分かってるから当たり前よ。まず帰りはかなり遅くなるだろうけど エミヤ君は一人暮らしだから問題ないわ。だって前にエミヤ君の手当てをした時家に誰もいなかったから、ともかくそういうことだから、エミヤ君は正門で待ってればいいの。
Sakura leaves with a casual wave. Today's Friday. Classes run until 6th period. We get after 3. So Sakura come home early. Just cancel to Sakura the first day. Sorry, Sakura. I'm taking care of it. Fucking contract. I swear. Yes. Sakura's magical examination ends rather quickly. She lit some incense and did something. Tarot card reading, personality test according to her.
該当なし。これ以上は無駄ね。失礼ね。エミヤ君が五大元素に関わってないってことは分かったわよ。あとはエミヤ君が使える魔術を見せてもらって、そこから推測するだけよ。死肉みたいなものだから気にしないで。よっぽど強い魔力でくくっても1日で復元しちゃう材質だから。
This is all the same.
Oh, 後悔はしてるけど、未熟って言ってもあなたの場合は教え方が間違えられていたっていうか、よくもそんなやり方で今まで命があったっていうか。
Why are you glaring at me like that?
いいわ。とにかく根本から直さないとダメみたいね。それとさっきの話だけど、エミヤ君の工房には投影したものがまだ残ってるって本当？とりあえずエミヤ君、実際に体内にスイッチを作った方が手っ取り早いから、今夜はうち。何よその顔。安心なさい。別にメス入れるってわけじゃなくて、ちょっと薬を飲んでもらうだけだから。まあ効果が強すぎるんでしばらくは動けなくなるけどね。え、うちってエミヤ君の家？
Yes.
そういえばそうだった。バカ、もっと早く言ってくれたらここまで引き止めなかったのに。
Woo!
行くわよ。うちでやることは済ませ。それと思い出すのも尺だから、あなたの本文は強化じゃどこでどう間違えて何をどう勘違いしているかは知らないけど、あなたは本来作る側に属する魔術師な
So
んだ
this is
から。
all pretty much going to be the same. Thank God. I'm not prepared to kill her. I came back for Sakura. I'm going to hurt her, then I'll stop you here.
じゃああんたはどうするつもり？いい？さくらはマスターとして戦わないと生きていけない。マスターである限りよそから魔力を取らないとやっていけない体じゃない。そんなのどんなに手を尽くしても結果は見えてるって思わない？ならここで殺してあげた方がさくらのためよ。
Like hell we have to. How can you condemn her before she's even done anything wrong?
出すわよ。さくらの問題がさくらだけならまだ希望だってあるわ。けどそうじゃないでしょ。さくらの命を握ってるのはあくまであのクソじじいで、
造形がいる限りさくらは操り人形よ。あのじじいがさくらを手放すなんてあると思うの？ほら分かってるじゃない。造形は決してさくらを楽にはしない。ならこのまま苦しんでそれでも結局逃げられないって言うなら、ここで終わらせた方が犠牲が出ない。さくらもさくらの手にかかる人たちも救われるわ。私はあなたみたいに一縷の希望にすがって被害を広げることはできない。そんな決断を先延ばしにする弱さが逆にあの子を苦しめるのよ。
Tasaka's correct. She isn't saying that death would save Sakura, but she's making the right choice from the perspective of saving lives. Any other idea would be a selfish compromise doomed to failure. If we do nothing, 10 people will die. If 9 lives can be saved at the cost of 1, that would be the reality past that I've always accepted, but always wanted to deny deep down. No, you're wrong. I won't let there be any more victims. Doesn't that make you weak one for giving up on her even before you tried?
ふざけないで。それがどんなことか分かってるかって言ってるの。さくらを助ける？それってどういうことよ。あの子を助けてあの子に殺される連中も助けるってこと？笑わせないでよね。そんなのあなた一人にできるわけないじゃない。
Yeah, I can't do it, but I'll protect her. I'll think of a way.
そう。ならあなたは私の敵よ。手を離して。さもないと根元から吹っ飛ばされて外まで転がり出ることになるわよ。
Go ahead and try it. Don't think it'll go the way you think, Tasaka. I put more strength into my grip. Because I'm nervous. Tasaka is... No, I want to believe she's nervous too. Despite our tit for tat, we're at the stalemate because we have the things we can't compromise on. What was that? It came from outside the chapel. A noise from the room next door makes us both look at each other. That was a window breaking, and then...
走っていく足音だったな。確かに出口はこの礼拝堂と裏口だけだが、窓を割って外に出るとは何事か。いや、そうか。この教会の窓ははめ殺しが多い。仕方なく窓ガラスを割ったのだろうが、病み上がりにしては少々乱暴だな。
病み上がりって、まさかさくら？
それ以外誰がいる？彼女を寝かせていた部屋は、なぜかここでの会話が筒抜けでな。お前が
Oops.
許せ。構造的欠陥というやつだ。
嘘つけ、このインチキ神父。それ絶対わざとでしょう。
Maybe. He did just save her life with his magic crest. I don't think he'd want her to die. Tasaka shakes off my hand and starts running. She's headed for the front door and not the back of the church. Tasaka!
話は後。今は桜を捕まえる方が先。あの子ってば、あんな体でどこに行こうってんだか。
Sakura rushes the door, throws it open, and runs outside. She sprints out into the rain without an umbrella. I can't afford to linger here either. I don't know where Sakura's gone, but I can't let her be alone right now.
待て。マト桜を探しに行くのはいいが、その前に伝え忘れたことがある。
What was that? What now? This isn't the time for long lectures.
まあ、そういうな。大事な話だ。伝えておかなければ私も困る。リンは聞かずに言ってしまったからな。
Just spit it out!
お前に話しておかなければならないだろう。
Is it about Sakura?
そうだ。結論から言えば、マト桜は長くない。刻印中はこうしている今も、 あの娘の体を侵している。
We already fucking knew that, man.
引き抜くことは簡単だが、その衝撃にあの娘の体が耐えられない。神経の4割を生きたまま引き抜くのだ。痛みでショック死する以前に人間として死亡する。だが放っておいても同じことだ。あれの理性は欠乏する魔力に削られていき、次期魔頭さくらという自我をなくす。そうなってしまえばあれはただの暴走したマスターだ。サーバントの維持のため何人もの人間を犠牲とし、それでも最後には耐えきれずに自滅する。つまりお前がどのような手を尽くしたところであの女は助けられぬ。
For a second, I feel dizzy. Like a strobe lamp just went off in front of me.
壊れたものは治らず、失ったものは決して戻ってこない。あの娘を助けたかったのなら、それは11年前に行うべきことだった。それでも手を差し伸べるというのか、エミやシロ。何をしようと数日後には死ぬ女だ。そのようなものを助けることに何の意味がある。
I can't breathe. The priest's words are so painful, it takes all my effort not to go weak in the knees. I don't know, but you helped Sakura. Doesn't that show that it means something?
さて、私が治療したのは責務からだ。助けを求めて訪れたものを無下にすることはできないからな。
You liar. Nobody gives up their entire magic crest without obligation. Or out of obligation. I don't know why you did it, but you wanted to help Sakura. You didn't want her to die, just like me. Like Lara Kotomine. He slightly inclines his head as if accepting my words.
そうだな。ならば急げ。リンが先に見つければ間違いなく魔頭さくらを手にかける。その前にあの迷い子に屋根を与えてやるがいい。
I don't need him to tell me that. I turn my back on the priest and run out into the rain, the same way Tasaka did. My breath mists white in the air. The cold winter rain freezes the heat that escapes my lungs, and I can even feel the beating on my cheeks. Sakura. There's nobody on the street. I run aimlessly through the night, barely lit by the street lamps. I need to stop her. It isn't just because I feel like she'll do something she can't take back unless I find her soon. Right now, I just want to take her hand and feel her warmth. I run back and forth through the cloudy night. I have no idea where she's headed. Right now, Sakura has nowhere to go but home. Or nowhere to go home to. All she can do is wander through the night, now that she's lost both my house and the Matao home. She can't have gone far. Maybe she went somewhere to get out of the rain, somewhere out of sight. It's a wild guess. But right now, it's all I have to go on. I cross the bridge. Sakura isn't at the Shinto train station, and nobody there has seen anyone who might be her. Even at this time of night, Shinto isn't completely free of foot traffic. There are still few people walking around. If nobody's seen Sakura, then she might have avoided Shinto and returned to Miyama. She would stand out in the rain, dressed in her school uniform. If she wanted to avoid being seen, then she would have gone back to Miyama. I think that as I run through the rain. Sakura. I stop. Under the bridge. On the dim, lonely brick path, I see her standing all alone. I go down through the park. Has she noticed me? Sakura just stands there, getting soaked in the rain, not looking up. I can't think of anything to say to her. All I can do is take her home with me. Sakura. I call out to her as I approach. When I do, Sakura refuses, sounding more desperate than I've ever heard her. I stop. Sakura clutches her skirt tightly, not looking up at me. She's in anguish, like a sinner ashamed of herself. I can't get any closer. I get the sense that I shouldn't approach her until she looks at me of her own volition. Sakura.
帰ってください。今近づかれると私何をするかわからない。
Her voice quivers. Sakura is shivering both from the cold rain and her own sense of guilt. I can't free her of that. All I can do is... Let's go home, Sakura. You still have a cold, remember? Offer her a helping hand.
先輩
Her rain-soaked hair sways. For a moment, she bites her lip.
帰れません。今さらどこに帰れって言うんですか。
She says in a biting tone, tinged with self-hatred. Sakura.
いいんです先輩。私なんかに無理に構う必要はありません。だってもう知っているんでしょ。私が何なのか、私の体がどうなっているのか、全部聞いたんでしょ。なら
End it all.
これで
She doesn't manage to say it aloud. But the white mist of her breath declares for me to see. Don't be silly. I don't care what I heard. The only version of you I know is the Sakura that's always been with me. Why would I end it over this?
だって終わっちゃいます。先輩、私先輩が思ってるような女の子じゃないんですよ。もらわれた先で小さい頃からよくわからないものに触られてきました。
Sakura's nails dig into her skin. It's like she's trying to punish herself for being impure.
それだけじゃないです。私は魔導の魔術師で先輩にそのことをずっと隠してました。マスターになった時も黙っていて、先輩がセイバーさんを連れてきた時も知らん顔して騙してたんです。ほら、だってその方が都合が良くて先輩に怒られないじゃないですか。
Sakura.
でも本当バカですよね。そんなのでごまかせるはずないのに、それでも騙し通せるって思ってたんですよ。自分の体におじい様の虫が住んでいても大丈夫だ、自分を確かに持っていれば負けないって思い込んであっさり負けちゃいました。あの時かけられたの毒でも何でもない暗示のようなものだったんですよ。私はそんなのをかけられただけで自分がわからなくなって先輩を傷つけたんです。遠坂先輩は正しい。私は臆病で泣き虫で卑怯者です。こうなるって分かってたのに、おじい様に逆らうことも自分で終わらせることもできなかった。痛いのが嫌で怖いのも嫌で、みんなより自分が大切すぎて死ぬ勇気も持てなかった。
She's crying. Sakura is just sobbing. She's weeping and she doesn't know what to do, which makes her even sadder. When I realize that, I feel regret. I've never seen Sakura cry before. How come I didn't realize it sooner? What it must mean for someone to only be able to cry when she criticizes herself. Don't cry, Sakura.
だから全部私が悪いんです。私はおじい様の操り人形で、い ちさっきみたいに取り乱すかわからなくて、いつかきっと取り返しのつかないことをします。そんな私がどこに帰れるって言うんです、先輩。
Sakura scolds herself. Nobody else blames her. So she has to do it herself. I'm a bad person, so I need to be blamed and punished. So don't cry. Sakura told me once that she's a coward, so she needs someone to pull her along by the hand. I finally know what she meant. Who I want to protect. Who's precious to me. Who I can't bear the thought of losing. If it means she won't cry anymore, then I'll take her by the hand and bring her somewhere the sun shines. Right now, if I have to.
ごめんなさい、先輩。私ずっと先輩を騙してたんです。けどいつも思ってました。私は先輩のそばにいていい人間じゃない。だからこんなのは強化着にして、明日からは知らない人のふりをしようって。廊下で出会ってもすれ違うだけで、放課後も他人みたいに知らんふりして、夜もちゃんと一人で家に帰って、今までのことは忘れようって。
Yeah. If she did that to me, I don't know if I could take it. I'm sorry I didn't realize it sooner.
でもできなかった。そう思っただけで体が震えて、すごく怖かった。怖くて、死のうって決めた時より怖くて、先輩の家に行くのをやめられなかった。先輩を騙すのも、それをやめてしまうのも怖くて、周りはみんな怖いことだらけで、一歩も動けなくなって、どうしていいかわからなかった。
I'm sure I would have been fine with that. Sakura thinks it would have been better if I didn't know. So I kept her crying all this time.
バカですよね。こんなこといつか絶対分かっちゃうのに。分かっちゃった時はもう遅くて、私は二度とあの家には入れない。その方が先輩のためで、私もきっとこれ以上悲しくなくなるって、これ以上泣かなくていいって分かっていたのに。
And that's why I don't want to let her cry anymore. If nobody blames Sakura, so she has to do it herself.
でもそれでも隠していたかった。先輩との時間をこれからも守っていたかった。私にとってはそれだけが意味のあることだったのに、どうして。
No, keep forgiving Sakura, even if no one else does. I embrace her chilled body. The arms I used to hug her aren't reliable at all. I can't put much strength in them, so I can't even draw her in close. I can't save Sakura. All I can do is be by her side now, and ask her to be mine. Or be by mine.
先輩、私。
Don't cry anymore. I know you're a bad person. Gee, thanks, senpai! I hear her gasp, her confusion mixed with guilt and regret. To deny that feeling, I say as firmly as I can. So I'll protect you, no matter what happens. Even if you try to kill yourself, I will protect you, Sakura. I promise. I'll be a hero just for you. I put just a little force into the hug to announce that even if this is just a touch, This oath is stronger than anything else. Is it working? Is it enough to make Sakura cold, stiff shoulders relax? No matter what Sakura says, she's still the same Sakura I know. Her touch through the hug and the warmth of her skin are the same. We both exhale white clouds into the air, and pouring rain weakens our to a drizzle. Then, in the freezing night, Sakura speaks like it's a confession. The rain is stopping. The night is as cold as the dead of winter, and I don't stop hugging her. And then... But I want to stay here. Sakura makes her choice, her cheeks wet. That's one decision down. I think we just finished something critical. I don't know if this is romance or love. I just know that it isn't going to be rewarded. It's a critical premonition that's trapped in my chest. By the time we're home, the rain is completely stopped. I've been holding hands with Sakura since we left the park. She calmed down while we were walking, and we began to get embarrassed as we went up the hill path. But we didn't stop holding hands until we got home. Huh? The lights are on. Sakura, did you come back here earlier? Yeah, that could be it. I head for the door, taking Sakura with me. Her hand was freezing cold, but now it's incredibly warm. I feel reassured by the life I feel flowing through her veins, and I go inside like I would if I just got home from school. Get the fuck out. Oh. Tasaka.
ええ、最後にはここに戻ってくると踏んではいたけど、まさか2人で戻ってくるとはね。まあ、エミヤくんならありえるかなとも思ってはいたけど。
Get out of my house! I gasped and pushed Sakura behind me, facing Tasaka squarely. Tasaka, you still...
当たり前でしょ。遠坂の魔術師として、麻藤さくらは放っておけない。冬木の管理者として処罰しなければ私が教会に目をつけられる。そうなってからじゃ遅いわ。
That's your problem. Sakura still hasn't done anything wrong. If you're going to hurt her, then you'll have to go through me.
そうね。あなたは教会に属さないフリーの魔術師だし、ここで取り締まっておくのもいい。私はさくらを殺すわ。それを邪魔するのなら、あんたも殺す。
My nerves stand on edge. Tasaka's fingertips. If they so much as twitch, that'll be the opening shot. I have to get Sakura outside before Tasaka finishes an incantation. After that, I'll just have to figure out... I'll just have to figure it out as we go. Right now, I concentrate on how we're going to get out of here. There's a huge disparity in our magic skills. Archer's probably around too, and I have no idea how to deal with him. Tasaka's lips move slightly. Just as I realize that she's about to talk instead of cast a spell. Sakura puts herself between us.
Sakura.
先輩の言う通りです。私はまだ先輩しか傷つけていません。その先輩が許してくれるなら、私はまだ罰を受ける言われはないはずです。
Damn.
あなたね、ちゃんと自分の体を把握しているの？そんな体でよくもそんな。
言えます。私はまだ大丈夫です。それより遠坂先輩こそ本気ですか？先輩はもうマスターじゃない。 セーバーさんもいなくなって元の先輩に戻ったのに、マスターである遠坂先輩が手を挙げるって言うんですか？
あげるわよ。そいつが丸腰だろうとなんだろうと関係ない。私の邪魔をするのなら容赦なく排除するしかないでしょ。
ならそれでも先輩と戦うのなら、私が遠坂先輩と戦います。ライダーのマスターとして遠坂先輩には負けません。
Sakura's scared, but she faces Tasaka with all her courage. Is Tasaka surprised by Sakura's grit, or does she think that she's at a disadvantage?
そう、そこまで言うのならマスターとして勝ち残りなさい。あなたが助かる方法はまだ一つだけあったものね。聖杯が手に入れば造形の呪縛なんて簡単に解除できる。
遠坂先輩、
別に見逃してあげるわけじゃない。聖杯を奪い合う者としての勝負ならいくらでも戦う機会はやってくる。ただここは相応の場じゃないってだけ。
She walks by us. Without any hostility or bloodlust, Tasaka pushes past us with surprising grace. Tasaka.
せっかくの共同戦線も一日限りになったわね。あなたがさくらをかばう以上もう協力体制なんて言ってられないでしょ。けど忘れないで、さくらはいつ暴走するかわからない。その時にあなたが死ぬのは勝手だけど、預かったからには犠牲者はあなた一人にとどめなさいよね。
She leaves without looking back.
先輩、私。
Don't look so worried, stupid. That's just Tasaka's way of being sarcastic. She teases people for fun. Did I just call Sakura stupid? I give the sad girl a little push and go into the hallway. We're both freezing, so we need to change and get warm.
預かったからには犠牲者はあなた一人にとどめなさいよね。
I guess it was the lighter term of like, don't be foolish, but like at the same time, stupid is a little bit harsh of a word. She means that I need to take Sakura down with me if she kills me. That was the minimum condition Tasaka laid down when she left. It won't happen. I tell myself that while I take Sakura to the living room. Her hands feel so warm. Sakura is alive and she's here. That's all I care about now. I can't let the doubts plague me and make Sakura more worried, but... hold on. Her hand is too warm. Sakura, is your fever back?
どうでしょう。私、暑いですか？
Sakura says something strange, like she hasn't even noticed. Not really, but you're still warmer than I am. It's like I feel all warm and fuzzy just by touching you.
きっと風邪です。ずっと雨に打たれてたから、それで風邪をひいたんだと思います。
Sakura suddenly looks away bashfully for some reason. Oh yeah, you were. You better get changed and warm up. I'll make dinner, so go take your temperature, and if you have a cold, wear something warm in the living room. I'll make something easy to eat.
いえ、晩ご飯はいらないです。もう寝ますから、先輩もお休みください。
She half runs away. Well, okay. I'll catch a cold if I stay like this too, so I better warm up in the bath. I go back to my bedroom after the bath. Once I put on my dry clothes, it finally hits me that I could sleep now. I sit on the floor, shaking my sore shoulders and sigh. Today sure was a long day. A lot of stuff happened, and there was a lot of trouble. I had to part ways with someone and try to salvage what was left. Right, Sakura was Ryder's master. She let Shinji take control, but Sakura was Ryder's master all along. Maybe Ryder's nearby right now, watching over Sakura. Yeah, I've run into her a few times already. If she's going to protect Sakura, then we should have a conversation. Her appearance makes her seem unapproachable, but I think she's actually a reasonable person. And since I don't know when Zoken will cut Sakura off, I have to rely on Ryder. According to Kodamine, Sakura's health will get worse the more she uses her servant, so we should only count on Ryder as a last resort. Okay, I'll let Sakura introduce us tomorrow. I bet she still holds a grudge after Saber beat her, though. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Anyway, we'll all be living together now that Sakura's home, so I should at least introduce myself. Who's there? I jump to my feet, ready to respond to an attack, and squint at the sliding door. Someone's outside my room. They're standing quietly in the corridor. Nobody answers. The shadow is looking my way. Crap. I don't have anything I can use as a weapon in here. If I'm fighting barehanded, I'd better try to get the drop on them first. Oh, it's just you, Sakura. I relax my tense posture. Feel free to use the bath. If you need the fresh clothes, just borrow Fujine's. Then what else is there to talk about? Sure, what's wrong? I slide open the door. Sakura comes into the room and... Something's off about her. In her new clothes. Someone gulps. I realize that was me and my temperature shoots up. I cover my flabbergasted mouth and look away. It's pointless. I want to stare at Sakura even though I'm looking away. I don't know why, but she's making me feel funny. Sakura stands in the doorway. I finally realize that she doesn't only look graceful, but that's something strange about her. Sakura, what's wrong? Is your fever all right? Was it a cold after all? She looks down awkwardly. Sakura's been acting like this for the last few days. I thought I'd gotten used to seeing this side of Sakura I hadn't known before. To being conscious of her as a girl my age. But this doesn't even begin to compare. Sakura? Hold what back? Sakura sways unsteadily. I'm starting to think this is worse than just a fever. My thoughts are sluggish. It's clear that something is wrong with Sakura. I know I should take her back to her room right away, but my feet won't move. The silence is tantalizing. Sakura drifts closer like a breeze. Her foot catches the edge of the tatami and... Did I shout or did she whisper? Sakura weakly collapses. I move my sluggish feet, trying to help her up. But I don't make it in time and she awkwardly falls into me. There's definitely something wrong with her body. She's warm, but her arms and legs are cold. It's like her body is high fever while her limbs are losing blood. This isn't a normal sick fever after all. Maybe someone poisoned her. I look away. Sakura buries her face in my chest. There's a long silence. Sakura's crying quietly. Sakura.
どうしてこんな私をかばってくれるんですか。私はとっくに蝕まれています。先輩が好きでも先輩のためになれない。なのにどうして遠坂先輩姉さんを敵にしてまで私を守ってくれるんですか。
My reason for protecting Sakura? I don't even need to think about it. It's not it. I wanted you here. I need you, and I can't stand the thought of being away from you. So even if Tasaka is your big sister, I won't back down.
それは家族としてですか。それともちゃんと一人の女の子としていてくれるんですか。
I don't see her just as family anymore. I just failed to realize that over the last few days, I've always wanted Sakura to be with me. I'm long past pretending otherwise. Yeah, I love you, Sakura. I say it clearly. It's stupid. Once I was told that I would lose her, I finally dropped the pointless act. Sakura trembles. No, it might be me who's trembling. Of course I'm nervous, lying down with Sakura in my arms and telling her how I feel. I hold her a little tighter. It's quiet. I thought I'd be more anxious, but as soon as I say it out loud, I feel much calmer. Sakura. Sakura's shoulders move. Her head trembles against my chest. I told Sakura that I love her, so I'd like to hear her say that she loves me too. Though, I don't mind if I don't get to hear it. Tomorrow we can spend a peaceful morning together, just like we always have. Her tenderness makes me gulp. Her voice is more meek than before. It's hazy, feverish voice. It's a hazy, feverish voice. Hey, Sakura. Sakura's on top of me and acting strange. She isn't only feverish, she looks pained, like she's trying to endure something. Hey, Sakura, get a hold of yourself. Are you feeling sick? Her body gets hotter while her limbs get colder. I need to calm down. I can't make her feel better, but Tasaka, no. Then maybe the church, no. It would be better to call Kodomina for help than to take her there. Stay still, everything's going to be alright soon. I need to put her to sleep first. Sakura squeezes me hard. She bites her lips in anguish. I told her that I love her, but I can't even do anything for her. She mumbles deliriously, dizzy with pain and shame. Breaths get faster. Both Sakura's ragged gasps and my own as I hear it. I'm starting to lose my composure being this close to her. Anyway, I need to get her into a warm bed. Listen, Sakura, wait! Sakura tries to run, or rather, her body arches backward as she grabs my hand. Sorry, Sakura. I thought Sakura didn't want me to touch her, but I was wrong. Her body is uncoordinated. She grabs my hand, but when she tries to get closer, trembling, her upper body jerks away from me. Sakura? Hey, Sakura! I'm going to explain all of this. The hand that Sakura grabbed inches closer to her. I can't pull away. I can't so much as let her go of her weakly resisting hand. Her voice is bewitching. She brings her hand, my hand closer to her, and then her warm lips seek it out, and she bites it. Huh? I go limp in surprise. Why is she doing this? Ow. She chomps on it. There's a slight pain in my fingertip. Sakura's teeth break my skin, and my blood seeps out. Blood flows. Sakura's trembling gradually improves. I can feel her cold limbs starting to regain their warmth. She gulps. I watch her throat swallow my oozing blood. Her tongue laps around the wound. She makes quiet noises as she sucks my blood. It's a pleasant feeling, like my finger is melting. I feel the touch of her lips and the periodic caress of her tongue. Moreover, for each drop of blood I lose, I feel sweet pleasure. I felt this pain somewhere else before, but right now I can't remember when or where. All I recall is how unsettlingly good it felt. She's only sucking my finger, and yet the pleasure seeps from my waist to my elbow. It's like the arteries leading to my heart and my finger are put into relief. Blood suffusing with magical energy dribbles into Sakura's mouth. I try to look at the facts objectively. Sakura is drinking my blood, enduring her shame, and it's calming her body down. Then, what's the problem with it? How much blood did I lose? This feeling of lethargy must mean that I've given at least as much as a blood donation. Sakura licks my finger one last time, then her lips quietly release my finger. We look at each other, both saying nothing. She looks in better shape now, but her uncertainty is still there. Sakura? I finally say her name. I push down the mysterious pleasure I felt from my finger and the worry I felt about what was happening. Suddenly, she lets go of my hand and scrambles away. Sakura, you don't have anything to say anything. Her voice is terribly faint. I look at Sakura's face and see that she has her hand in her lap and eyes downcast, like she's cowering from me. Mm-hmm.
血筋の違う私を魔導の魔術師にするため、おじい様は私の体をいじったんです。その結果がこんな魔力が足りないとおかしくなる体なんです。
My black rage at Zoka Matao bubbles back up. But more than that, Sakura's pitiful, emotional words move me.
魔術師の力が欲しくて、体の虫たちがうつき出すんです。そうなっちゃうと、私はどうしても我慢ができなくなる。虫たちが魔力を食べ尽くして、足りない、もっと欲しいって言ってるんです。だから、先輩も。
Drank my blood, right? She nods slightly. Sometimes silence is the most damning agreement.
魔術師の血にはよく魔力が溶けます。だから、先輩の血を飲みたくなったんです。飲めば魔力が補充できて、体の異常も収まるから。
Oh. Her magical energy consumption must be intense, now that Ryder has returned to her master. She managed to live a normal life without any problems before now, so it hammers home how heavy the burden is.
どうかしてますよね。先輩が顔を背けたくなるのも当たり前ですよね。 先輩と一緒に帰った時からうつき出して、先輩のことしか考えられなくなって、先輩が私を助けてくれるのに、私は先輩から無理やり奪って。先輩、私おかしいですよね。
Her husky, strained voice cuts me deep.
先輩が抱きしめて心配してくれる時だって、私は先輩の血を飲みたがってた。先輩は私のことを一人の女の子として好きだって言ってくれたのに、私は先輩の血を吸うことしか考えられなかった。私たちがあげるうめき声しか聞けなかった。楽になりたい、早く楽になりたい。だから先輩が血が欲しいって。だから本当は先輩を好きじゃなくて、先輩の血が飲めるから好きになればいいんじゃないかって。だからごめんなさい。こんな血を吸って楽になることしか考えない私は、先輩に好きになってもらう資格なんかない。
Well, that's obvious. Actually, I don't know why she's even asking. You aren't dirty at all, Sakura. You're beautiful. I hug her again and whisper in her ear. Is Sakura trembling and crying? Am I sad because I can't cry for her sake? You idiot. I'm not going to hate you over a few drops of blood. I said that I love you. I've been lying to myself and trying not to notice all this time, but you're really pretty. So don't be hard on yourself. It isn't your fault that your body's this way. I stroke her shoulders. Sakura leans on my shoulder, sobbing quietly. Besides, I was happy when you drank my blood.
そんな先輩。
It isn't weird. I'm happy that I can help you feel better, even if I can't cure you. So don't worry about it. I'd be in a real dilemma if you hated me for one thing I can do to help you. Give her a light, reassuring clap on the shoulder. If you're okay with my blood, then feel free to drink it any time. I'm glad that it makes you feel better. I implied that I'm glad I fell in love with her. It's a small, simple fact I can be proud of.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい先輩。私。
Sakura keeps apologizing. Each time I stroke her shoulder to let her know there's nothing to apologize for. She trembles uncontrollably like a young child.
私、先輩のことが好きです。好きだから、こんな自分じゃダメなんだって。でも、先輩が私のことを好きでいてくれるなら、お願いです。
Sure.
私がまた苦しくなった時に、先輩に助けてもらって、いいですか？先輩の血を飲んでも私のことを嫌いになったりしませんか？
I'm curious where they're gonna go with this. But that's fine. I stroke her hair and tell her yes. Sakura stops trembling and then she smiles, with tears still in her eyes.
私、先輩を好きになってよかった。
I feel a touch on my cheek, light yet full of affection. When I touch the spot where her lips gently kiss me, I blush bright red, like I just remembered how. We've touched each other countless times, but I suddenly feel embarrassed. We separate, kneeling properly across from each other. Everything that happened is flooding my mind, and I can't move very well. Sakura seems to feel the same way, and we both look around uncomfortably for a moment.
今日は本当にお世話になりました。私、部屋に戻ります。おやすみなさい。
Sakura stands up hastily. I don't have any reason to stop her, and I'm too shy. Night, Sakura.
はい。おやすみなさい、先輩。
She slides the paper door shut and leaves. Once I'm alone, I touch my cheek again. It was an unavoidable ordeal for Sakura, but when I think back on it, I feel warm and fuzzy. Time to sleep. I'd like to reminisce a little longer, but tomorrow will probably be a busy day, and I need to consider how to deal with Tasaka, and I need to speak with Ryder too. Besides, the Holy Grail War still isn't over. I need to defeat that mastermind Zoken and save... See, I really am sleepy. My mind and body are tired, so I should get a good night's rest and get my head in the game tomorrow. I'm dreaming. I should be asleep by myself, but someone's snuggling up to me. I'm physically and mentally exhausted. I shouldn't be able to get up, and Sakura's back in her room. So if I'm sleeping with Sakura, it can only be a dream. Even in my dreams, Sakura is sucking my blood. That's how titillating the experience was. I told her that I love her. She kept calling my name, wanting me, and I want to reciprocate those feelings. Sakura is sucking my blood. Even in my dreams, she's sucking my blood. I'm literally in a dreamlike state. It wasn't enough. It would feel even better if she kept going until one of us broke. Creation is a gentle delight, while decay is a fierce pleasure. It's cathartic on both sides. What am I thinking? No matter what, as a human, my vision warps. Sakura isn't here. It was Sakura drinking my blood, but at some point it became something I don't quite understand. Gah! It's hot. The ground under me is melting. I sink in a bog that's hot enough to scorch me. I drown in it, knowing that this is Sakura's body heat. I have a terrible nightmare. A sinister vision of a sea of hot coal. Hot coal tar. Okay. Remember when I said I was going to do one more day and then it became the longest day in the fucking recorded history of this game? Yeah, me too. Dark Wood, Sleeping Beauty. Alright, so let's take a look at the gallery. Go to that lovely flowchart. A lot of this is pretty locked in, to be fair. Delusional Heartbeat. Cursed Arm, the arm of the evil spirit Shaitan. It excels at cursing humans to death. Using a lump of ether and a mirror image of the assassination target, it creates a secondary existence which affects the actual target. By crushing the fake image that resonates in the assassination target, he curses the target to death without laying a finger on its actual target. His assassination methods include nullifying even the most powerful physical defenses and crushing the target's heart. No matter how solid the armor, it is rendered useless before Zabania. To counter Zabania, it is vital not to... it is vital... What is vital is not high endurance, but high magical energy to prevent the secondary existence from being created. Protection against the wind, yeah. Lawful evil. true name, Medusa. Demigod Gorgon that comes up in Greek mythology turns anything she sees into stone. A demon that is often portrayed as an incarnation of a snake. She's defeated by the hero Perseus. However, she also became an object of worship as an anti-hero of negative thoughts. She's the youngest of 3 Gorgon sisters who are Stheno, strong woman, Uriel, one who flies far, and Medusa, the woman who dominates. But she is not immortal, unlike her older sisters. She lives on the shapeless isle near the island where golden apples grow. They were originally beautiful women, but because they were loved by the sea god Poseidon, they were hated by the sea god's wife. The war goddess, Athena, who was jealous of the girls' beautiful hair, turned them into demons. Makes sense, right? After they returned into demons, they secluded themselves inside a lightless temple and only attacked humans whenever they felt they had to. Medusa, victim of God's unreasonable doings, was met with the fate of her head being cut off on a whim. The pure white Pegasus, who was born from the blood spit from Medusa's back, or spilt from Medusa's back, is said to be the son of the sea god Poseidon. Category-wise, she is more of a divine spirit than a heroic spirit, and the wide variety of abilities she possesses are the remains of what she was treated like as a goddess. But yeah, A+, like, the mystic eyes alone make her like a god tier heroic spirit. And the fact that she didn't use them before now in any of the other instances is kind of wild. Can turn anything with magic under C rank into stone without fail. Can even turn those B rank into stone depending on the result of a saving throw. Those of A rank will not be turned to stone, but receive a heavy pressure that will lower all abilities by 1 rank. So she's got like a bunch of things going on. The bounded field, the bridle, her eyes. It's actually nuts. But yeah, her noble phantasm is fucking insane. Alright, anyway, it is late o'clock. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying all that fun stuff. I do greatly appreciate it. I will see everybody next time. Have a good night. Bye-bye.